Ladies and gentlemen, good morning. It is a great honor to welcome you for this edition of the Forum for Sustainable Artificial Intelligence. Seeing so many of you gathered here today, representing governments, international organizations, the private sector, and the research community, is a testimony of the significance of our common mission. Artificial intelligence is set to shape our century, from healthcare to engineering, education to finance. Its potential is undeniable. AI is reshaping our economies, revolutionizing our industries, and transforming our daily lives. But AI is not the only defining challenge of the 21st century. We must also confront climate change, the collapse of biodiversity, and pollution, pressing crises that demand our collective action. Developing AI should therefore support, not hinder, our path towards ecological transition. That is why, under the leadership of President Emmanuel Macron, France has been at the forefront of efforts ensuring AI is not only innovative and competitive, but also sustainable. Today's AI Action Summit marks a pivotal moment in this journey. For the first time, world leaders have placed the environmental sustainability of AI at the heart of the global agenda. And let me be very clear. This is not an option. It is an absolute necessity. I mentioned that AI will change our lives, and it is already doing so by serving as a powerful tool for sustainability. It helps monitor climate change by analyzing satellite imagery, detecting deforestation, and modeling extreme weather events. It enables smarter energy systems, optimizing electricity distribution through smart grids. It is transforming agriculture, reducing pesticide use, and improving water efficiency through precision farming. And it is making manufacturing more resource efficient, cutting waste and emissions in industrial processes. These are just a few examples of AI's potential to accelerate the green transition. But we must ask ourselves, at what cost? Amid the whirlwind of excitement about these new possibilities, we sometimes overlook another critical issue, the environmental impact of AI. Energy and water consumption, resource extraction, electronic waste. AI's environmental footprint is significant and growing. Generating a single AI-powered image can consume as much energy as charging a smartphone. Training a single large language model can use billions of liters of water. But none of this is set in stone. We have the power to ensure that AI is truly sustainable, serving our interests, those of future generations and our planet. Global issues require global solutions. And that is why we are here today with a unique opportunity to address these challenges together for the first time. France is the ideal place to embark on this journey. It is home to thriving AI ecosystem and has long been at the forefront of international efforts for our environmental transition, starting with the historic COP21 Paris Agreement of 2015, 10 years ago. That is why leveraging AI's potential for ecological transition has been a core pillar of our AI strategy since its launch in 2018. Built on 3 pillars, this strategy aims at developing an ecosystem of talents, bringing AI to the public and private sector, steering AI towards beneficial impacts for people, society, and our planet. As part of this French strategy, my ministry has developed a general framework on frugal AI, a global first. This was carried out in collaboration with over 150 stakeholders, companies, research institutes, administration, and association. In a sense, we established the first set of guidelines on how to measure and reduce AI's environmental impact. Standards, collaboration, scientific perspective, these are the key levers in pushing for sustainable AI. And let me add that thanks to our mix of nuclear and renewables, 95% of France's electricity is now low carbon. This makes France the ideal place to host AI infrastructures. But we are not alone in our efforts to make AI more sustainable. Key actors from around the world, many of whom are here today, are fighting alongside us. Researchers are deepening our understanding of AI's environmental impact. Today, you will hear from some of the most prominent international experts on sustainable AI, including a keynote address by Sasha Lucioni, whose presence I warmly appreciate. However, none of our collective effort can succeed without strong international cooperation. Several organizations such as UNESCO, UNEP, ITU, IEEE, ISO, or the OECD already launched their projects on sustainable AI. Yet, fragmented efforts is not enough. That is why today President Emmanuel Macron will announce the launch of the Coalition for Sustainable AI, a global initiative bringing together governments, businesses, and researchers to develop a common roadmap for sustainable AI. This coalition will set shared sustainability standards, promote energy-efficient AI technologies, and ensure that AI actively contributes to the ecological transition. For our action to be successful, we must engage and collaborate with the very companies driving AI development, whether they are hardware manufacturers, software developers, or infrastructure managers, notably data centers. I am very grateful to have many of them here today, ready to work together towards this shared goal. But you may ask, what is exactly we are advocating for? This is precisely the question on which a wide range of actors has worked tirelessly those past months. Their efforts have led to the establishment of 10 deliverables on sustainability AI for this AI Action Summit. The scope of the work presented today is vast, from technical challenges we must address in fostering the environmental performance of AI to setting up an international working group on access to environmental knowledge through generative AI. This is largely thanks to the dedication and contribution of many of you in this room, so thank you very much. However, this forum on sustainable AI is about more than those deliverables. There will be 3 roundtables focusing on AI hardware, AI software, and AI users, featuring some of the most insightful and influential voices in the field. You will also have the pleasure of listening to keynote speeches from the world's leading experts on sustainable AI, as I mentioned earlier. Ladies and gentlemen, I really hope the Paris Summit and this event will be the stepping stone points for international collaboration on sustainable AI. that our work will be pursued after the summit. I know some of you might already know what exactly has been prepared to ensure a continuation of our work in the long term. For those of you who don't, you will have to stay tuned. Our world leaders will be making a special announcement today. The challenges before us are huge. Rising global temperatures, catastrophic events, fires, droughts, storms, flooding repeating themselves, species disappearing, pollution endangering our health. In light of this pressing reality, we must ask ourselves, will AI be part of the solution or part of the problem? And you know, the answer is in our hands. In this room today, we have 150 experts, policymakers, scientists, entrepreneurs, and innovators. Each of you has a crucial role to play in shaping the future. I encourage you to engage with one another, share knowledge, and work together to drive forward innovative and sustainable AI policies. I will be fully involved in this work, and I'm thrilled to share with you some of the innovations built by the agents of my ministry, Météo France or the National Institute of Geographic and Forest Information, for example. Ladies and gentlemen, after today, together, let's ensure that AI works for the planet, not against it. Let's make sustainable AI a reality for a greener and better future. So, join the coalition. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, members of the coalition, maybe you can join for a historic photo to make a photo with the minister. So I think I see people.
For being here today for the Sustainable AI Forum. So as you may know, if you have your program, there will be like 3 sessions during the day. And so we'll be able to cover most of the topics that will be part of the discussion within the Sustainable AI Coalition. So the first session in the morning will be about AI infrastructure. The second session will be about AI usage. And then in the afternoon, we will discuss AI models. You will also get an opportunity during the day to discover some of the deliverables that have been presented to the AI Summit. And I'm very glad to welcome, for the opening notes, Mrs. Sarah Meyer-West, who is co-executive director at AI Now Institute. And she will give us a keynote about AI policy for a sustainable future. So Mrs. West has spent the last 15 years interrogating the role of technology companies and their emergence as powerful political actors on the front lines of international governance. She is also an award-winning researcher whose research has been featured in leading academic journals. She regularly advises members of the Congress, the US Congress, at the UK, the European Commission, and she's also an advisor to the Consumer Financial Protection Board and other US and international regulatory agencies. Thank you so much, Mrs. Meyer-West, for being here with us today.
Hi, thank you all so much for having me today. With my colleague Amba Kak, I lead the AI Now Institute. We're a policy research center that exists in many respects to challenge the current trajectory for AI and to try and bring it in line with the broader public interest. And we do this work in collaboration with allies from many corners of society, from tech policy groups to economic justice groups to labor groups. And I wish that more of them were in this room today because we all have stakes in this profoundly important issue. We're approaching a critical threshold in our computational futures, and we're going to need all the help that we can get. The AI industry and governments are all in on full-scale development of AI infrastructures and to support conducting ever larger and implicitly more powerful AI model development. But there are many reasons to be skeptical of this trend toward boosterism for AI. While it's very clear that promoting public funding for AI carries many benefits to companies, the benefits to the broader public are much more in the realm of the hypothetical. With the push to build AI at ever larger scale comes many kinds of pathologies, from privacy and security harms to the proliferation of false content, to what brings us all here today, harms to the climate and to the environment. And if there's one key takeaway I'd like to leave you all with at the start of the day, it's this. The current trajectory of AI development at all costs is not only not necessary, as was exemplified by the recent release of more efficient models like DeepSeek, we must depart from it urgently or we're going to enact damage that we will ultimately be unable to roll back. New research released by the group Beyond Fossil Fuels this week shows the strain that data center growth will put on Europe alone. Electricity demand by data centers in Europe could rise by up to 160% by 2030. That's more than Spain's total electricity consumption in 2022. Emissions could reach 121 million tons of carbon dioxide, wiping out over half of Germany's planned emissions reductions over the same period. This research should serve as a wake-up call for decision makers that the concept of sustainable and limitless growth for data centers is a myth. Now, in this day and age, we hear a lot about ways to make AI more efficient, plans to run data centers on clean energy, and that AI may even offer benefits for sustainability. And that makes this message sound quite stark, but it's reflective of movements that are happening outside of this room, where people in far-flung corners of the globe, from Indiana to Chile to Taiwan to the Netherlands, are contending with the cold, hard reality that there is no version of the current AI boom that will lead to a sustainable future. And instead of meaningfully grappling with this reality, in many cases, governments have responded by criminalizing protest. But it's their water, their air, their land that's being damaged by this build-out. And while things may feel quite glowy in this moment of, very unconfined optimism around AI, there's a confrontation brewing here that we can't look away from. Because the AI industry's insatiable energy appetite is creating an unprecedented strain on power supplies. Rising demand is pushing power infrastructure in parts of the world to its limits and prolonging our dependency on fossil fuels, while also exhausting other critical resources like clean water, land, and raw materials. This is a public health issue, resulting in increased pollution and even premature death, which experts estimate will cost $20 billion per year in the United States alone. False promises and false solutions abound in the debate over AI and the climate. Major tech companies are now questioning if they're able to hit their own climate and energy targets. Companies like Amazon and Meta are engaged in efforts to enable them to continue to burn fossil fuels while claiming to be 100% renewable. Meanwhile, nuclear energy is being touted as a solution, but it's largely a dangerous distraction. The long timeline of small modular reactors and the safety risks of using decommissioned nuclear plants like 3 Mile Island further undermine the credibility of this approach. On top of this, AI tools are sold to the oil and gas industry, enabling millions of tons more in carbon emissions at a time when the scientific consensus very clearly calls for a phase-out of fossil fuels. AI can never be a climate solution if it runs on fossil fuels and it's used to scale up the extraction of oil and gas. This is why last week, the Green Screen Coalition, the Green Web Foundation, and over 100 other organizations released a statement with a powerful call. Development of AI infrastructure must be restrained within the limits of what the planet is able to sustain. This means that the AI industry must immediately phase out using fossil fuels. Companies must take responsibility for the emissions produced within their supply chains, and they must measure and make transparent environmental impacts across the entire AI lifecycle. We don't need to tie ourselves to this unsustainable vision for our future. There is nothing about this technology that is inevitable. It's taken many different turns over the course of an almost 70-year history. And on my more optimistic days, I do this work in the hope that a new approach is around the corner. Critique is a belief that there is another world that is possible. To the policymakers in the room, I want to underscore that we have tremendous scope to shape the trajectory for AI to ensure that it serves the needs of the public. And doing so requires mandating an end to the growth at all costs approach and turning to more sustainable paths, because we're not going to get there without your intervention. I appeal to all of us today to take steps in that direction. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Sarah, for introducing for this introduction keynote and for putting in a very clear way all the challenges that we have to tackle together. So you talk about the energy intensity of AI and then of data center. So that will be our first round table with titled Towards Sustainable AI Infrastructure, No Way Around. So I'm calling to the scene, Dr. Christian Roller, State Secretary at the Federal Ministry for the Environment, Nature Conservation, Nuclear Safety and Consumer Protection of Germany, Mr. Josh Parker, Head of Sustainability at NVIDIA, Peter Michelson, the CEO of Eco Data Center, Anne-Laure Ligoza, Computer Science Professor at NCIIE and LISN. And this will be moderated by Mr. Tim Gould, Chief Energy Economist at the International Energy Agency.
Well, thank you so much, and it's a huge pleasure to join you for this event today on an extraordinarily important topic, and many, many thanks to Minister PANNIER-RUNACHER and to our previous speaker, who've laid out the ground very clearly on the sorts of topics we'd like to take up in this panel. So my name is Tim Gould. I'm the International Energy Agency's Chief Energy Economist. And we had a wonderful panel here who were introduced by our hosts, and we'll get to them very shortly. But I did want to say a couple of words up front of context for this discussion. We've heard already from the Minister about some of the potential upsides for sustainability from AI. We've heard also about some of the environmental risks. And maybe it's worth putting some of this in context of some broader changes that are taking place in the energy system. At the IEA, we are saying that we're entering what we're calling the age of electricity. It doesn't mean we don't need anything else, but what it does mean is that the data are suggesting that as our demands for energy services grow, the first place that we tend to look as consumers for ways for meeting that demand is to an increase in electricity. So demand for electricity over the last 10 years has grown twice as fast as overall energy demand. And we believe that that ratio is likely to increase over the next 10 years, and increase quite substantially, because most of the additional demand for energy services that we see is being met by electricity, and AI is a part of that. Data centers are a part of that. They are not the only part. There are many other uses that are growing, from industrial uses, particularly in emerging developing economies, from cooling, which in a world of rising temperatures and rising incomes, you see very strong growth in AC sales across many emerging developing economies, and that's pushing up electricity demand as well. But there are new uses too for electricity, for transport, for heat, and for our increasingly visible demands for data. So that's some broad context. Electricity demand growing very rapidly. On the supply side, we are seeing, of course, a lot of growth in renewables, to some degree also in nuclear. And if you look at the data since 2010, production from low emission sources has risen by about 5,000 terawatt hours each year. Now, I'm not going to get into too many details, but I mean, 1,000 terawatt hours is about the consumption of Japan. So we've had 5 Japans increase in low emissions electricity supply since 2010. The problem is that on the generation side, on the demand side, we've had an increase of something like 8,500 terawatt hours, so 8.5 Japans. So you can see there's a gap there, and that gap has been met by increased output from fossil-fired generation. And so that's the context in which we are talking about the potential environmental impacts of AI. Of course, they go beyond energy, and we'll get into those very much with our distinguished speakers. And that's what I'd like to do now, is to explore, dive in a little bit into those infrastructure issues and into those the questions that were raised so powerfully by our opening speakers. And I'm going to turn first to the person immediately on my left, Dr. Christine Rohleder, State Secretary at the Federal Ministry for the Environment in Germany, and ask, so what are the levers that policymakers have in order to encourage better environmental performance from this sector, and how can we build up that AI ecosystem that is both sustainable and innovative? So, Christine, over to you.
Thank you very much. So we already heard a lot about the opportunities AI offers, and at the same time, the risks, the really significant risks that AI poses for sustainability, especially due to energy and resource consumption. So it's clear that there are many areas in which sustainability and innovation are in conflict in the context of AI. And yet this conflict of objectives can be mitigated and must be mitigated. I think a crucial step towards sustainable AI is to improve the sustainability of data centers. We can reduce the environmental footprint of data centers and promote sustainable AI development and application if we ensure three things. First, it's important to utilize energy-efficient hardware components that are sustainably produced. The second point is to power data centers with 100% renewable energy sources and not to use fossil sources anymore for it. And the third point is reuse, especially waste heat generated during the data center's operation. To ensure this, in Germany, we have adopted the Energy Efficiency Act, which came into force in 2023. And with this law, we have addressed these 3 points in Germany. So coming back to innovation, by enhancing the sustainability of data centers, we can also improve the environmental sustainability of AI products without compromising their innovative capabilities. In addition, governments can provide funding and incentives for AI research and development that prioritizes environmental sustainability. Our ministry, the Federal Environment Ministry, has, for instance, set up as a funding initiative AI Lighthouse projects for the environment, climate, nature, and resources. This initiative promotes projects that use AI to tackle environmental challenges and serve as a model for green, climate-friendly, and nature-compatible digital technologies. The total funding so far has been more than 160 million euro since 2019. One of these lighthouse projects, which is called DC2Heat, provides AI-based solutions for using waste heat from data centers as an energy source. Here, innovation meets sustainability. In my view, hardware and data centers are the biggest levers. But there are also other levers, such as the question whether it always has to be AI, or whether classical statistical methods are also viable, whether it absolutely has to be the large universal language model, or whether a small specialized model might also work. I think this is not a matter of regulation, but I think businesses have a responsibility here too, and also governments. Also in the way we ourselves use AI, we have to ask ourselves, has it always to be AI, or where does a normal search query is also fitting? Maybe sometimes it's better because I get the source of the information. Also consumers have a role to play here. But at the moment, I think we do not yet have any awareness about these issues, and there also politics have a role to play. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Rohleder, and I think it was very helpful for you to highlight some of the issues beyond the supply side, beyond that sort of narrow infrastructure piece that I think are relevant here. Certainly when we look at efficiency in all sorts of areas of the energy economy, that use of waste heat is very much an underutilized resource in a lot of sectors. But I think we move on now to Anne-Laure Ligozin, computer science professor from the Laboratoire Interdisciplinaire des Sciences du Numérique. And we talked a bit about energy and energy efficiency. Can you give us a broader perspective on some of the environmental issues in play when we think about AI infrastructure?
Yes, sure, thanks. So I'm going to try to give a comprehensive view of the environmental impact, well, the infrastructure that AI relies on, and the environmental impacts associated to it. So, well, the most visible part is data centers, and we've talked about it a lot already. But it's actually, well, AI actually relies on a long chain of equipment, from user equipment to network devices and data centers. And for example, when you look at the environmental impacts of a specific AI, you can see that for some kinds of impacts, the user equipment actually has the most important impacts. So it's very useful to take all into account and not only data centers. You've talked about data centers, of course. Well, in data centers, you have the computation and storage servers, but also other IT equipment, such as internal network devices, and also cooling, which you already mentioned, which indeed contributes to a significant amount of energy consumption, and other overhead services, such as, for example, the backup generator. And so all this requires energy and electricity to run. So this is the use phase of the equipment. And if you want to have a more comprehensive view of the environmental impacts, you have to take into account the whole life cycle of the equipment. So, for example, from manufacturing to the raw material extraction, manufacturing, distribution, and end of life. Which maybe we'll talk about a little more afterwards, because we have difficulties having data about that. And also we mentioned a lot the energy and carbon footprint associated to that. So this can be a lot, for example, for training just a single machine learning model. You can have dozens of tons of carbon, of CO2 equivalent emissions. So it's an important part of the impact. But you also mentioned already mineral resource depletion, for example, from the manufacturing of the equipment, or soil pollution, water use, etc. And there are similar concerns for the other phases of the life cycle of equipment. And so all these impacts have been lowered by advancements in optimization, well, whether it's algorithmic or material, which you mentioned also, or carbon efficiency. But actually we find that even though there are these optimizations, the environmental impacts keep increasing because of the increased use of these models. So energy efficiency only is not sufficient, and we need to take into account the usage phase. So maybe we'll mention that later, but last year we worked on the framework for frugal AI, and we took into account, of course, efficiency, but also the fact that the AI is used for something that is useful, and the usage, take into account the usage information, and also, oh, it's okay, don't worry. And also trying to stay within the planetary boundaries. So.
Thank you very much, and I think that helps us to keep a broad perspective of the environmental issues in play. The emphasis on life cycle analysis, I think, is very important to have in mind. We'll go over now. We set sort of a policy perspective, a scientific perspective, and then we have two sort of industry business perspectives. And the first of those comes from Joshua Parker, head of sustainability at NVIDIA. And I'd like to ask you about the role of innovation. So what could we expect in terms of innovations in this space? How could that change our perspective on some of the environmental aspects of AI and AI infrastructure?
Sure. Yeah, happy to talk about that. And because I work at NVIDIA, I'm the head of sustainability there. You might expect me to be talking about how AI is really sustainable. It's going to help us solve sustainability challenges and bring some of that really rosy optimism. I'm not going to disappoint because I sincerely believe that to be the case. But let's talk about energy and kind of the innovation that we're seeing so far. So absolutely, should we be looking at the footprint of AI to try to measure it, to try to manage it in a way that's consistent with our sustainability goals? That's absolutely. But the data that we see suggests that AI is very likely to have a net positive impact on our achievement of our sustainability goals. So the role of innovation so far has been really, really profound. And one of the reasons why we're here talking about AI is because innovation has led us to the point where the compute required for AI is achievable in a sustainable computing scenario. So over the past 10 years, the energy required for an inference workload has been reduced 100,000 times. And just in the past one cycle of our platform at NVIDIA for accelerated computing, we've increased the energy efficiency by 25 times. So just in a 2-year cycle. So that's a 96% reduction in the energy required for the same workload over 2 years. And that type of innovation, like I said, there's a long history of that happening, and we don't see that changing anytime soon. There are so many levers that are yet to be pulled to continue to drive additional efficiency gains in accelerated computing, from networking, from GPU design to data center architecture to cooling, across the stack, especially on the software side. So those types of innovations we absolutely expect to continue. We're in this period of really exciting innovation and a little bit of turmoil, because since the advent of ChatGPT, there's been so much unforecasted growth, unanticipated growth in AI and in the compute associated with the AI. So it's been tumultuous. It's been a little bit messy, perhaps, from a sustainability perspective. But over time, of course, the incentives are aligned to drive down the energy consumption. And we're already seeing, with all of the innovations that are happening, especially some recently, that we're getting more and more from our AI than we did even just a few months ago. The performance per watt, the performance per dollar keeps going up. And so it's unlocking more and more value. And I'll mention one more thing. As we see this trend towards efficiency, efficiency is not going to solve the problem. There is an environmental footprint for AI, and it's growing because the energy required for AI is growing with the increased demand. But I think based on IEA's recent forecasts, we still expect that AI's global consumption of energy is a fraction of 1% of overall global energy. That's growing for sure. It's going to continue to grow. But when you look at the potential benefits of AI, when you see perhaps, and this is one of the data points that we've seen, a 30% reduction in manufacturing energy because people are using AI to optimize their manufacturing facility. That's a real world case in Mexico that we've seen with a partner. If you're able to reduce energy in other sectors or to reduce emissions in other sectors that are much, much larger than AI's own footprint, then you start to get really, really optimistic about AI's potential to help us solve sustainability challenges. And I really think that's where we will end up.
Yeah, thanks a lot, Joshua. And I think you've broadened our perspective still further by reminding us that, you know, the possibility to, in a sense, offset aspects of the environmental impact of the sector itself against broader changes that it could bring in the wider energy economy. And I think it's important also what you mentioned that you know, we need to keep some of our starting points in perspective. The data, as we'll come back to in a second, are pretty weak. But you know, the best guess that we have for the current use of electricity in a data center is it somewhere between 1% and 2% of global electricity demand. Now, it's not nothing by any means, and we need to be looking very carefully at all sources of rapid growth. But let's keep that in mind as to where we are as a starting point. But I'd like to come now to Peter Mikkelsen, who's the CEO of Eco Data Center, and ask you how does considering sustainability at an early stage benefit you as a company? Do you feel like this is really being factored in to the equation by the companies with whom you work at Eco Data Center? So over to you, Peter.
Thanks, Tim, and good morning, everyone. Great to be here. For us, it makes a vital difference because our business is kind of dependent on municipalities wanting us to come to the local community. So if we didn't design data center campuses with sustainability in mind, we wouldn't be welcome. And now we actually have the opposite effect. We have municipalities reaching out to us, wanting for us to come and establish. So it's become a really important factor in the way we do business. Then I think to your second part of the question, Tim, I'd love to say that right now the very highest up on the customer buying criteria is sustainability. It's not. It's still time to market. There's this fear of missing out. That said, there has been a really healthy change happening over the last, I would say, 24 months, give or take, where we see sustainability in customer discussions going very much from a kind of nice to have to more of a must have. And if you think about it, right, when a customer comes to us, they want to enter into long-term kind of strategic partnership, growing on one campus over 5-10 years. And then there is an expectation, both from our side, but also on that customer, that we need to give something back to the local community. So if you can present those kind of social and economical, benefits to that local community, we won't be able to be there, and we won't be able to grow, right? So again, if you want that win-win relationship with the stakeholders in the sense of, simplified permitting processing, job creation, that community supporting you, well, then you actually have to enter a kind of new social contract in that sense, but this time then between us and our customers together with that local community. So it is starting to make a real difference, I would say, and I think it's just going to accelerate from here on.
That's grand, thanks. Peter, I mean, the one issue that's come up in a number of these answers is the reliability and availability of data. Now, data for the International Energy Agency, it's our bread and butter. It's what we work with every day. And I have to say that for a debate that is focused on, our need for data as a society and as individuals and consumers, the data on AI infrastructure on data centers is pretty poor. And so we don't really have as much of a handle on our starting point as I think we need. And so I'd like to come back to the panel and with any thoughts, observations on, where are the big data gaps? What more can we do to fill them? This is something that is very much core to our own interest in this sector. There's going to be an announcement today about a new initiative from the IEA side to try and collate the best available information on this sector and the environmental implications of it. But help us with some thoughts on where you would like to see better data available. And I know, and Laura, you mentioned it already. Maybe you want to kick us off, but I mean, welcoming thoughts from any of the other panelists.
Yeah, sure. Thanks. Yes, so you mentioned it, but we lack available data to assess for example, the manufacturing cost of the equipment that's used in AI. So we don't always have the carbon footprint or other environmental impacts that are, it's easier to know. For the use phase, so we can measure the electricity consumption, but for the production phase, it's much more difficult to have data. So I guess the first kind of data I would like to have easier availability to would be data from manufacturer or other IT companies for both the manufacturing phase and also the end-of-life phase, because often you don't have the, for example, collection and recycling rates for the equipment, so it's difficult to assess the environmental impacts when you don't have this information. Maybe another kind of data that would be useful would be also the open data from the scientific papers or consultancy firm reports that do not always give the models and data that they use, so it's difficult to assess and to verify the environmental impacts. And the third kind of data would be information about the integration of AI in non-AI dedicated products and services, so because this is something that is often overlooked because we don't really know where data is integrated, so it makes it difficult to assess the impacts of AI because AI is being increasingly integrated into a very wide range of products and services, and always you do not have the information about that. So I guess it would be useful to have data about that to be able to better assess AI's impacts.
Thanks very much. Any other thoughts on data issues from colleagues? Christine, anyone? Yeah, please.
So So thank you very much. I agree with you that we need data, all these kinds of data, and I think it's important that we get these data in a comparable way. So therefore I think it's crucial to implement measurement frameworks so we get really quality and comparable data. It would be very useful to have harmonized standards for measuring the ecological footprint of all these products and services. And I think to have the information that AI is into a product or service, this is really key. But I think we already got some more information about that with the AI Act that we have within the European Union now. I think it's important that that the sustainability and all these data become a criterion in the selection of software components. And there, I think this we already have a quite committed green coding community here. I recently heard that the Hugging Face platform is now also labeling individual code snippets with the sustainability label. But of course, this kind of label is only possible if I have the data about the sustainability of the programming code. So I think it's a circle of things we need for the whole system that it can function like this.
Thanks very much, Christine. Are there Joshua or Peter want to come in on this?
I'll just mention that absolutely data is critical. It's particularly challenging right now because we're in a period of rapid innovation. Again, because the advent of ChatGPT and the bursting of large language models onto the scene was so recent. There's been so much innovation, so much is changing. Even aligning on how you measure those impacts is challenging, because if you look at the training of a model and you look at that in a box, you can say, okay, I trained this model for this many megawatt hours, here's the impact. But how is that model then being used? Is it being used to curate additional models, to distill additional models? Is it used in mixture of expert inference? There's so many ways that you are seeing the use of AI and the training of AI evolve right now. It's hard to really stick a benchmark out there that you can have confidence will be durable. Absolutely, we should be trying to do that, but it's an evolving field, so it is challenging.
Right, thanks so much, Joshua. And anything from you, Peter?
I think a lot of good things have been said already. I think one perspective that I'm passionate about is really how we measure this methodology-wise, right? And it's important that you get to a point where you can do this apple to apple as well. So if you take, for instance, water usage, challenge in Southern Europe due to kind of restrained resource, we have an abundance of water in Northern Europe and so on, right? So how do you arrive at a methodology that really looks at the total impact from both kind of compute but also energy? I think is super important.
So that's great. We'd like to open things up now to contributions from the room. We've heard a number of perspectives already. Clearly, there's a few sort of big topics in play. I mean, can we build out low-emission sources of generation quickly enough? One area which we haven't really talked about is grids, infrastructure. There is already a feeling in the energy world that grids are becoming a bottleneck. There are renewable projects at advanced stages of development which cannot connect because there is no grid available to bring that power into the system. If you speak to the industry, there's shortages of transformers, there's shortage of cables. So all of those prices are relatively high at the moment. So those kinds of issues, I think, could be mentioned. We haven't yet touched on how this plays out in different geographies. I think implicitly we've been talking about an advanced economy setting for much of the panel so far. But it would be great to get into what this means for some developing economies. So there's some thoughts on areas that we could take up. I see a hand already. I see two, I see three, I see lots. Let's, I tell you what we'll do. We'll collect up a few thoughts and then sort of have as many rounds of question and answer that we can get through. So please, I saw the first hand was at the back there. And then one here. Please, and if you wouldn't mind giving your name and affiliation.
Nope. Wait. There we go. Hi, Jill McArdle. I work at Beyond Fossil Fuels. It was mentioned in the keynote that we have a report just released yesterday on data center growth in Europe. So I had a question actually to your question on grids, infrastructure, renewable energy build out. Another finding from our report is that the data center growth in Europe could lead to up to 20% of the renewable energy that's planned to come online in Europe already up until 2030 being taken just by new data centers alone. So what does this mean? This could really risk slowing down the energy transition because it would force other sectors. While the data centers are running on renewables, the other sectors have to run on the remaining fossil fuels. 20% is equivalent to what, for example, the transport sector needs in renewable energy to decarbonize by the year 2030. So this poses a serious risk to the energy transition, and I wanted to hear from the panelists what they think about that in terms, because we talked a lot about growth, and maybe it was downplayed a bit, and you mentioned looking at regional impacts. I think that's very important, so let's not look just at the global, but at what's actually happening on the ground in specific regions and what the impact of that growth would actually be. Thanks.
So thanks very much for that. And I had a question here, please.
Can you hear me? Great. Hi, so I'm Julie McCarthy. I'm CEO of a global nonprofit called Nature Finance. We also published a report yesterday looking at global water usage of AI data centers, especially in the US and Europe. I think this conversation mirrors a little bit of broader challenge within the sustainability world, which is often that climate, energy, and nature are treated separately rather than sort of holistically. So when we looked at this, the data on hyperscale center water usage right now, we saw that nearly 50% of existing hyperscale centers are in locations that are at high risk for water scarcity and for drought, that over 65% of them are proximate within 5 kilometers of key biodiversity areas. We spoke to former chief sustainability officers of large AI companies that said right now a lot of teams are being sent out looking for wattage and very little other due diligence is being undertaken in terms of the broader sort of nature-related risks and impacts. So in a context where we've seen this information around things like water risk availability and usage being treated as proprietary information that sometimes local communities have had to sue to get access to understand what the impacts are going to be, I'm curious to hear from panelists how you all are thinking about these challenges in the context of proactive disclosure requirements to enable communities and governments to understand the risks and impacts before they're inviting these facilities into their communities and thinking about the proper places where resources are abundant enough to handle them versus other places where there might be, for example, sufficient energy availability, but not necessarily the water carrying capacity. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I'm going to go this side of the room, please, to the gentleman with the hand up here, if we can get a microphone across. And then maybe one more before we go back to our panel.
Thank you very much. My name's Jim Thomas. I'm from Friends of the Earth. We also have a report that came out yesterday about this issue. Happy to give it out. I want to touch on a different area that really hasn't come up, but it touches on the last question. As we know, not only is there a large amount of electricity use and certainly water use, that increasingly we're seeing particularly data centers being placed in rural areas, peri-rural areas. We're going to see, and we are seeing real impacts already on farming, on rural livelihoods. We're seeing changes in planning use and impacts on rural communities as these data centers are being pushed into rural communities. And the need for sustainable local community food networks is actually at the heart of getting through many of our challenges in the next century. So to what extent is anybody thinking about the impacts on food systems, on farmers' rights, on land, on water and agriculture? This is also part of the sustainability question. So I'd like to have your thoughts on that. Thank you.
And we'll take one more question here from the gentleman.
Hi, my name is David Ortega. I'm from HP. So we've been hearing a lot about data centers, but I would be very happy to hear your opinion on what you think of other devices where AI could work in a decentralized manner, edge computing or others. It would be very interesting to hear what you think about this.
All right, so there we have it. I'm not going to try and characterize all those questions, but broadly speaking, it was about trade-offs for use of renewables, low emissions power, water scarcity, rural communities, and other use cases. So I think I started at this end previously, so maybe I'll go to you, Peter, for any thoughts on those.
Yeah, happy to start, and dear panelists, feel free to jump in here. No, but a couple of things, right? If you take a step back, digitalization will only increase in importance going forward, right? It's already happened and just going to continue to happen. So from our company perspective, what we have then kind of devoted ourselves is to then make sure that we do it as sustainable as possible, right? And that then requires to look at kind of the whole value chain and how you try to address it in that sense. Each of us are roughly into a data center 40 times per day today, without even knowing it, right? But a lot of our daily things are actually happening in data center. So if you think about it that way, I think I would actually welcome a more systematic approach of saying, hey, why don't we locate these where it actually makes most sense for Mother Nature? Because there is a tremendous difference in that sense. I happen to come from a cold country, as you can hear from my accent. Sweden may not be your favorite destination for vacationing, at least not yet. But it happens to be a really good location to build data centers in, right? So then you have macro working for you in terms of the climate. It's cold, so you don't have to add a lot of energy for cooling most times of the year. Second thing is then how you look upon renewables and so on, where it's kind of fully available with water, wind, and so on. That's where I also expect then kind of the call to action to the politics, right? How do we rise to this challenge? How do we make those massive investments that are needed to make sure that we actually have a greener grid than we have today? Good examples that are happening kind of, you know, across the world, but not necessarily in a kind of uniform manner as such, right? And then lastly, I think this really kind of starts with transparency, because if you're open, you're published, and we talked about the difficulty with data before and so on, right? But if you dare to be transparent, you dare to publish your numbers and so on, that is how we can foster good behaviors. You get role models in the industry that are kind of leading the way, and more will be encouraged to do the same. Right now, I think with that lack of transparency, you also then get a trust issue. And I think that trust is super important if we together want to drive this agenda forward. So that's kind of some initial thoughts.
Thanks very much, Pia. Josh?
I think it's helpful, I think, for several of these questions to remember the difference between a traditional data center and an AI data center, because it really has the fact that we're talking about AI means that there is actually more flexibility to site AI data centers in a place that makes more sense. So, for example, our friends in Sweden putting data centers there because they have a colder climate, they have opportunities to run the data center in a more sustainable way. AI can be trained anywhere. It doesn't need to be trained right next to the internet at a place where traditional data centers have all been clustered and power constraints may be higher. You can train it wherever you have the resources required, and you can focus on sustainability and so forth, and energy accessibility, because there is that flexibility. It's just a fundamental aspect of AI training. Even on the inference side, latency is less important than it is for some other applications of data centers. So you have just kind of inherently in this technology a little more options when you're considering siting locations for data centers, which is helpful for sustainability. On the water question, again, a conversation we should be having, but the innovation is happening so rapidly right now that is becoming less of an issue very quickly. So I mentioned our previous platform. It was called Hopper. Our current gen platform at NVIDIA for AI systems is called Blackwell. And just in that one generation, again, as we've seen a 96% reduction in energy for inference, we've also seen a 300x improvement in water efficiency. So we're using less than 1/300th of the water to cool data centers with our current gen technology than we were just a year or two ago. So very, very rapid innovation that's leading to again, more sustainable outcomes. And then finally, on the kind of the question from HP on the location of where AI is happening, we are seeing trends, of course, towards AI at the edge and also AI on device, and that does have implications, again, that are, I think, pro-sustainability, because you end up having that energy, maybe your phone's being charged at night, you know, when there's less demand for energy, and then you're using that energy during the day to run inference on your device, on your laptop or on your phone. It smooths out the demand, smooths out temporally and geographically, again, for AI, which again helps to manage those sustainability impacts.
Yeah, thanks very much, Josh. And it's an interesting reminder about, because it's one of the features of current data center, you know, the geography of data centers is that concentration spatially. You know, obviously you see it in Ireland, you see it in Virginia, but you get some extraordinary numbers then for the share of electricity use in those localities that are related to this sector. So I think 20% in Ireland, I mean 25% in Virginia. But I think it was helpful to have in mind that, you know, perhaps for some of the AI specific work, you know, that geography is, or that spatial dimension is possibly less important. But Anne-Laure, to you.
Yes, so there were a lot of questions about different kinds of resources. Maybe just to say that I think sustainable AI should put the resource on the constraints and the resources first, and so that we should rethink the usage of AI. So, for example, well, it's been said several times that the efficiency keeps increasing, but it was also said the total impact actually increases because of the increase in the number of users and of applications of AI, etc. So I think it's important to think what kind of uses of AI we really want to have a real sustainable AI.
Great, and Christian.
I think it's really important when businesses are thinking about where to locate data centers, that it definitely should not be a hot area, and it's really important to locate the data centers in areas where it's cooler and less energy is necessary, and also less water is necessary, and yes, but and this is also very important for the grids, but we also need to empower our grids and to have really grid expansion. The grid shouldn't be the bottleneck, and so I already said that the efficiency is really key. But when you locate a data center, for example, in a cooler area, and then you combine it with real efficient energy use and water use, you use the waste heat that you need, and this you can really use when you are in colder areas. You need this waste heat to heat apartments, for example, and when you use the water in a circle, then you can really reduce significantly the footprint, and I think that's the way we have to go. And the very difficult question is how we manage to have maybe different conditions for different locations for data centers, so it's easier to locate a data center in cooler areas than in hotter areas, or in the areas where you have a strong grid already, and not to have all the data centers at one point where just because you already have a cluster. So this could also be something to think about.
Thanks very much indeed, and I think when we consider all of these locational issues. Of course, we also have to have in mind how physical risk will evolve over time. So it may be that the constraints that we face today, whether in terms of water scarcity or whatever else, will look very different in 20 or 30 years' time. And so that's I think, an important consideration as well. But I'd like to go back to our audience to see if we have any other questions or comments that people would like to pick up. And I see a hand at the back, if we can get a microphone to this gentleman.
Thank you. I like one of the statements made by the speaker saying that do we really always need to use AI, or is there a better way of implementing the use case? So my question is that has there been any report or study on to know what actually do people use AI for? Yeah. So when we go to the product design or product development, it always depends on the market or the user. So the question is also, can the user or the consumer here drive the infrastructure solutions to more sustainable one or green? Or also, is there a need also to educate the users or consumer to be more, let's say, green, not to always use social media for nothing, for example, for useless things? Thank you.
All right, thanks very much. And I've got two questions up front here, maybe the lady in the second row, and then followed by a colleague in the front here.
Hi, thank you. My name is Arthi Garg. I'm the chair of the IEEE Standards Working Group on Environmental Impacts of AI. So I did not recently publish a report, but I will take this back to the question of metrics and data, because I think a couple of interesting points have been made about the context in which metrics are developed. For example, if I'm measuring water consumption in a water-rich area versus a water-scarce area, and Josh, you also made the point about resource usage that goes into training versus inference. So these questions of how do you develop standards that allow us to really have a good but not overcomplicated view of the impacts of AI is something that the working group is currently struggling with or grappling with. And I'm just curious, from the standpoint of actionability, what are all of your thoughts? Because at the end of the day, a standard is only as good as people who adopt it for whatever application.
Great, thanks so much. And please.
Thank you. I'm Casey Torgerson from the World Bank. I have a question more about kind of the opportunity and thinking a bit outside the box here. So we're obviously concerned as the World Bank with development across the developing world, both digital developments and other forms of development, including energy access. When we think about regions like sub-Saharan Africa, which are significantly energy short right now, is there an opportunity space, for example, with the rollout of data centers to help spur growth of the local renewable energy industry? And if that has a potential, which seems theoretically possible, what bottlenecks would you see? Is it a policy issue? Is it a coordination issue? How can we actually make some of those opportunities happen? So quite different than context in Europe, where you're maybe competing for the same renewable energy resources. There aren't the energy resources to begin with. Can we use that as a catalyst?
That's great. I'm wondering if we have one additional question before we go back to our panel. So please, gentleman on the right-hand side.
Yes, hello. So my name is Boris Roof. I'm working in AXA Research, AXA, the insurance company. And in line with the first two questions, actually, our concern is that we want to make responsible use of AI, but we have big issues seeing the emission data, because our models are actually running in the cloud, so we have local infrastructure, but most of the AI models are actually running with the AI providers. But currently we don't have the detailed emission data. So what could be a way of encourage AI providers to share this data so we can actually make responsible use of it?
Okay, that's great. And another broad range of topics. Again, I'll just round them up. So do we really need to use AI? This question about education, role of sort of the way that consumers approach the technology, the role of standards in a very fast-moving environment, how should we think through that? yeah, I must say I have a lot of sympathy for this question about the opportunity in developing economies. Can data centers be a sort of anchor consumer for new renewables in some of those environments? And then this question about emission data, how can we get hold of better data in that area? And since I started that end last time, maybe, Christian, I would like to see if you have any thoughts on these issues.
I start with the question if data centers can be a kind of starting point in developing economies for more renewable energies and so on. There I'm quite skeptical because I think in the first point, new data centers will consume a lot of energy and also water resources. So when we want to use it as a starting point, I think it needs a lot of coordination and a good political environment. So if only then also the local communities can have a benefit from it. So this will not be self-running. So with the to the question how we can encourage providers to share their emission data. The question which data about emissions has to be shared was very hard discussed when we were talking about the AI Act. So I think a voluntary way will be quite difficult because not all the providers will say, yes, we share this data. So I think that's maybe a matter of regulation to say they have to share this data. And also standards are not made by themselves, so it's a complicated issue, but I share your view that it's important to have standards, but that it shouldn't be overcomplicated. It should be concrete enough not to have greenwashing, but it should be simple enough to be able to meet these standards without a lot of effort.
Yeah, thank you. So I'm just going to start by commenting on the first question about the uses of AI. So I don't really have an answer, but I agree that that is something we should really tackle, like to know which kind of application AI is used for. And even though there was a lot of applications for environmental issues, or for example optimizing energy consumption, or these kind of things that were talked about before, I guess it's probably not the main uses of AI. So it would indeed be interesting to know what kind of uses are made of AI. But I guess it's one of the it's the topic of following the roundtable. So and I'm just I want to answer to the second question because for the standards for evaluating environmental impacts of AI. So obviously, if you want to do a real comprehensive life cycle assessment of an AI service, it can be overcomplicated, but there are databases that exist and also tools that were created to be able to evaluate more in a simpler way the environmental impacts of AI, even if it's just partial, but these tools exist. So I'm gonna advertise for some of the tools, like green algorithms. I know that Loic that created it is here, and it's also being remodeled to include more life cycle assessment style evaluation. So maybe this is something you can start with.
So on the question of how is AI being used, as consumers, it's really easy to think about, oh, you know, my child is using this to generate pictures of unicorns, you know, on surfboards and things like that. That's the most visible to a lot of consumers. But of course, it's also being used behind the scenes by companies to drive real world efficiencies and value for them. And that's where we see the biggest potential positive impacts. And AI is often going to be the most efficient way to do a task, including things like research. It's becoming increasingly efficient, of course, and it increasingly is the most efficient way to complete a task. On the issue of data, I need to call out a couple of companies that I think are providing encouragement to us. I'll keep my optimist hat on here. One of them, Google, just last week released some life cycle data about their TPUs, which I think is a great first set of data that we're seeing in terms of upstream emissions, the manufacturing related emissions. Very useful and interesting, and I think the first study of many that we'll see in the future. We're working on similar data ourselves, trying to run product carbon footprints on our products and data centers. And I'll say that the results that we've seen so far are again, really encouraging. They're lower than what we were expecting, lower than what the public literature out there is suggesting as well. And then also call out in terms of data, Hugging Face and Salesforce just released a model for evaluating the energy associated with model inference. Really interesting so far. We're still kicking the tires, but one feature about it I like is that it is generic enough to be useful even in an era of rapid innovation, and it focuses on inference, which is increasingly important. And then the final point on the issue of the potential of AI to facilitate development of renewable energy, especially in the global south. Absolutely a really big opportunity, and that opportunity exists, I think, worldwide. If we agree that there are cases in which it's okay to grow our grid, and we want to do it in a sustainable, responsible, clean way, then this is a perfect opportunity we shouldn't pass up. We've got companies in large part that are already committed to keeping their emissions down, to deploying clean energy, that are driving this expansion that we're talking about in AI. And it's a perfect opportunity for us not only to expand grids worldwide in a sustainable way, but also to modernize existing grids. And I'm hoping that we seize this opportunity to say, okay, yes, we're working towards the green transition. This can be a catalyst in the developing world and in the developed world for us to use the value of AI to drive that sustainable investment in energy as well.
Thanks very much, Josh. And Peter?
Difficult to add anything now, I guess, but I'll give it a shot. So yes, I think it's relevant to educate the public to some extent. ChatGPT query requires 10 times the energy of a Google search. AI-generated image is 50 times, a video several hundred times, and so on, right? I don't think many people know that, and so I think there's a little bit of that doing. But to Josh's point, where we should be obviously using AI to solve real-world problems. So if you look at Nobel Prize in Medicine this year, for instance, AI enabled several other prizes as well, right? Companies driving productivity enhancements and so on. That's where it should really be applied. Then when it comes to measurements and methodology and so on, sure, it is complex, but I don't think as an industry we can kind of hide behind that. And then I would rather favor you crawl, you walk, you run. So if you think about it, I mean, already today we measure something called kind of power utilization. All data centers do that, so that's kind of you can make publicly available. You should be able to arrive at something which kind of captures compute efficiency. So basically what companies getting out of Josh and the likes, the processing power, compute. And thirdly then excess heat, super important. Since we're using a lot of electricity to cool things, how do we then hold ourselves accountable for putting that to practice, right? Start there, and then it can evolve and be refined over time. And like I said before, right, transparency is all, because with transparency comes trust, and I think that's where you need to start and then foster those type of role model behaviors in the industry.
Well, thank you very much, and I would like to credit my panel with great time discipline since we've just used up our allocated time for this discussion. We've covered an awful lot of ground, and I'm really not going to attempt to summarize anything, but I will take my inspiration from some of the other interveners and plug a report that's coming out from IEA in April, where we will give our view on all of the issues that we've been discussing today, trying to nail down as closely as we can what is the current energy use, electricity use, environmental footprint of the sector, and thinking through the big variables as we discussed, innovation, efficiency, demand, all of these areas for the next few years. But with that, it remains only for me to sincere thanks to Peter, to Josh, to Anne-Laure, to Christian for a very engaged discussion, and to thank you all for your questions. So please give them a round of applause.
Sorry.
Good morning to you all. So, as you know, we are gathered today to address one of the great challenges regarding AI. How can we align rapid acceleration of AI with the need for environmental sustainability? As we know, AI, and especially generative AI, are transformative technologies. They are reshaping our industries, accelerating scientific discoveries, and optimizing our economies. But we all know that AI consumes a lot of resources. For instance, in just 2 years, the energy demand for training generative AI models has surged by a factor of 750. AI models are thus becoming larger, more powerful, but also energy intensive and resource hungry. So the question is, what are the key challenges to take on to ensure that AI remains a solution to ecological transition? To explore this, I have the pleasure of discussing with Bruno Sportis, Director General of the French National Institute for Research in Digital Science, and Emmanuel Leroux, Head of Big Data and Security at Eviden. So please, you can join us on the scene. So thank you for being with us today to present the position paper that you worked on. We'll start with Mr. Sportis. But before diving into the key challenges identified in this position paper, let's start with the big picture. The use of data center currently accounts for 2 to 4% of global electricity consumption, which may seem relatively small. So why do we need to be concerned about AI environmental footprint? Yes, you can.
Hi everybody, that's really a pleasure to be there. Yes, at first glance from 2 to 4%, that may sound not alarming for sure. But if we look deeper, and this has been said in the previous round table, we know that a key impact is linked with data centers. That is to say that there is a local impact. All of us know, for instance, the situation of Ireland, with, I guess, more than 20% of the electricity consumption, which is related to data centers. This has a local impact for sure. Beyond electricity, we know that there are some concerns about the water use, about rare minerals, etc. And we know that the global footprint of digital technology, as far as electricity consumption is concerned, is more than 12%, 12%, I think. Okay, but having said that, we should have a global landscape, for instance, for France, under your control. I think that 30% of our country's carbon footprint is related to transport. 20% is related to agriculture, and digital technology as a whole, only 4%, okay? But if we have a concern about our goals of sustainability, we should monitor that, of course. We should control that, and for that, research is more than ever very important. That's why in France, for instance, we have an ambitious project devoted to frugal AI within the framework of our national research program for AI. We're in the process of launching, you know that, a dedicated program for ecologically responsible AI, to summarize that, okay? So research is more than ever required if we want to reach our sustainable goals, okay?
Thank you. This brings us to the core of today's discussion. AI can be a force, but only if we address its environmental impact, of course. And this position paper that INRIA worked on with many other organizations identifies 5 key challenges in fostering environmental performance of AI. But first, can you tell us more of how this work has been developed?
Yes, that was actually a track of the science part of the summit. And this is the result of a collaborative work led by the French Ministry of Ecological Transition, with a strong involvement of INRIA, and this is the opportunity for me to thank Jacques Sainte-Marie, who was in charge of that, this process has brought together a lot of people, a lot of members of our ecosystems, of stakeholders, and I guess that was very important to have this wide range of competencies to be able to write such a report. So there were consultation sessions where experts from very different backgrounds have been able to debate about the key environmental challenges of AI, coming from companies, from academia for sure, from gov agency, from non-gov agency, so about 100 participants, coming from 35 organizations. So I think that was very important. Written contributions as well. So what was the goal? I guess that the objective, the ambition is to be able to have a foundation for decision making, for public policies, for companies, also for academia, okay? So I hope that this will be the case. And to conclude this point, I guess that for such papers, for such documents, as always, this is very difficult to be able to have a shared document, because people do not have the same interest, for sure. And I guess that the guiding principle was to be able to have not only an ambitious document, but also a shared document. Okay, and I want to thank all the people who have been able to achieve this objective.
Thank you. So let's deep dive into the challenges. So the first challenge focuses on environmental performance of AI technologies. AI environmental footprint spans its entire life cycle, from hardware manufacturing, energy consumption, training, data storage, and recycling. While many efforts are already underway, improving AI environmental management remains a major challenge. So what are the key innovations that could significantly enhance AI environmental performance, according to you?
Okay, thanks. So I'm not a technological solutionist, but this has been said in the previous round table, that this is a fast evolving landscape. So a lot of innovations have already been achieved, a lot of innovations are still in front of us, and this concerns the entire life cycle, this has been said, along the whole stack, so to speak. So for instance, as far as hardware is concerned, we know that in order to improve the efficiency, we have a lot of things coming from specialized accelerators, from 3D integrated architectures in order to reduce the energy cost. in-memory and photonic computing as well, are interesting innovations in order to minimize the data movement. Of course, Edge AI, and this has something to do also with our networks, that is to say, the long-term struggle, so to speak, in the digital area between centralized architectures and decentralized architectures. New cooling techniques also, so this is from the hardware side, but in digital, algorithmic optimizations are very important, as you know. So for instance, quantization and reduced precision computing to lower computational costs. These ask another questions for the experts. Also federated and distributed learning in order to minimize the reliance on centralized architecture. I have mentioned that. And more generally, the optimization of the network architectures. So I want to add one comment. I have mentioned, for instance, the points, the issues related to federated and distributed learning. This means that when we have a concern about sustainable AI, this also has some links with other issues. For instance, federated learning. This has a key issue for public policy of health. This has nothing to do with sustainable AI, but this means that there is, let's say, a general landscape. Data management, to end, is also our key issue in order, for instance, to eliminate redundant storage, optimizing data sets to have, let's say, data set of high quality. Okay? So if we are able to integrate these hardware issues, these software issues, this data strategy, probably for sure we can significantly enhance AI's environmental computational performance.
Thank you for your answer. So we have second challenges that focuses more on the development of AI models that are both efficient and environmentally sustainable. There is a common assumption that increasing the size of AI model, both in terms of parameters and training data, leads to better performance. However, it's not always the case. What are, according to you, the key challenges that need to be considered to develop more sustainable AI models?
Okay. As I have mentioned, research and innovation are more than ever required. And for instance, smaller may be better, okay? In many use cases. And the research works have shown, for instance, that beyond a certain point, increasing the number of parameters, you know, the parameters of the AI models, and the volume of training data does not necessarily improve the performance as far as accuracy is concerned, etc. So, and it might lead to diminishing, let's say, the performance. So, being clever, being smart, rather than using straightforward the brute force approach may be better, and it has a consequence for the environmental and energy footprint. And this means in practice that we have to develop task-oriented models, for instance, and this is already the case. And by developing task-oriented models, smaller models, this results in a decrease in the computational resources, first. Second, I have already mentioned that the issues related with data quality, and this is a key issue. This is a key issue for research as well. The focus on curating high quality, relevant data sets in order to enhance the model accuracy during the training phase, before all, okay? That's why this is very important to be able to rely on open data initiatives, of course, in order to improve the efficiency of the model training. Okay, so a lot of issues related to smaller and task-specific models, to data quality, and there are still a lot of works in front of us.
Talking about data and transparency, we often say what gets measured gets managed. Yet, when it comes to AI environmental footprint, we have a lack of transparency. What steps should be taken to create reliable, standardized impact metrics?
Okay, this has been said. This has something to do with transparency of AI models beyond the question of sustainable AI. That's why evaluation is a key issue for public policy, for companies, for users. That's why France has launched its AI Evaluation and Safety Institute 10 days ago with Clara Chapaz, our Minister for AI. This is an AI Evaluation and Safety Institute, not only an AI Safety Institute. And being able to assess the AI's environmental impact requires an end-to-end approach, so evaluation. And to be able to address this, we must define standardized metrics. This has been also mentioned in the previous round table. And one key issue is the data availability. Sorry for that, I am tired after these 2 days. That's very important also to be able to develop software-based energy measurement tools. There are some projects within my institute, within INRIA, and I won't name the colleague who are in the audience for that. And last point, and for me this is really a key issue, has something to do with, externalities. Because of course AI models are used for some use cases, and of course AI models are used for other sectors like agriculture, transport, climate change, and there is for sure a key impact as far as the optimization of energy, of environmental footprints are concerned. There is, for instance, Claire Monteleoni in the audience. Sorry, Claire. One of our outstanding researchers, and you're expert in AI for climate, from what I know. And the point is, are we able to really give very objective data of the outputs, of the consequences of using AI models for climate, for transport optimization? And I think that is really a key issue in front of us, because we claim that there is a benefit, for sure. I was a specialist of atmospheric modeling in the past, but this is difficult to say that, the impact is related with such metrics. This is in front of us. For me, this is really a key issue in order to be able to have a global view of AI impact.
Thank you very much for your insights. I see that time flies. Could you tell us really rapidly a few words about circular economy principle into AI hardware? What are, according to you, the key challenges that we need to address to make AI hardware more sustainable, more circular?
Okay, so I guess a lot of things in front of us, but key strategies should include enhancing hardware modularity and reparability to allow component replacement rather than full unit disposal, expanding hardware lifespan also through software optimization, incorporating, I have already mentioned that, embedded AI into industrial equipment, so a wide range of strategy. And another critical aspect is the increasing demand for rare metals required in AI systems, which makes this circular economy, let's say, application to AI more than ever required. And so a lot of projects which are described in the position paper.
Yes, thank you very much. We won't go into that, but we have a last challenge that takes on more about social and education and awareness, but you will be able to find all the details of the position paper in online on the Sustainable AI website. And thank you, Mr. Spartis, for all your insightful elements on this position paper. And I would like to move on to our next speaker. Would you like to add some concluding remarks?
Yes.
Very, very quickly.
Very quickly. So I really think that sustainability and innovation are not opposite forces, and that we are able here in France, here in Europe, to be able to build an appropriate way, taking into account both concerns. For instance, during the scientific event at École Polytechnique, there were very interesting presentations. For instance, those of Juliette Fropier and Sacha Lucioni. Okay, I wanted to mention that. And I think that the position paper, which has united scientists, industry leaders, public organizations, associations, has given a balanced vision of what can be done. And I want to thank all the contributors, including the, sorry for the French words, the CGDD, and la direction numérique of the Minister of Ecological Transition for the work. To conclude, AI, of course, is what we make of it. I guess that the Coalition for Sustainable AI must continue the momentum. For us, for research, last word, this is very important because this allows us to build an appropriate strategy, an appropriate agenda, because the question of use is a key issue. For me, if the use is to be able to foster scientific discovery, health applications, okay, these are the sense. We know that there are a lot of applications with, let's say, less sense, and this means that the users have a power, okay, at the end of the day, okay? And for that, we need to be able to have an ecosystem of many people, multi-stakeholder, multi-system, and for a Franco-French final word, this has allowed us to reinforce the partnership between the Minister of Ecological Transition and INREA. This is a good output of the summit. Sorry for the Franco-French word.
Thank you. Thank you, and that what sets the stage for what comes next. I would like to welcome Emmanuel Leroux, Head of Big Data and Security at Eviden. Eviden is one of the many organizations that contributed to the position paper. And today, Emmanuel Leroux will give us a more practical outlook on what these challenges means for a technology company. So first, can you tell us in the real world deployment, what is Eviden is doing to reduce environmental impacts of AI solution?
Sure. Hello everyone. Eviden is one of the leading company to do supercomputer in the world. We are working for science for many years because we are delivering HPC, high performance computing machines, one of the most powerful in the world. And since years for our customers, being able to reduce the power and the electricity demand for large machine has been a request, especially in Europe, especially in India and Brazil, where we are number one. And so we developed some technologies. First, one which is called direct liquid cooling. We are talking in the previous panel about water consumption. So we are not exactly using water to cool our servers, but we are using it in closed loop, so we are not wasting anything. We are keeping the liquid between the inside the machine. We are cooling 98% of the components. The heat issued by the components are being cooled down by water cooling or direct liquid cooling. And we are doing it with hot water, hot liquid. So we are inlet temperature at 40 degrees, which is the best in the industries. Outlet 50 degrees, so most of our customers, they are even heating their offices with a water cooling loop that is outside, that is generated by the GPUs and CPUs and all the components we are embedding. So all that is IP developed in Europe. We manufacture in Europe, and thanks to that, you know, there is two big benchmarks in the AI training machine and HPC machine. It's top 500, which is ranking the 500 most powerful machine in the world. And there is a second ranking now called Green 500, which is becoming as important. And we are very pleased that the two first positions of the Green 500 is our machines from Evidence. So there are some concrete deployment development we can do for that. We also need the ecosystem, because the other way of sustainable AI, when you are a manufacturer, we have a factory in France, and we have a factory in India, and we have a factory in Brazil. It's to source locally. Before, all our electric boards were done in China. And then you send back and forth the electronic between your supplier and your factory. And it has a lot of impact on the carbon footprint. Now, with our last generation, we decided to move back in Europe the manufacturing of all or most of the electronic boards. We had to co-invest with these suppliers because they didn't have the machine, the capacity to do it in Europe anymore. So building this ecosystem of provider of electronic industries and making it at the good level to tackle this type of challenge is also a very important part of our mission.
Thank you for those concrete examples. So it means that Eviden has already taken significant steps, but there are still major hurdles to overcome in order to minimize AI's environmental impact. And very quickly, from your perspective, what do you see as the main challenges, improvement levers going forward in your company?
Well, I think we need to work more on software, and Mr. Sport is indicates that, and we are working with INRIA, we are working with other European startups that are developing some very innovative software layer. We are also developing software layer. We believe that we need to adapt the hardware dynamically based on the AI workload you are running on the machine. You don't need the same setup when you are doing weather forecast or where you are doing plane simulation or where you are trying to identify a cat in a photo. It's absolutely a different machine. So we are able now more and more with the software to dynamically reduce the speed of the CPU, reduce the speed of GPU, shut down part of the cluster so that the machine is really adapted to AI. I have one of our customers that is calling that Shazam of AI. I don't know if Shazam is known by everyone, but being able to identify your AI applications and automatically adapt your cluster and your machine to what the real need is of the application is really something we should work, and I hope through the coalition that we can develop this type of ecosystem where we have all the innovation at the software layer on top of the hardware.
Thank you very much. Thank you to both of you for shedding lights on how we can shape AI solutions that are sustainable. I will now invite you to a coffee break that will take place in room A and B behind you until 11:25. And thanks again to both our speakers.
Très bien.
So please do take your seats so we do not run late. We've been like pretty good to keep our schedule so far. So let's keep up the good work, and if you can just take your seats, that would be great. We're going to start in a few minutes. So if I'm going to introduce our next round table, it's easier if you're all seated. Yeah, I know like the croissant and the chocolate croissant were so good, and the very good networking, so it's hard to get back to your seats. But don't worry, the lunch will be really good as well. So you're not missing anything by coming back to your seats. Okay, so we're going to get started. I think there are still many people in room A and B looking at the AI demonstrator that we have there, but there will be more time in about an hour or so. So thank you very much. We're going to delve into one topic that is of very much interest because it has already been part of the question that was asked at the end of the first round table, which is around the uses around AI. So to discuss our roundtable 2, creating cute cats or fighting forest fire, what are we using AI for? I have the pleasure to call on stage Mrs. Antonia Gowell, Global Director of Sustainability and Partnerships at Google, Dr. David Rolnick, co-founder of Climate Change AI and Assistant Professor at McGill University, Mr. Grigory Dimitriadis, CEO of Growth Fund, National Fund of Greece, and this panel will be moderated by Mr. Robert Hopp from Digital Officer of the Chief Digital Officer, sorry, of UNDP. Thank you so much.
Okay, good morning, everyone. It's great to be here, and I want to thank the Ministry for having us at this panel. I don't know who came up with the title of creating cute cats or fighting forest fires, but I sort of translate that in a way as, what are we even doing here? Like, what is this for? What is the technology that we're building, the discussion around AI? If this is a world-changing, future of humanity technology, what are we even doing here? And are we going to maximize the utility of these technologies? Are we going to use it for frivolous or even worse, negative purposes? So this panel is going to explore a little bit more on that usage side of things. And I have a wonderful panel here. But first, I will introduce myself a little bit and a little bit of the way that UNDP looks at this subject. And then I will introduce our panelists, and then we'll get straight into the discussion. So I'm Rob, and I'm the Chief Digital Officer for the United Nations Development Program. UNDP is 60 years old this year and is the United Nations Development Arm. And we're present in 170 countries around the world and working in digitalization in one way or another in most of those countries. And it's no, I guess, I think it's widely accepted right now that digitalization is really critical for human development. And this is what we do. So we're looking at how the technologies can support people and planet. And in lots of countries, whether it's looking in places like Ecuador, where we have hydrological data that is used for flood modeling and things like that using AI platforms, or looking across 50 countries to see how biodiversity commitments really align with national development goals, and many, many others. We are already applying artificial intelligence to lots of the kinds of challenges that we see. But at the same time, there are other challenges. There's a big challenge around equity, or the gap, the accessibility of these technologies and the utility of these technologies in the countries where we work. It's difficult sometimes to find the capacity. It's sometimes difficult to access the technologies. And so there's lots of global challenges around distribution and equity in access to these technologies. And then, of course, there's the negative impacts, and I understand that has come up already this morning in the discussion as well, around are these technologies causing more negative impacts, and how do we mitigate against those? And then importantly, how do we scale? If we are using technology, we can see the utility, but how do we address those challenges and actually scale to have effective use of them? So, like I said, I'm going to turn to the panel, and we're going to get into some of these issues as we discuss from a number of different perspectives. What does this look like, and what are the challenges we have? How are we addressing them now? How are companies, academia, other organizations, governments addressing them now? And what are we even doing here? So, let me just get my introductions, because the people I have with me have extensive biographies, as I'm sure you can imagine. Antonia Gowell is to my left. She's the Global Director of Sustainability and Partnerships at Google. where she works with teams across Google and external partners to progress company-wide sustainability and climate goals with a focus on climate and AI, net zero and scaling sustainability product solutions. She's worked globally with a range of leading international institutions as head of climate change and deputy director for the WEF Center for Nature and Climate, and she's been a senior analyst with the International Energy Agency, and many more things which I won't get into, Antonia. To her left is David Rolnick. David is assistant professor and Canada CFAR AI chair in the School of Computer Science at McGill University and at Mila Quebec AI Institute. He's a co-founder and chair of Climate Change AI and serves as scientific co-director of sustainability in the digital age and co-lead of the Global Center on AI and Biodiversity Change. And then we have Gregory Dimitriadis, who is the CEO of the New Growth Fund, which is a fund established in response to Greece's economic crisis, but its vision extends far beyond financial recovery. It has a new strategy for 2025 to 27 and a business plan for 2029 that aims to drive not only economic prosperity, but also social well-being. And he also works in areas like foresight and looking really at how to look medium and long term at some of the challenges around society and environment. Okay, let's get to some questions. Maybe I'll start, since I have Antonia to my left. Let's start there. Sorry, I should have taken my digital means to instead of paper. Okay, Antonia, you're working, as I just introduced you, as Global Director for Sustainability in Google. What is Google and some of the other companies in the space really doing in terms of steering AI towards sustainable uses?
Super. Okay, well, thanks very much for the great introduction, and also just to say it's a pleasure to be here and really excited to see this type of a forum coming together globally to discuss the links between sustainability and AI. I can't help but just quickly sort of respond to a lot of the great discussions this morning and emphasize the importance on actually managing the scale up of AI responsibly. And as Google, of course, we've had a long-standing commitment to achieve net zero by 2030 in our operations, as well as operate on what we call 24/7 carbon-free energy, which means trying to procure carbon-free energy in every grid where we operate globally. So this has been a very central and continues to be a central commitment for the work that we do in scaling the solutions. And at the same time, as you were just alluding to, and we heard also earlier, there is a lot of possibilities for how AI can really help accelerate progress on climate change. I personally have been working on climate change for about 20 years now. And I think on one hand, AI is not a silver bullet. So I think as a community, we all need to recognize that. There's an incredible amount of policy, market reform, collaboration that needs to happen to address the global climate challenge. And we have this tool and capability that we can bring additionally to this effort as well. And so that's what we're really excited about at Google. So what can it do? What can AI help us with when it comes to accelerating climate action? I think we need to look at the unique capabilities that AI can bring. So we think of this really in three domains. So one is information. Of course, Google is an information company, so we think a lot about how can we bring useful information to people making decisions. The second is around optimization. We heard this a little bit earlier by some of the speakers. How can AI really help us optimize our existing resources so that we can do things as efficiently as possible? And then the third area is around prediction forecasting. So again, we have these new unique capabilities to do forward prediction, forward modeling, which we just didn't have before, which can really help us in tackling climate change. So just briefly, a quick example of each of these when it comes to information. One tool that we use is something called Solar API that we've developed, which is really helping developers, solar developers, leverage AI to be able to assess rooftop solar potential globally across over 470 million buildings in 40 countries. And so this can really help bring down the cost and accelerate the speed of things like solar rooftop uptake. So again, providing information, bringing down costs, and enabling the scale up of some of these solutions. Another example, optimization. If we think about some of the harder to abate sectors, of course, aviation is one of them. You see often the little white lines in the skies following aircrafts. Those are contrails. Having worked on climate change for a long time, I personally hadn't entirely realized the scale of impact of just these contrails. It's about 1% of global warming impact, about a third of the kind of global warming impact of the sector. And so our Google research teams partnered with Breakthrough Energy, American Airlines, to basically develop algorithms that could help avoid the creation of these contrails. And just by doing that, integrating it into the pilot systems, they were able to avert the creation of contrails by over 50%. So you can see the extent of impact that this can have at a global scale. The last example that I'll give is, as I mentioned, prediction. So we unfortunately live in a world of climate impacts. We are seeing this every single day, extreme heat, flooding. And so now with our forward prediction models, we are able to predict riverine flooding up to 7 days in advance. So partnering with organizations like the World Meteorological Organization and other partners around the world, it's possible now to alert communities that flooding will happen to enable them to prepare for those impacts in advance. So I'll just leave it at that with those examples to say that there is incredible potential that we're really excited about. And I think to your point is we are really needing to collaborate with many people around the world to scale these solutions globally as well.
Great, thank you, Antonia. We'll come to scale in a second, come back to scale, I should say. So very interesting. David, I want to turn to you next. And from your perspective, and you are heavily involved in academia, you've been driving a lot of this work around at Mila and so on, as well as in your role as a climate change AI. Can you share some of your insights on how AI can be used to address climate change overall?
Yeah, thank you so much for having us all here in this important discussion. I completely concur with the set of opportunities that Antonia outlined as part of a taxonomy for how AI can play a role in tackling the climate and biodiversity crises. Climate change AI has worked to taxonomize the full space of applications across many different sectors, from power systems to agriculture and forests to adaptation across the built environment. How AI is playing a role in all of these different sectors. And we see 4 main categories which sort of align somewhat with the categories that you presented there. Distilling raw data into actionable information, which can often guide policy, but other kinds of decision making. So that can often involve taking large data sets like satellite imagery and pinpointing, for example, as the UN Satellite Organization has done, working out where flooding is happening around the Indian Ocean monsoon season, saving lives, changing the way in which response is directed. This is on the ground, deployed by UNISAD. Or working out the crops that are being planted in particular parts of a country so that the government can respond to potential food insecurities and alleviate them under extreme weather conditions, which is work that we have done with NASA Harvest, European Space Agency's World Cereal Project, and many other organizations. These kinds of taking large data sets, distilling them into useful information. Optimization, again, there are many different great applications across many different sectors. Steel, cement, there are many situations where optimization can be useful in reducing greenhouse gas emissions, and we're already seeing a lot of impact on the ground. Forecasting, I want to call out sectors like in the UK, National Grid reducing the amount of oversupply of electricity by predicting demand and supply of electricity, with machine learning algorithms reducing error by about 40%. And I can call out also another theme which I want to point out in modeling and accelerating the process of understanding science. This is a little bit further out in impact. All of those other applications I talked about are already on the ground. But if we think about how we are better modeling materials for the energy transition, catalysts, batteries, photovoltaics, the process of scientific innovation itself in those areas is being accelerated by AI. And then in terms of more sort of tangible applications, we're seeing most of the major climate and weather organizations around the world, including some form of AI in their algorithms, like the European Centre for Medium Range Weather Forecasts, for example. Now, I want to zoom out a little bit as a computer scientist and say what is meant by AI in all these contexts, because it's often the case now that people turn to me and ask, oh, well, are you just using ChatGPT? Are you asking ChatGPT, what is this animal? Or what crop is there? Or how do you optimize the electrical grid? None of these applications that I or Antonio was talking about use large-scale generative AI, like large language models or large vision models. There are some applications of them, but the vast majority are other forms of AI, and they are forms like AI for optimization, AI for various kinds of computer vision, classification problems, time series prediction. These are extremely advanced AI algorithms, and in some cases actually very simple AI algorithms. But I think it's worth noting, given that AI is thrown around a lot to mean lots of different things, that actually the vast majority of the situations in which AI is being used in these contexts is a wide diversity of AI algorithms. And that also gets at what we need when we think of what is important in AI innovation from academia, from the private sector. We're often seeing AI innovation being driven by sort of the idea that just bigger is better or more general is better. And actually, in most cases, the applications that we're seeing where AI is being really impactful are very tightly crafted AI algorithms that definitely require innovation, but are innovation matched to a specific use case. And they draw upon general principles, which are brought about by blue sky AI innovation. But they aren't directly taking this big general purpose algorithm. They're designed to be much more, well, in this use case, we need to satisfy the constraints, the knowledge of physics in this particular context. Or we need interpretability or robustness to this kind of disruption. These kinds of design principles are often key, and they're niche within every particular use case. So the kind of innovation that we need in AI is often not bigger, broader AI. It's often smaller, smarter AI.
Thanks, David. Fascinating. And I'll come back to that in just a minute. I want to turn to Gregory. And Gregory, as I mentioned before, at the New Growth Fund, you are really looking at how you can drive investments that prioritize long-term environmental and social well-being, rather than just immediate financial returns. And I understand you've also been using some foresight methods to help guide that. So I'm just wondering if you can tell us a little bit more about, how can tools like AI help to drive those kinds of investments?
Yes, thank you. Thank you for the organizers and the French government for bringing us all here to discuss AI, which is good for Europe, so not to be left behind. Now, Growth Fund is Greece's sovereign wealth fund, which means that we are a state agency, but independent from the government in terms of decision making. We have a set of state-owned enterprises, which are important and strong in their industries, from a company in the energy sector, from the postal services, for public transport, and so on. And we also have our investment part, which means that we invest not just in our portfolio companies, but also in the wider Greek economy, and also in cooperation with other sovereign wealth funds in cross-border projects. So in this context, as sovereign wealth funds, we need to have returns. This is essential. But at the same time, we want to have a catalytic effect in the sense that we bring other investors to co-invest with us, and at the same time have impact in the wider economy, in the society and the environment. Imagine in our group, we are, according to a McKinsey recent study, we're responsible for 25% of the total CO2 emissions. So this gives us a responsibility that we act towards that, and it is one of our specific goals in order to reduce it. And actually, we are managing to do it. Now, AI is, of course, a very key enabler for us in many things, and we want really to take advantage of it. In the sense, one thing is the optimization. It's like what Antonia mentioned. In the real estate, we have a big real estate portfolio ourselves, so we use optimization in order, you understand, state assets can be very old, from old papers and vast. We have 72,000 real estate assets, imagine, in one of our portfolio companies. We have more in others. And the idea is that we use an AI tool in order to segment them, put them in context, have a much better information and understanding of what it is, and therefore be able to utilize them in a much better strategic way, including something that we're discussing now with other sovereign funds as an initiative for retrofits and initiatives in order to improve energy efficiency in several of them. We have other examples. We use AI in public transport in order to have better coordination of the routes between the coordination between the metro and the buses and so on. We have a canal called Corinth Canal. So AI really helps us in the optimization of the routes. So they can cross the channel because they can exactly use AI can use the vast data, the big data that we have in a very good way. So since we live in a big data world, now the important thing is how to make actually this work. So AI helps us in all that. However, as a sovereign wealth fund, the idea is that we just not look what is going to be the result of this year, but the long-term result, what is there for the future generations. So in that respect, that's why we are also engaging with several partners, including UNESCO on the foresight, because the idea is that we become resilient and our companies become resilient for any possible futures. So it's not about predicting what will happen, but it is effectively seeing what might be chances that we have some alternative futures and we get ready for that. And for me, the important thing is not to get it right. We have this possible future, which are the trends showing, and we're prepared for that, and that will happen. What I want is that my teams actually understand that, and they are on their toes on whatever might happen. So instead of being relaxed, and they need to see different alternatives, and that's why it makes them actually more resilient. In this way, AI helps because exactly in foresight you have to analyze several data patterns, what happens, and this can give you much more precise and quantitative outcomes in order to build your internal capacity towards that. And this, of course, is very important in terms of on our investment part, which is key in terms of decision making. And as you understand, the key thing for AI is energy, and all this discussion about data centers and how we can make them green. And this is also something that we look into along with other partners in order to see what will be optimal. Because we want to use AI, at the same time, we want it to be as sustainable as possible, which is also the title of the summit here.
No, absolutely, and fascinating. Okay, I want to actually, if I can come back to David for a second, because I think it might be interesting to explore a little bit more what you were saying, and you were making this difference between, you know, not all AI is Gen AI, even though that's really in the biggest part of the discourse right now. And so maybe it would be useful to give a little bit more where you ended off in sort of characterizing what are the differences in the profile when it comes to environmental impact, and I'm thinking here of negative environmental impact, on the different kinds of AI that you're using. For example, you said, I think, something that they are faster and less intensive or something like that. But if you can give a little sense of that. And then also, what does, in your space and the technologies you work with, what are the implications for policymakers as well?
Absolutely. So I guess starting out with a bit of a slightly technical explainer, not all AI is Gen AI, not just in a sense of big versus not big. Gen AI refers to actual kinds of algorithms. It refers to generating stuff like words or images or videos. And most problems in the climate domain, and honestly a lot of other societal applications as well, that is not what you are doing. Sure, you can turn it into a generative problem, but that's not the right way to do it, in the sense that when people on the ground are using algorithms to be effective in, you know, optimizing a factory, like great example that was brought up by a previous speaker, right? If you can get huge savings in factories by using AI to optimize processes. That is not generative AI. And again, across most of the applications you're going to see, these are not generative AI. So I think that when we see this notion of a trade-off, right? Like often people frame it as AI can be good for the environment. So there are certain good use cases, but how do you reconcile that with huge energy use? Well, actually, oftentimes there isn't a trade-off, because the algorithms that are making positive change are not the ones that have a huge energy footprint. And that's not because the people who are deploying them want them to be greener, like smaller. It's because the large algorithms aren't the right tools for the job, right? Like LLMs, chatbots, those can be useful in certain contexts, but in most of these particularly societally impactful contexts, Gen AI is just not the right tool for the job, right? Like, for example, the algorithm that I mentioned that we have built that is being used by governments around the world to map agriculture. For context, like a large language model might have hundreds of billions or trillions of trainable parameters. Our algorithm has 100. And that is outperforming the large vision transformers. So it's beating the larger models at their own game, and that's because it's designed for a particular use case. And in most cases, what people are using are algorithms that are designed for particular use cases. If you ask ChatGPT to label an agricultural field, it wouldn't be able to do that. It's not the right tool for the job. Now, there are cases where there is the right tool. But I think that we shouldn't think in terms of a trade-off. We should think in terms of using the right tool for whatever the particular application is. In some contexts, that will be an optimization algorithm. In some contexts, that'll be a classification algorithm. Sometimes it will be a control algorithm, something like that. And thinking carefully about what it is that we need in particular contexts. And I think that that's an insight for policymakers, maybe not to race to just think that AI, the way to have innovative AI is to have bigger AI. Experience has shown that often the AI that's needed on the ground is actually, it's not the same kind of AIs that is really huge. Sometimes it's a bit bigger, but it's not like the scale that we see of these massive generative AI models. Because in order to do optimization, you just don't need something that big, for example. I think I would love to see that insight being carried forward in terms of how people think about what the new AI of the future is going to look like, because that's what the new AI is what often we need on the ground.
Yeah, right tool for the right job. Antonio, I'm going to come to you in a second, but maybe if I can just go back to Gregory, because I wanted to pick up a little bit on a strand there. So in your investing strategy, and you know, because you're a sovereign fund as well, what are the kinds of how do you look at excuse me, how do you look at this issue of right tool for the right job, but how do you also just sort of navigate that policy space, and what recommendations would you make to others that are kind of planning the same investment policies, or sorry, investment strategies that you're using, in terms of being really aware? And I might be just picking up on that foresight issue a little bit more, but how are you kind of stay clear-eyed when it comes to looking at the future?
Well, as a big entity organization in Greece and for any other country, it's sovereign fund, it has a responsibility, and that's why it is important that we also draw policies on help policy making by the government. In the sense of as you mentioned about foresight, the important thing is that we put it in the policy making in order to think a little bit long term. Most governments, they think for their term or even shorter than that. And that's why it is important that we put this element, and the fact that we have especially other bigger funds than a growth fund, they have a lot of investment power. It is key, because where sovereign wealth funds invest, then also the big other private funds will also follow or co-invest. And this, and therefore you put a signal out in the market, which is extremely important. I think that it is key for our decision making and our investment policy to exactly see the long term. It's not just we make a profit in 5 years and we exit and that's it. So this is essential. And in fact, although there is a bibliography about foresight since the 60s, there is really a lack of connecting foresight with sovereign wealth funds. So even for us, we are starting to do it now. And because we are a smaller fund in comparison to the huge ones of Norges and Temasek and some of them, we try to be also like a pilot for this. So I think that in terms of AI, it is a unique opportunity to gather all this big data across the very different industries that we have assets in, and still try to have something focused. But at the end, the principles have to remain the same. The principles of making something which you're not going to lose money, because it's everybody's money, okay? It's state money at the end. But at the same time, you will have a positive impact. And this positive impact is not just for now, it's also for the future. And for any investment, especially for big infrastructure investments, it is important to have a good understanding of what are the potential different things in the future. So that's why it is important that you take these things into account and try to always have some mitigating actions. And even if it's not the same thing that happened, it could be something similar, but you develop a mindset towards that. So I think that it is important that we educate ourselves and our policy making to be flexible towards that and be very vigilant. And this is also something that we try to do on the grassroots level. So for example, we have programs even for our employees and our management teams to learn about AI. And we'll have a new subsidiary called the Pharos, which is an AI factor in the sense of a hub to bring innovation and bring startups and create a community of AI that will be much more educated. We provide them high computing power. And there are similar things in other countries. There are 7 in Europe. So this can be a collaboration which can help always, in the sense that, okay, we move this forward, but we're very aware of what to do in the future.
Great, thank you. Antonia, and we're just about out of time, but I'll invite if one question from the audience, and just, okay, so I already got you. I'm going to ask Antonia a question first, and then we'll come to you for one last question, and then we'll have to close. Antonia, I wanted to come back to where you left off, because you just mentioned scale. So for Google, what is the theory of scale here? How are we going to maximize the utility of AI, these technologies, in those positive ways that you mentioned, in a scaled way as well?
Sure. Maybe I'll focus on a few dimensions there. So one, which I mentioned, is partnership. So pretty much all of the solutions and applications that Google has developed, and David, you mentioned this as well, with researchers, academia, they're all done in partnership with international organizations, in partnership with academia, bringing together the best capabilities and knowledge, but also the ability to actually deploy these solutions on the ground, which requires actually reaching, in the case of the Flood Hub initiative that I mentioned, reaching the people on the ground, which requires partnering through those local channel partners. So partnership is really core and central to achieving scale and effectiveness at the same time. The second is also skills. So Google has, for example, launched a large AI opportunity fund, recognizing the need to be able to bring the skills and capabilities to industry, to academia, to NGOs and civil society to actually integrate these solutions as well within their operations and practices. As David mentioned, there are very fit-for-purpose solutions for different types of use cases, and I think providing the skills and knowledge and capabilities to the entire ecosystem will be critical as well. A last point that I'll mention in terms of scale is also really creating that vibrant ecosystem. So Google, for example, has a number of accelerators to really help provide more access to support and mentoring around, for example, AI applications for climate. So those are just 3 examples of scale, but equally, you talked about the policy collaboration. This is critical, both, I would say, on the solution side, so how do we scale the use cases in partnership with policymakers, for example, by integrating the ability to use AI in national climate policies, but also on managing the footprint side as well. So how do you make sure that, for example, we are working nationally to be able to scale up the access for carbon-free energy, for example. These are critical policy efforts that need to happen in parallel.
Great, thank you. Okay, you were so fast to put up your hand.
I knew I needed to ask this question. Thank you, all 3 of you. Antonia and David, you spoke a lot about, my name is Michal Nachmani. I'm the founder of Climate Policy Radar. We're the clearinghouse for all the stuff that you need to read in order to make better decisions, policies, corporate transition plans, litigation, NDCs, all the things as offered as a public resource. Both of you spoke about a lot of applications, and a lot of them were about detecting problems, and a lot of them were about forecasting. But I'm going back to the policy. We need to put this in the hand of decision makers. And the key things that we need to do is make better policy and move money from the old economy to the new economy, right? And when Gregory is trying to make a decision, he's going to read a 2-pager or a 5-pager if he has patience. A lot of the interaction is with text eventually. And I think my question is twofold. Because decision makers, that's what they do. They finally read. They don't look at big dashboards of satellite data. They actually interact with something to say, I'm going to invest, or I'm going to divest, or I'm going to commit to something or not. So 2 questions. One, about the interoperability and the multimodality. How do we bring, and what are the things that we need to do today in the ecosystem to bring all of this data, supply chain data and the text data and the satellite imagery, what do we need in order to translate that into things that people who make decisions can actually act on? And not leave it in the realm of there is some solution out there that we don't know, if you're lucky you know about. And the second one is, what do we need to do in order to enhance trust in the things that we read? And I'm looking at you specifically, Antonia, because I know you do a lot of work on that. And thinking, how do we do that? A lot of the politics of what we see in our algorithms, what we don't see in our algorithms, what is biased in our training data, and so on. All of these things are critical to the trust that we have that enable us to trust the data that will enable us to make or not make those decisions. So 2 challenges for you. Thank you.
Thank you. Well, we got 60 seconds left. That should be sufficient. No, those are 2 big questions there about multimodality, or how to make sure that we are able to translate data into action and enhancing trust. Antonia, that one about trust was directed at you. Do you want to start with that? And I'll ask for some quick responses, please, and then we'll have to close up the panel, and then we'll go to you guys.
Yeah, I mean, I think a 30-second response. I think, Michal, you made a really good point for actually the utility of some of the language models to help bring authoritative information to decision makers. To the point about trust in information, obviously this is critical and central to how Google works when it comes to climate change. Just using that one example, we do partner with organizations like the UN, the IPCC, to ensure that when people are looking for information about climate change, they do receive authoritative sources of science and data to ensure that the decisions that then they make on the basis of that information is grounded in that fact base. So I think that's critical. I think also increasing kind of information and awareness around data and insights related to this topic, right? The intersection of sustainability, AI and energy in particular is critical, which is again where we do partner significantly with organizations like the IA, academic institutions, to ensure that there is a very vast and authoritative fact base around all of these issues, and bringing that again to people that are looking for this information. So I'll leave it at that because I know we're at time, but thanks very much.
I think it's a great question, Michal. Thank you for raising it. I would separate the creation of information with the delivery of information. And creation of information is generally done by a different and more specialized system than that which serves it to you on a plate. And if you want to get a two-pager of some relevant information, that can be done absolutely by some language models. But most of the work is being done to create that information in the first place. And we shouldn't be thinking of multimodal models that do all the things, because experience has shown that if you ask a language model to do the optimization, to do the satellite imagery processing, or to do any of those other problems itself, it fails. And so I'm glad that there are people working on wrapping information. I like information in text form too, but I think that one should separate those different pieces of the puzzle.
Gregory.
Well, yes, it is. At the end, you do have to take decisions. However, it's not just a one-person decision. There are investment committees. There are a lot of people who actually try to gather this data, assess this data, and of course, AI gives us, it helps us analyze this data in a more efficient way. But at the end, we also have to apply towards our policies and what we want to do, and that's what it requires to have a very good and strong governance and a very strong also ethics code in order to make sure that all the data that you have can be processed in a way that, as much as possible, it is an informed decision at the end. But yeah, it's a big topic for 30 seconds, but it's good to note it.
Great, thank you. Well, we'll have to leave it there. I think some really interesting themes have come out around getting the right information in front of policy, the need for partnership if we're going to scale, getting the right technology and understanding what the impacts of that would be depending on your application. I hope that you're leaving this panel with a bit more nuanced understanding around these themes. I certainly am, and I want to thank our panelists very much, as well as our hosts, the Government of France and the Ministry of Ecological Transitions, for hosting this very interesting discussion, and thanks to all of you for your attention.
Thank you very much. And if you have more questions, you'll be probably able to ask them to our panelists. Some of them will be with us over lunch. But before we're having lunch, we break for lunch. We have our final session. So I give the floor to Thomas, who is the director of the Ecolab.
Thanks, Elena. I'm very happy to be here with you. Very happy to host you. I am Thomas Cotinet, head of Ecolab at the French Ministry of Ecological and Transition. And first, I would like to thank all the speakers. They share with us very valuable insights this morning. And even if this event is not finished yet, I would like you to thank Ecolab team, this is my team, which organized this event. And Ecolab team also built this coalition these few months. So Juliette Fropier, Hélène Costa de Beauregard, Claire Dorville, Marie Ramon-Daré, Florent Martin, Jérémy Hureau, Juline Palonzea. Huge work to host you here in good situation and to prepare the following after the summit. Now it's time to invite you to discover some innovative projects. We will start with Salesforce and his AI energy score for a little pitch with Sasha and Boris. Okay.
Thanks so much for having us. This is Dr. Sasha Lucioni, AI and Climate Lead at Hugging Face. I'm Boris Gamazechikov, Head of AI Sustainability at Salesforce. We're excited to have launched just yesterday the AI Energy Score project.
Which was already mentioned twice today.
Yeah, that's a success already. So this is a platform and a standardized way to assess and compare the energy efficiency of different AI models. And we heard today that not all AI is created the same. You don't need the LLMs for climate. Well, with over 150 models evaluated, we're seeing a 60,000x difference between the most and least efficient here. So that's really kind of an example of that. So we're launching, and this is really just the beginning, because we have a submission portal where open source models and closed source models can be added. And so now it's really up to kind of all of us here to make it an industry standard. We're launching with helpful tips like if you're an enterprise, how do you ask for your AI providers within RFPs or within your procurement contracts to disclose this information? And we hope we can all kind of come together, and a year from now we'll have way more models and this will become more of an industry standard. Thank you.
Thanks.
And now I invite Loïc Lainlong, a French researcher based in Cambridge, who is driving green algorithm, a very important masterpiece in this strategy for frugal AI.
Thanks. Good morning, everyone. Very happy to be here. So yes, indeed, I'm a researcher at the University of Cambridge, and I lead this green algorithm initiative. We've all heard this morning, and that's a paradox you're all familiar with. Data centers, infrastructure, they keep being more and more efficient every year, and yet the global environmental impact of compute and AI keeps growing uncontrollably. That seems to indicate that just relying on technological efficiency is not enough to meet the crucial sustainability targets we've got. And that's what motivated us to start this green algorithm project 5 years ago. How can we put people back at the center of AI sustainability strategy? And one of the first steps for that is to empower people on the ground, people who build code, deploy AI, build models, to really estimate and understand the environmental impact of their research. And there was surprisingly little resource on that. So there's great literature and lots of work around infrastructure efficiency, but not so much about how we build models. And so we started with this online calculator, which was reasonably simple, but just to basically enable people to understand their impact, but also enable policymakers and funders and so on. And the project since then has grown in many directions with community building and policy work and standard and certification. But really, this calculator still is at the core of what we try to do. And that has been a great collaboration over the past couple of years with Ecolab here in the Department for the Ecological Transition to support them in introducing and implementing this calculator in their funding call. So there's a lot more to develop. We have new versions around AI and everything, but we'll be at a booth in the second room. And yeah, very happy to have a chat about any of that. Thanks.
And I call the colleague of Meteo France, who will present us Espresso, an impressive model for climate fluctuation. Up to you.
Well, thank you for having us. I'll just throw out a little figure here. Every single day, on average, somewhere on the planet, there is a weather disaster that is occurring. So as a matter of fact, if you want to save lives and spare damage, you need early warnings, such as those we provide at Météo France. And for example, storms and heavy rainfall take a large part of these destructive events. And it's a no-brainer that if we want to better protect the populations, we need to estimate rainfall correctly. Now, to do that, weather services use ground radars, but ground radars, they aren't everywhere. There are holes in the mesh, and there exist isolated territories. Never mind, because with AI, you can use geostationary satellite data to estimate rainfall. That gives you a global rainfall measurement system that is targeted at isolated territories. Well, that's a deadlock that is now open, and that's what we did at Météo France. This is the Expresso project, and this is now running in operations daily. Okay, so for weather services, there are so many deadlocks like that can be cracked with AIs. For example, early warnings, also climate projections, because the atmosphere is so chaotic and intricate of a system. But also we have great resources from decades ago. We have world-class science, hordes of data, human expertise. So for us at Météo France, AI is a lever. It's a lever for our resources to knock these deadlocks open. And the portfolio of problems being cracked is actually growing every day. AI is everywhere, from core research down to daily operations. And now we also know from the book that there is no free lunch. So AI, of course, consumes energy and resources. So the strategy is to build it frugal early on, embed it in the model to reuse energy, to reduce data growth. And so this is one of the core missions of our institute, Météo France, to fit the systems for the decades to come. So if you want to know how we do that, just drop by a stand. We are right next to the pastries. Thanks.
And there are some other demonstrators you must discover in rooms A and B. First of all, IGN from France, which use AI to improve the land management, the mapping, the environmental monitoring. We are very proud in France of this technological pepite. You must go and see this. Kiwa, who is an innovative AI-driven project designed to monitor forest and to detect wildfire in real time. Aerotapes, we use AI to monitor allergens. You have UNEP, who will present you its new report on green procurement for energy-efficient data centers, how to make our data centers being more sustainable. And last but not least, the library of territorial use cases by l'association Interconnecté, a lot of very concrete use cases driven by French municipalities. All of this is in room A and B, but now it's time for buffet. Enjoy the buffet and exchange each other. See you.
So just before we break for lunch, I want to remind you that there will be the same kind of food provided also in room A and B, where you can go and meet and talk with the demonstrators that just pitched their systems. And for those, the main lunch is you need to cross the garden, so you take the same back door, cross the garden, and it's on the left, and there are signs to guide you to the lunch. And we convey back to this same room at 1:50 for a keynote by Sally Radwan, who is the Chief Digital Officer of UNEP. Thank you so much. Please be seated. We're going to start the afternoon session in a few minutes. So if you want us to start on time and finish on time, can you come back to your seats, please? Still waiting for a few people who are just outside the back door. Well, I really hope that you enjoy our morning session and that you enjoyed the food as well. And also, we also want to hear from you, so please don't hesitate at the break to also let us know what you think about the morning session, the other session, what are your suggestions to move ahead. We're really open to discuss that with you. Well, so we're going to start our afternoon session. Two topics will be discussed with you. There will be one on AI and information integrity on climate change, which will be our next roundtable after the keynote. And then there will be one about AI models and how we make sure that AI is shared equally for sustainable future. So some of the topics we've already touched upon in the morning, and we'll be able to deep dive more into those. And there will be the presentation of some of the key deliverables that have been worked on for the summit. So, and we will conclude with a cocktail party, so if you want to stay with us, more delightful food for you in the evening. Without any delay, let me introduce you to Sally Radwan. So Sally is the Chief Digital Officer of UNEP. As you may know, UNEP is one of the three co-initiators of the coalition with France and ITU, and we're very glad to be working with them. And she will be presenting a keynote about AI and environment, opportunities for global cooperation. Thank you so much, Sally, for being with us.
Thank you very much, Hélène. And good afternoon, everyone. I'm glad you're still able to clap after lunch. That's a good sign. First of all, thank you very much to the government of France and to the Ministry of Ecological Transitions and to the wonderful team that I had the privilege to work with over the past few weeks for a really well-organized event and for driving this topic forward. Before I start, let me get an idea of who's in the room. So how many of you would consider yourself techies? Me being one of them. Okay, so quite a few. And then who's more on the science side, environmental science, sustainability science? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, so clear minority, I'm sorry. And then who's more on the policy side? Okay, so yeah, 45, 50%, and then maybe 5% on the science side, unfortunately. We need more of you. Anyway, so I've been reading a wonderful paper that I'd like to actually recommend to all of you. It's called Leadership in a Polycrisis, and it's published by the Center for Creative Leadership. You can look it up. It's relatively short, but it's a light read, and I found it very illuminating. So I thought I'd start by sharing a few insights from it today. So the term polycrisis, of course, is not new, but the way this paper defines it is it's a situation where multiple crises interact, creating a web of challenges that amplify each other's effects, including through feedback loops, unexpected interactions, and difficulty in defining boundaries. And I cannot think of a better way to describe today's environmental crises than this. Because until recently, we used to have our crises neatly segregated, right? We used to have our climate crises, our nature, biodiversity, pollution crises, and we would deal with them separately. We can no longer afford to do that because we are seeing interconnections all over the place. We're seeing linkages between climate and security, water and conflicts and strife. Of course, pollution has been always linked to health, but now it's also linked to human migration, economic activity, and resulting crises. So the name of the game now is interconnectedness, or since I'm an engineer, I'll call it systems thinking that is required. We need to think in connections, weak and strong, signals of change, causes and effects, and cross-boundary ideas and solutions. So what does the paper say about the leadership qualities or the things that leaders should do in a polycrisis? It names a few points. One is to recognize the interconnectedness of global crises. The second is to anticipate cascading effects. Now, the third is to collaborate across boundaries, which typically we find very, very difficult because we all feel very comfortable in our silos. And then to balance short-term resources with long-term resilience, something that we also traditionally find very difficult because we're busy dealing with the urgent rather than the important. And finally, to navigate ethical dilemmas in high-stakes situations. So translated to practicalities, for me at least, this means that we need global collaboration, we need data, we need analysis, we need science-based policy and decision-making. So what we used to call the science policy interface needs to be turned into a science policy superhighway or a science policy continuum rather than just an interface where we meet once a year and we read an interesting report and then the policymakers try to translate it into policies. And luckily, we have this wonderful technology at our fingertips today that can help us with some of this, which we lovingly and somewhat misleadingly call artificial intelligence. So what can AI do for us? I'll give you a few examples of a generative AI application that we've built at UNEP, for example, and which you can see in the demo rooms over there, where we have our digital accelerator lab. So this is called Environment GPT, and it's a large language model implementation that helps combat misinformation and disinformation about environmental topics. Of course, this is only one of many, many things that we should do. In the session just before lunch, I heard David, where's David? Ah, there you are. You were talking about how not all of AI is generative AI, right? And he's absolutely right. Many of the most important applications for the environment and for sustainability are not generative AI applications. They are applications that help us with monitoring, with reporting, with tracking commitments, for example, for multilateral environmental agreements, but also crucially for forward-looking applications. And this is what we're really focusing on at UNEP in the next few years, is how can we use AI to construct scenarios and to construct multivariable models that can help us, for example, predict the impact of certain environmental phenomena, but also, perhaps more importantly, predict the impact of potential interventions. So what happens if I decide to go to country X and change 500 buses from diesel to hydrogen fuel? What does that cost me? How does that result in the interconnected web of crises? So not just for pollution, but also for health, for human mobility, for economic activities, etc. And then what happens if instead of 500, I want to fundraise for 5,000? How does that balance shift in terms of costs and benefits? And it's really these insights that donors need and partners need to be able to make funding decisions, especially in today's complex world where it's not necessarily very easy to fundraise for sustainability projects. But AI also needs enablers, and there are many, but the few I'll focus on today are data, skills, and infrastructure. So in terms of data, and this is where I'll go back to the science policy superhighway, we had a very interesting workshop on Friday, also organized by the ministry, where, you know, the ratio of techies to scientists was maybe a little bit higher than today, but we had some very interesting discussions on how AI can be used, and I asked a question to the techies and the scientists in the room: what would you need from environmental data for it to be usable for your applications? And they gave me a list. Now, this list will flow into something we're working on at UNEP called the Global Environmental Data Strategy, which we'll launch by the end of the year. And what this strategy does is it issues a set of recommendations and practical guides to member states to say, what can we do to make environmental data more interoperable? What can we do to make it more accessible? So do we need something like a global environmental data utility? How can we judge the quality of environmental data and its readiness for AI use? How can we make it more machine readable? Do we need a group like the IPCC or something else to tell us what data set can be used for which application and give us the stamp of approval or the classification of different data types and their potential uses? So this is an example of how information can flow from the science and technology community straight to the policy community, and we need more of that. On skills, we need more global collaboration, not just on improving technical skills for data scientists and others, but we also need capacity building for the policymakers who will use these insights and these data sets to make decisions. And how do we base those decisions on solid science? But then also on infrastructure, and we can have a long conversation about AI hardware and what we need to put in place. However, I will say this: let's not turn the AI revolution into an environmental crisis. Let's make sure that while we're trying to solve the environment using AI, we don't also ruin the environment using AI. So there are many things that we need to put into consideration, again, using this net impact or cost-benefit approach. So everyone talks about energy use of data centers. We've heard about it many times this morning. I would argue, and this is UNEP's position that we published a few months ago in a short paper that you can also access online. We talk about the entire value chain. the environmental impact of AI starts with rare earth elements, minerals, metals, the raw materials that go into manufacturing the GPUs that we so much love. It goes into the construction practices of data centers. It goes into their energy use, of course, and greenhouse gas emissions, but it also goes into their water consumption, and it goes into the waste and e-waste they generate. But they transcend beyond that. They go to the misinformation and disinformation that we suffer from disproportionately in the environmental and sustainability world. They also go into overconsumption patterns, most of which are not sustainable. So these are all effects and impacts that we need to take into consideration before we get ahead of ourselves, and I say that being a techie who loves AI, before we get ahead of ourselves and say, let's use AI for everything. Let me, instead of doing a traditional internet search, let me just use ChatGPT for everything. ChatGPT knows everything. There has to be accountability. And one thing that I would love for us as an international community to be able to do is identify a personal footprint of AI, kind of like we have with carbon footprints when flying, right? So every time I use ChatGPT or any large language model for creating cute cats or whatever the previous session was called, or even for asking a question that I could ask the person next to me or traditional non-AI powered Google. How much is that costing the environment? Just by having this little piece of information, I think we can affect a lot of change. And so for all of the above, UNEP is very proud to join the Sustainable AI Coalition that was launched this morning, as Hélène just mentioned. And we really hope that all of you, your organizations, your institutions will join so that we can all start rowing in the same direction, start having more of these conversations, more of the science policy superhighway that we want to build together, and being able to really affect change and not just talk about it. Thank you very much, and I look forward to the rest of the panels.
Thank you so much, Sally. And maybe for those of you whose organization are not yet part of the coalition and are thinking, well, maybe I want to join this community and try to move the conversation forward, there is a QR code. You can flash it, and at least you'll get more information with regard to the coalition and how we want to move forward. Want to also do it in a very pragmatic way and hear from our members. So please feel free to flash it and maybe bring it to your organization. So Sally, you mentioned misinformation and fake news that is affecting the environmental field. So that's just exactly the topic that we'll tackle our next roundtable, AI and information integrity on climate change. So I'm very pleased to welcome on stage Mrs. Melissa Fleming, Undersecretary General Global Communication of the United Nations, Mr. Joao Brent, Secretary of Digital Policy, Secretariat of Social Communication of the Brazilian Presidency, Mr. Guilherme Canella, Chief of Freedom of Expression and Safety for Journalists at UNESCO, and Mr. Camille Grenier, Executive Director of the Forum on Information and Democracy. Thank you very much.
Good afternoon, everyone. I think the scene has been set quite well, talking about the polycrisis. We will be delving a little bit more on the information and the crisis on our information ecosystems. Indeed, talking about this and misinformation, the impact that AI has on our information ecosystems, and on our ability to have access to facts, to reliable information, and to be able to effectively address climate change. I am Camille Grenier, I'm the Executive Director at the Forum on Information and Democracy. It is a great pleasure to be here in this ministry and not in another ministry, not having the usual crowds that we have when we're talking about disinformation, when we're talking about information integrity. Today, we will be talking both about the challenges, but also sometimes the opportunities that AI is bringing to information integrity, and more specifically, how it intersects indeed with climate change. I'm really pleased to be joined today by colleagues and friends who we've been working together over the past few months to really push forward this notion of information integrity on climate change. So without further ado, I will just open with two questions for our panelists, and then we hope to have a small session, if we have time, for questions and answer with everyone. Melissa Fleming, Under Secretary General for Global Communications at the United Nations. We see that there is a lot of fear sometimes around AI and its impact on information ecosystems. I wanted to have your reflections on what challenges, but also opportunities we can have when we're talking about information integrity and access to reliable information on climate change. Thank you.
Thanks so much, Camille. Good to see you, colleagues, and good to see all of you. I just came from the plenary session, and it was, I think there was a big emphasis from the Secretary General of the United Nations on the haves and have-nots around AI. But today we're here to talk not just about that, because around the opportunities, there are many opportunities linked to how AI could benefit climate action. And there are promising, many promising applications, from like early warning weather systems. But what we're concerned about is there is 99.9% evidence that there is man-made climate change, that climate change is real. Yet, if you would look online at the AI-fueled social media platforms, you would think that there is no consensus about the reality of climate change. So AI has the potential, if it is trained properly, to either educate the world, to enhance our understanding of climate change, to deepen our understanding of its risks and the impact of climate change around the world, or it can set us back, because climate science and information is critical to policy. It's critical to how we act. So, while AI can improve things like the resolution and accuracy of climate models, it can also provide life-saving information ahead of heat waves, hurricanes, and floods. It can also potentially also create a flood of disinformation around climate change. So we're concerned about that. I hope we can get into this a little bit deeper in a moment and talk about the initiative we have to join forces to build a coalition across UN agencies, across governments, to not only increase our understanding of how disinformation around climate change is spreading and how it is impacting people and populations, how it is impacting government action, but also to inform our communications, how we make the case in a toxic information ecosystem for climate action that is so essential to saving our planet.
Indeed, we will get to the initiative, but I wanted to turn to João. João, Brazil hosted and chaired the G20 last year, where information integrity was a priority. You will host the COP30 in a few months. So it's really, your country is at the forefront of these two battles. Can you share a little bit of your vision on AI, information integrity, and climate change?
Thank you, Camille. Pleasure to be with Melissa, Guilherme, and yourselves. I would say that part of this question has been posed historically by the community involved on climate change fight. And probably yourselves here are more involved on this connection than we were 1 year ago. And of course, we thought it would be really important to connect the dots and to bring the efforts that we were doing on information integrity to connect with all the efforts that the climate change, the community that fight against climate change was doing by themselves. So what, in our view, and we're going to talk a little bit on that, but in our view, I think, as Melissa said, the same generative AI systems can provide for better and more consistent information on climate change and may be able to bring this information, to raise this information, but they can also, the same systems can affect and create or distort this battle if you connect to the information integrity issues that we're discussing. We've seen the researchers and the Observatory on Information and Democracy is one of these networks that are leading these efforts. We have IPIE, we have the Global Knowledge Network, and we're seeing that we're not talking about simple denialism. We're talking about different discourses that are more, let's say, sophisticated than that. But actually they hinder or they delay action human against climate change. And they actually put people in a situation of creating doubts or bringing the information that human agency is not enough or capable of acting with this big issue, or that the numbers are not that bad, or that fossil fuels can be there for some decades yet, or this kind of issue. So we're not, and we're talking about consistent discourse that affects information integrity. And I would say, I would stress two issues. One is we need strong professional journalism in place. That's something that sustainability of journalism is at risk on these arrangements. The idea that people just consume that information directly from AI systems and etc. affect directly the capacity of raising money, of making money of their business. And so we have to be concerned of sustainability of journalism, one of the key issues. And the other one I would say is to understand that we are maybe in a new moment, 2025, bring new issues and issues to the table, let's say like that, and we'll have to discuss the capacity of some of the moguls to politically interfere on systems in a way that we hadn't seen clearly yet. Thank you.
Can you maybe just a very quick follow-up question, but what we also see is that there is even more disinformation in terms of climate crisis. I think Brazil had to face this, but we also saw in the recent fires in California, for example, that this, and like other period of tensions, would that be elections, conflicts and so on, that this information is spreading even faster in terms of the floodings, for example, we see in Brazil.
Yeah, I would say faster and in a more subtle way. I mean, part of the things, the challenge we had during the floods were the disinformation was made in a way to disencourage the engagement in the public actions, and maybe in saying, oh, it's you by you. I mean, you have to do it by yourself. The state won't help anyone, and the state won't bring any solution to this crisis. This is something that was created by the lack of action of states, which part of that is right. I mean, and we can't rely on anyone, and we have to do that by ourselves. This is a discourse that could be not understood as disinformation. It's part of a political debate on interpretation of that. The bad news is that this connects to clear disinformation of what was happening in place, and is used in a way to demobilize the capacity of reaction of part of the society that depend on a collective action.
Yeah. Thank you so much. Guilherme, UNESCO has been also very active on different fronts, on the importance of journalism, of course, as Joel presented, but also on this notion of information integrity, on access to reliable information. Can you expand a little bit of your organization's visions and action?
Super, thank you, colleagues. Pleasure to be with you. To avoid starting with falsehoods, let me do 2 disclaimers. As you can see, I'm not Tawfiq Jelassi. He was supposed to be here, but due to the amount of people in Paris for the AI Summit, he got caught last minute in our headquarters with a delegation that arrived not in the moment it was supposed to arrive. The second thing, I'm no longer the Chief of Freedom of Expression and Safety of Journalists of UNESCO. I have recently changed jobs, but this is also an announcement for you. My previous job is open for recruitment, so feel free to apply if you are interested in these kind of things. But responding to the question, and I will not repeat, I will add to what Melissa and John have already said. The fundamental difference for the information and the digital ecosystems is not in the content, right? The same moment humanity has invented the truths or facts or whatever you want to call it, we have invented lies. The same moment we have invented love, we've invented hate. What is really different are the processes that the technologies enable, for the good and for the bad. So in this case, to simplify, is what we call the 4 V's, the velocity, the volume, the virality, and the verisimilitude of those things. So for the good or for the bad, they can be too fast, too large, they can go everywhere, and they really look real. And this is fundamentally different of everything we had in the past. So when we are talking about this climate change, but let me give examples that we have maybe more information. When we were in the COVID times, the use of artificial intelligence, the velocity, was fundamental for getting the vaccine so quick as we had. So it's a good thing, it's an opportunity. But also was used on the other way for spreading problems and so on. So the question that is easy to say, not easy to do, is how we keep fostering the opportunities while we mitigate the risks and eventually prosecute harms, because in the case of the floods of Brazil, correct me if I'm wrong, there were concrete schemes that led people to concrete harms. So this is beyond what is protected by freedom of expression, right? So final thing, our central concern, at least in the UN system, but I'm sure Brazil is in the same vibe, is how we actually keep enhancing freedom of expression, but in its entirety, which means the right to impart, but also the rights to seek and receive. And what the example that João just gave about the floods in Brazil, but was similar in Valencia, it's similar in the fires you mentioned, is that the rights of the population to be informed about what's happening was seriously jeopardized. So the job is not to reduce freedom of expression, because sometimes I hear that. It's on the contrary, it's to expand. And in the case of climate change and environmental issues in general, we need to go back to the principle 10 of Rio 1992, that is about the access to also environmental information, and how essential this is to further enhance the policies that will protect the environment overall and counter climate change in particular.
Thank you so much. I think we understood that AI, these new technologies, can both be a problem but also a cure to some of the issues. And you know, in our organization, we often say we have a lot of experts in problems, not so much in solutions. So maybe let's turn to the solution side, and this has already been mentioned, but in Rio during the G20, Brazil, UN, UNESCO launched the Global Initiative for Information Integrity on Climate Change. So we want to delve a little bit deeper on this. How do you feel that this initiative, and I'm asking the question to the three of you, can strengthen international cooperation, can really try to promote the good and take care of some of the harms that we see online. Maybe I'll start again, same.
Thank you, Camille. Yes, we at the UN have a very small, but I would say mighty climate communications team. You may have heard our voices out there, the Secretary General's voice on not just what is happening in the world raising the alarm, but also a blueprint, solutions for reaching 1.5 degrees in time and mitigating and adapting to the climate change that already exists. The problem is that the fossil fuel companies who are clinging on to their technology and their profits are pumping in billions of dollars of climate disinformation and deceptive information that is designed. It depends on when. For a while, climate denial was out. It seems to be working again, and so it was deflection, as you were saying, or just confusion. Maybe it's not so bad. We've really felt like we were, just this tiny voice in this sea of persuasion that needed a big boost, I have to say. And I know that there are so many of you who are also working to communicate and to affect policy. So what we really welcomed Brazil's initiative to create an initiative that would build a coalition, that would join forces. I mean, we already have joined forces at the UN, but it even helped us to come together at the UN. We have UNESCO hosting the fund. We have the UN climate change. We have UNFCCC. And then we have a number of other governments who want to join forces. I think recognizing finally the wake-up call is here. Those who've been working to on climate action are realizing we have to communicate on climate action. To communicate strategically and effectively, you need to really understand what is traveling out there. And as Guilherme mentioned, it is not just to kind of get a grip of the narrative, which we will also study in a more enhanced way, but to understand how this narrative is traveling, how it is penetrating, who it is reaching, and who it is impacting. Only then can we design impactful climate communication strategies. So that's why I welcome it.
Thank you so much, Melissa.
I would say that firstly, the French government is also involved and really, I would say, bringing practical proposals to the table, which is really good. We're just starting the initiative. We launched that in November, and we're going to have the first steering committee meeting today, later today. But we want to do that in 3 or 4 layers. One is some practical actions that governments can take together that will reinforce the action that is already being taken by civil society and the academic community. The other one is the fund held by UNESCO that will provide funds for gathering and providing and producing new evidence, but also for giving strategic communication responses that can be used by the different players in different countries. The third one is to reinforce communication campaigns and actions like the ones UN has been taking on climate issues related to information integrity. And we see an opportunity to build a strong presence of this topic within COP30. And maybe today I can assure you that there will be a strong presence of this topic at COP30 in Brazil. This is because of the will of the presidency, but also the view of UNFCCC, UNEP, WMO, and IPCC. All these different bodies are somewhat involved in contributing to that. And so I see a great opportunity of joining forces, recognizing, acknowledging. I I cited the 3 networks. I would like to cite also the Coalition against for Action Against Disinformation on climate change, that is also really doing a strong effort and building strategic communication responses to that. And we want to be another contribution to that. So recognizing what's already in place, but reinforcing and taking our institutional responsibility to move that forward.
Thank you so much, Guilherme.
So they already said everything. So maybe I can add on some concrete elements that might result of this. So everyone, like the 4 of us here that have been working on information integrity issues overall, but particularly related to climate change, we have been listening a lot, rightly so, that the knowledge being produced about this issue is insufficient, and the one that exists is very much concentrated in the global north. So one of the strong bets of this initiative through the pillars that João just described and in the overall framework that Melissa underlined is through this fund to be able to support more knowledge production about this in the global majority. And here it's particularly relevant to these 2 kinds of stakeholders that also João mentioned, the investigative journalism. So you probably remember the difference that a global network of investigative journalists like the ones that were involved in the Panama Papers did for the discussion, for example, on money laundering and so on and so forth. So we hope that this fund can stimulate a similar thing for the journalists investigating the information integrity elements related to climate change. But it's also true for the others investigating researchers and think tanks and so on. But we also think that one other strong connection is the more grassroots networks that we all have. I give the example of UNESCO. As you know, we are also in charge, my colleagues from the science sector, they are in charge of the biosphere reserves, the geoparks all over the world. And we are receiving from these people that are every day in a particular forest, in a particular biome, etc., the impacts that the good things of information integrity or the bad things, disinformation, etc., are having in their lives daily. So we do hope this fund can also make to understand the real impact for these people. For example, environmental defenders that are suffering every day the consequences of lies, of trying to say that these things are not important. So the idea is to create a coherent process where we can have more evidence, therefore better policies, and an action on the ground, particularly with these grassroots communities.
Thank you so much for this presentation of the global initiative. And I think that what strikes me a lot is that we want to, really break the silos and bring together different ministries which each have different competencies. We're here at the Ministry for Ecological Transition. We also need to engage with the Ministry for Foreign Affairs, with the Ministry of Culture here in France and in different countries. So it's really important. And in the spirit of breaking silos, we really wanted to also open the floor for some question and answers. Hopefully we can have a mic pass through the room. If we have some questions for the panelists, I can see already one over there. Merci beaucoup, Jérémy. Maybe we can just take one, or if there are already some other questions, I can see over there after. Thank you. Oop. En espérant que les micros fonctionnent.
Thank you so much. So I'm Claire Monteleone. I'm the French government's Choose France chair in AI, and I have a team at INRIA, which we've heard from this morning on AI research for climate change and environmental sustainability. I'm also a professor of AI in the US, which brings me to the question of, are there UNESCO or any UN efforts to save climate data? So currently, observations are generated in large bulk from NASA missions and stored on US government servers. In previous years, just due to our Congress not being able to pass a budget, there were government shutdowns where people could not access data. And so currently, a lot of private citizens and scientists are just taking it upon themselves to download as much data as possible. But we're not going to be able to produce the AI-driven improved predictions of climate change if we can't even have access to a historical record of data. And just like UNESCO preserves, cultural heritage, I'd like to, if it's not already happening, make a call of help from America to please help us save our climate data.
Save the data. Thank you. Fantastic question. Thank you so much. We have another question.
Hi. I represent the NGO Kota Klima, which is a member of the Climate Action Against Disinformation Network that you mentioned. You talked a lot about the threat being recognized, and it was about time because climate disinformation has been going on for a long time. But you didn't talk a lot about the who and the how, meaning the actors having an economic and a political interest in spreading climate disinformation, meaning some industries in particular and some political movements in particular, and also the vectors of climate disinformation, meaning sometimes even mainstream media. So my question is, how do you work towards recognizing the specific actors and vectors and regulating them when it is possible? Thank you.
I think we're definitely breaking silos here. Thank you so much. I don't know if you would like to take one on the data that is indeed crucial for information integrity, another one on the vectors, the actors. Yeah. Guillermo, you want to start with the first one?
Thank you. It's a very important question on the data. So two quick things. UNESCO has an overall recommendation approved many years ago that is on the protection of the documental heritage, which includes data. And then we have last week we had a big conference UNESCO about software heritage. So overall, there is a call to all member states in the protection of data. And under the umbrella of the Broadband Commission, we are now also developing an open data governance framework that will bring these specific questions in general, but of course also in particular about climate. So I guess the legal instruments from an international point of view, they are there, and there is a concrete recommendation for governments to do that. But I don't think we have at this moment a very specific strategy about what, or an action what you said. What I think this initiative is putting forward in the way we are communicating is that the access to data related to these things is paramount. Data on the hands of governments, but also on the heads of the companies. Because more and more governments are not the major holders of information and data, right? In this case, how we deal with information integrity, lots of these data, they are on the hands of the companies, and that's why there are several initiatives for at least access of researchers and others. So this is a call that we have done together when we launched the initiative, that the access to the data is also important to produce the investigative journalism and the research that we are going to stimulate, hopefully, through this initiative. Thank you.
Thank you. I think that's also just a very important call, and I will pass on to other colleagues in UN Climate Change and UNFCCC. I do know that exchange of data, and that's why the UN exists, is also to promote this kind of cooperation. We know that climate change doesn't have passports, and we need to understand it better. We need to have data, and data that's collected by nations is key. on the disinformation actors, I did call out the fossil fuel companies, but we have been encouraged over the years to see that disinformation has become a beat in journalism, and we're seeing more and more investigative journalists looking into the source of disinformation actors, but we're also seeing at the same time those very journalists being under attack. They often rely on the research that academics are conducting, and these academics are also under attack, sometimes faced with lawsuits, sometimes online abuse, all in the guise of freedom of expression, but not as UNESCO defines it, but it actually is the opposite of freedom of expression when you are trying to express findings, facts, and are being attacked. So this is a concern, and we continue to call for, I think, as João said, as Guilherme said, journalists to be supported, and not just journalists who are working on this beat, but journalists who are covering climate change, journalists who are reporting facts. From a communications point of view, for us, it hasn't been as important to know exactly who the actors are, but to study the narratives and to study how those narratives are influencing people. And then to design communications that, that is based on science and facts, but that is also relatable, that is also going to not just inform people, but also move people and get people to act. But we can only be effective in doing so if we know what the competition is. And the competition is often, crazy conspiracy theories. And so, we need, that's why we have this initiative, is really to get to the heart of, what are those narratives that are leading people astray? Why are they so effective? What is it about them that are convincing people and making them lose so much trust in science and institutions? And how can we get in that same space and create that confidence in actual facts? And so, yeah, we're hopeful that will be bolstered by this initiative and also all the work that you're doing here.
Thank you, Melissa. Joe?
Quickly on that, I would say that uncover vetted interests is important. It's relevant. Some name and shame strategy, and for that to be useful, I mean, the right players have to do that. So it's not easy, and it can't be done in a way that it's not carefully done, but it's important. The second thing is how to hold liability on that. How to hold liability on that. I mean, this is a tougher question, and I hope we have better answers in the next months. But one thing is, in our view, and at G20 this was affirmed by the 20 countries, digital platforms have to take more responsibility and more transparency. Part of the issues that we're facing is related to a way or to a rule that we defined as let's say, the widely adopted of non-liability for third-party content. That is important to keep freedom of expression up, but on the other hand, that make no incentives to the companies to act against this kind of lies. We know that companies act in good faith in part of that. Antonia is here, Google does some important things on that. We have other examples of companies trying to deal with these issues, but we think it's not enough. I mean, we think we should do more and we should do better in a way that can strike a balance between freedom of expression and access to reliable, consistent, and accurate information, which is basically where information integrity lies.
Thank you so much. We still have, I think I saw the time, 7 minutes. If there is one question over here, and then I think we'll wrap up.
Thank you. First, as a public service, Harvard just put out a U.S. government data archive of rescued data sets from 2024-2025 and continuing to add so. So there's a big project going on that is constantly updated, and that's worth knowing and worth supporting. I wanted to ask on your last point, and specifically with the role and the relationship between regulation and big tech. Companies do whatever they need to do in order to maximize profits for their shareholders. That is what companies do, and that is fine until they're regulated to do otherwise. Or if they do so because they think that it is in their interest to act on public good. And there are some good faith actors and some actors that do better than others, and then there's those who don't. And I am wondering, how are we thinking about this at a time where not long ago the US and the UK both refused to sign the communique on inclusive and safe AI, and when we think about not only what is shown to people but also what is not shown to people. Algorithms that, the omission from algorithms that is critical to us, to shaping political discourses, to political participation, and to the understanding of what are the challenges that we are faced with, and of course the solutions that we have at our disposal. And I'm super curious to hear from you whether we think this is a nation-state problem, whether we think this is a multilateral problem, whether we think this is a good faith acting with, collaborating with corporate actors. Yeah, some big hard questions for fun.
Easy questions. Thank you so much. I think, and I'm really glad that we have our panelists here today between the multilateral, the national, the other sides of coalition through the G20, this global initiative. So yeah, happy to have your feedback. I think, Melissa, you said climate change doesn't have passport. We see that disinformation doesn't have a passport either. And it's really a global issue. I don't know who wants to take this one. Joao? Easy question.
So I will do the domestic response then. We see, I mean, we have, in the Brazilian government, we see this issue as combining, it has to combine domestic response and international response, of course. I mean, the domestic ones, we are struggling for them. We haven't approved yet a bill on digital services as EU did. We had a bill that is not good, that was approved in Senate, is being discussed in the House the last years, but now we have a new, let's say, momentum for that, and President Lula has called for a meeting and ministers are involved. At this very moment, there is a meeting happening in Brazil on that, right? So part of our, and at the same time, we did approve an AI bill in the Senate in December that brings part of these issues and try to foster creators in this environment and try to promote, bring information integrity to the forefront of the debate. Internationally, we believe that we have to work in all the fronts that are open on that. We had the UN approving the Global Digital Compact in September. It has an information integrity section on that. It has AI. There will be an international scientific panel on AI stemming from that. We have UNESCO that approved the guidelines on platform regulation, and it's now adapting that for AI regulation as well. We had a meeting during lunchtime on that. And we have all the efforts that are being done bilaterally and in this kind of initiative that we are doing. This initiative has the goal also of bringing players together to try to experiment an international action against disinformation that can balance the careful approach of human rights and tackling strongly disinformation and other barriers to information integrity.
Thank you so much. We still have 2 minutes. So
one
maybe
30-second follow-up, and thank you for mentioning the Global Digital Compact and UNESCO's guidelines for regulation. We also launched last June UN Global Principles on Information Integrity. These principles are being used by many governments as kind of guidelines short of regulation. But what we need clearly, if companies are just going to be guided by their bottom line, is enough of society to look to what has been created for the models for healthy information ecosystems. We're about to launch a report. The UN has just done the Secretary General's office, a global risk study. And this study, I think it's going to come out in a couple of weeks, surveyed people all over the world on risks and what rose to the top was, what do you perceive as the biggest risk to the world and to your community and to your society, and which are we least prepared to address? And what rose to the absolute top was addressing mis and disinformation. So it's really clear that we need to do a lot more than we are right now.
Thank you so much, Guilherme.
I can feel the anxiety in your question, so I will just insist in one thing. A few years ago, when Douglas North won the Economic Nobel Prize, it was for his idea of path dependence. And I think we need to insist more, including with their shareholders of these companies, that all this revolution that is paying off in terms of better shares is related to the international rule of law that was created by the UN system. So any of these would be possible if there was not a protection of the scientists, of the journalists, of the free flow of knowledge. So disrupting this system, which means not dialoguing with us, it's very dangerous for the business and also for the human rights that concerns us, but it's also dangerous for the business. So we need to insist more on that, because this can impact their pockets, and I agree with you, it's legitimate that they are concerned with their pockets, but even if it is a selfish calculus, they need to understand that what is happening today, it's possible because of the international rule of law system that we have and our predecessors being able to create.
And on that note, thank you so much for joining us. Thank you for the question. Thanks for your participation. It's been a pleasure. We'll play up our part, and it's really time for action, as it's in the title. Thank you so much.
Thank you very, very much for this great panel. Without further ado, I'm going to welcome the next speakers for the next session. So we will now enter the session on AI models, talking about how we can make our AI models more efficient, but also how we can share them more equally, and how we can optimize those models to use them for the ecological transition. So I will welcome on stage first the moderator of the session, Jerry Sheehan, Director of the OECD Directorate for Science, Technology and Innovation. Then Christine Zenwei-Kyung, Global Director of Digital Transformation for the World Bank Group. Gaurav Godwani, Director of the Civic Data Lab, based in India. And then Sengyub Kim, Director of the Global Green Growth Institute. Thank you for coming on stage.
All right, well, good afternoon and welcome to this, our session now on a model with a mission. We're trying to ensure AI is shared for a sustainable future. And I think this session is going to bring together several different threads that have been at the center of discussion today. One related to, broadly, I'll say, the twin transitions. What's the relationship between the increasing digitalization of our societies, of our economies, in particular as it relates to AI? The second then is what are the effects of that on the green transition, our efforts to come through on our commitments to reduce climate change, to reduce CO2 emissions, and make progress on keeping an environmentally sustainable future. And then the third is doing that in the context of the increasing globalization, right, which we need, where we have AI diffusing across the world, around the globe, at the same time as we're trying to take global action to try to counter our concerns and our efforts around climate, and where, again, we need collaboration on all of those dimensions. So we're going to try to weave together, I think, those three threads throughout our remarks today. And of course, these issues about the relationship between the twin transitions, the green transition, digitalization, are not new. I'll say from an OECD point of view, it was back in 2010. We issued our first recommendation on what was then called the ICTs and the environment, information, communications, and technologies, and the environment, that laid out for governments a number of steps that could be taken to try to better account for the environmental footprint of computing communications technologies on the environment. It was in our 2016 OECD recommendation on artificial intelligence that laid out a set of principles for advancing trustworthy human-centric AI, and also had recommendations to governments. Number one principles: use AI, quote, for good, to support sustainable development. Recommendation number 5 was about increased international engagement and coordination around these issues. We have since revised our original AI recommendations, right, to reflect changes in generative AI that are creating new challenges, I think, both for AI and for environmental effects. We released that just last year. We're in the process now at the OECD of also revising that 2010 recommendation on ICTs in the environment to account for other changes that we've seen, both the increasing challenges in meeting our very ambitious climate targets. As we've seen, I think, in the news just about every week, it seems, you know, another climate event or challenge around the world, whether in Asia, in Europe, in California, in my own country, in the US, just in the last few weeks, you know, again, fueled by the effects of climate change. And again, as we've seen, the increased dissemination of AI and other digital technologies around the world, with the increasing demand for power, for compute, for training new language models, as well as then for actually executing runs against them and getting returns from the AI models that we've seen. You know, by some estimates, right, the consumption within data centers now globally is larger than in many of the OECD countries, I think larger than Australia, and I saw numbers comparing it to the power demands that are taking place in Japan at the moment now. So we need to stay ahead of all of these efforts. And of course, the third area in which we're going to need progress is improved efforts at measuring the impact of AI and AI systems on the environment, recognizing that these effects stem all the way back from the extraction of critical minerals that are used to produce the semiconductors on which our AI systems operate, right, to the generation of computing systems themselves, also some of the water and other chemical uses that are part of the manufacturing process, as well as the operational aspects within large data and compute centers today. So all of these need to be taken into account and should be in the ledger balanced against the environmental benefits we can get from increased digitalization, increased automation and selection within our power grids as well, increased ability to monitor climate. We heard concerns about the availability or sustained availability of data, but it is through our IT systems and our AI systems that we will be able to better monitor global climate change and inform better action against it. So all of these are taking place now. Thirdly, I'd say we at the OECD are working with the IEEE to help develop a more comprehensive measurement framework to help us understand, building on existing recommendations and standards, new and improved approaches for measuring our environmental footprint in both direct and indirect effects that could take place across the economies and our societies. And again, we're trying to do this at the same time. I'll say we at the OECD are increasingly engaged beyond our own membership through fora such as the Global Partnership on AI that now boasts 44 countries across 6 different continents and has an ambition of growing larger than that to ensure that we are working with countries that have ambitions around AI and AI adoption to improve their economies, to improve food production, healthcare, education, and all the other societal benefits that we can see from AI. So it's in that context, again, that we join with our panel here today to look at a number of questions about how we can ensure that AI and AI models and underlying data and resources are more equitably shared so that we can all benefit and make progress on this sustainable future. I'm going to ask each of you, maybe I think we're in the right order here on the podium today. I'll ask you each maybe just one starter question. We'll come back for a second round of questions, and then again, we'll take time for Q&A with the audience as we have time. So I think what I'd like to do is start with you, Christine, if I may. Christine is the Global Director for Digital Transformation at the World Bank, which of course means that you have a unique perspective on the adoption and use of AI across a range of countries in which the World Bank operates. And perhaps you could tell us, based on your latest engagements, your latest analysis, what do you see as some of the trends that are emerging in the use of generative AI in particular across different nations? And do you see any notable patterns in terms of how AI is impacting developing countries in particular?
Happy to. Actually, I would like to first thank the organizer for having me here. And of course, a lot of our work is to supplement what OECD countries are doing. We're paying special attention to developing countries. Our membership includes almost 200 countries at very different development levels. And we have conducted quite some research recently, so I'm very happy to share some preliminary findings with you today. And the question is about, of course, the adoption of AI globally. And we all know that digital technologies have been spreading relatively quickly. But still, when you look at fixed line telephony, it took about 75 years to reach 100 million users. But when it comes to generative AI, if I use ChatGPT as an example, that only took 2 months. 2 months to reach 100 million users. So that means the speed, the accelerated speed of the spread of digital technologies is really unprecedented. And within 16 months of the launch of ChatGPT, it already reached more than 200 economies. So what we are looking at is also who are actually the primary sources of the traffic. So it's not a traditional divide between global north and global south, because about half of the traffic originated from developed countries. The other half actually are from middle-income countries, including India, Brazil, the Philippines, and Indonesia. That leaves about 1%, source of traffic to low-income countries. So that really triggers the question whether digital technologies at large, or let's say generative AI more specifically, is an economic and social equalizer or a divider. So we have been paying a lot of attention about this potentially widening digital divide along the lines that high-income countries and middle-income countries are really developing fast. Actually, in some areas, middle-income countries are even catching up with advanced economies, but low-income countries are really falling behind. So this is kind of the focus of our work. But also demographically, we also noticed that for platforms like Google and Wikipedia, about half of the users are women. But for ChatGPT, only 1/3 of the users are women. And the majority of generative AI users tend to be young and highly educated males. So that's kind of the divide between more advanced countries and low-income countries, but also the gender divide is the second area we pay attention to. Maybe the third thing I want to mention is another topic related to the impact of AI for development is on jobs. We at the World Bank, we are paying special attention to that impact is because unemployment and underemployment is a particularly big challenge now in developing countries. And we know that by 2030, about 1.2 billion people are reaching working age in developing countries, especially in Africa. And when we look at the historical trend of all digital technologies, the introduction of innovative technologies has often actually led to creation of new job opportunities and higher paying occupations. For example, if we look at in the 21st century in America, most of the jobs, actually 60% of the job titles did not exist before the Second World War. So these new positions, they carry higher value because they have initial scarcity, but also because of the premium associated with higher specialization. And then, history goes, then we look at the narrow AI, and we also observe an increase in demand for new clerical service tasks, especially in developing countries. But let me just use myself as an example. In the mid-90s, I was in graduate school, and I was actually working in a genome database as a data labeler. So I was just, entering data for the genome, the sequencing. And now that market of data labeling now evolved and expanded into an image and language labeling. So the market now is probably close to 3 billion globally. That really shows that, also the growth rate is double digit. So that means even in the narrow AI stage, new jobs and new clerical jobs are being created, and many of them can be actually carried out. We call them gig jobs online, also enabled digitally. But in the last couple of months, we built a growth model. We're looking at not narrow AI, but generative AI. So we built this growth model for 60 developed and developing countries to look at the impact of generative AI. And we found out that the capacity of Gen AI to synthesize and generate ideas actually intersects with a large proportion of white-collar jobs. So that indicates that actually high wage, high skill, and highly digitalized industries may be the most vulnerable to the influence of generative AI. So maybe I just summarize a bit. We're continuing to watch the trend on the effect of generative or AI in general on jobs. And we don't know where things may go because AI, as we all know, could augment some tasks, but in other tasks, it may actually replace the entire range of tasks. And I guess, we are probably still underestimating the capacity of future AI. So this is the third area the World Bank is really watching very closely.
Very good. Well, thank you. I think you touched on a number of key issues I'm sure we can come back to in the discussion period. I mean, clearly the divides between countries, and you highlighted the effects and the divide, especially on the less developed countries. The gender divides as well that are affecting who is benefiting from and who is engaging with generative AI. And of course, I think there's still uncertainties about how the generative AI will affect the workplace, creating new jobs in some cases, creating supplements to existing jobs and other ways to strengthen those, and perhaps with some dislocations as well. So something that we continue to monitor as well across the OECD, and lots of opportunities to share with you there. So let me turn next to Gaurav, please, who's our director from the Civic Data Lab. And you've done quite a bit of work on digital public goods and infrastructure. And maybe you can tell us a little bit more about the role of digital public goods, infrastructure, open data, as we heard about earlier, in AI development for sustainability. And maybe in doing that, if you could give us an example or two of this role in AI systems for environmental action in particular.
Thanks to the French government and the Ministry of Ecological Transition and Territorial Cohesion for inviting me here to speak today. And thanks, Jerry, for that question. With your permission, if I can do a quick poll just to understand our audience a bit better. So how many of you here are seeing more extreme weather events in your hometown? You might have migrated to the cities for work, but you might be seeing a lot of extreme weather events in your hometown, be it heat wave, wildfires, floods, so on. Couple of hands. How many of you would say that you have enough high-value data sets coming from these hometowns around extreme weather events to better understand them? Some high-value data sets which get updated on a regular frequency. Few hands, much lesser than what we saw. How many of you are seeing AI applications being developed to better understand and mitigate these extreme weather events in your hometowns? Much lesser hand. So that's the problem which we are working to understand and solve at Civic Data Lab. According to the World Meteorological Organization and their report on the state of climate change in Asia, Asia is suffering from extreme weather events drastically at the moment. Around 80 events are registered every year related to flood, storms, wildfires, landslides, causing more than 9 million people directly impacted every year. And when we try to see how the services, data services around extreme weather events are, around 80 countries, 82 countries, 82% of the countries to be precise, have some data services around hydrometeorological services, but less than 42% of the countries have specialized AI-ready data tools which help you prepare for extreme weather events. And that's a significant gap which we are talking. And this is at the national level. When it comes to subnational governments, local governments, their preparedness to address some of these issues is much less. So that's where the opportunity truly lies for AI to make work for extreme weather events, climate adaptation related issues, and also think eventually for climate financing and how climate tagging of public finance, public procurement may happen. So at Civic Data Lab, we are trying to build a model intelligent data solution for disaster risk reduction based on the UNDRR Sendai framework to assess how can we better finance for flood preparedness and response in India, Indonesia, Philippines, and Thailand. What's common between 4 countries is, again, floods and storms being some of the major extreme weather events. Close to 80% of the extreme weather events are related to flood and storms. All these 4 countries have some amount of data sets in public domain, but we don't have specialized data models to better assess which district, sub-district, local authority requires more attention at the moment, and how do we ensure the projects which we are conducting there result into long-term resilience. And when it comes to building such data models, I would highlight 3 major principles which we need to keep in mind. Number 1 is looking into the shared data infrastructure. Most of the time, the data infrastructure is managed by governments and it's not very much accessible to citizens at large. Researchers, academicians, civil societies, and volunteer groups to also contribute their data, locally sourced data on top of it. At the same time, utilize these data sets which governments are collecting on a regular basis. So what we do is work with government agencies to open up their data infrastructure to truly make it a digital public infrastructure for everyone to share data sets on a regular basis, high value data sets which get updated frequently, and make it accessible to citizens at large to build these models. We also try to standardize data sets like losses and damages. With last 2 COPs, we are seeing a lot of attention on losses and damages, but we are still not seeing enough work on data standardization when it comes to losses and damages. So in the state of Assam, which is also known for tea, if you have ever drank Indian tea, and if you have felt it's a strong tea, most likely it's going to come from the state of Assam. But apart from being known for its beautiful tea, it's get flooded every year. And a lot of population get displaced because of flooding. So the state of Assam is showing us a wonderful example of how losses and damages data sets could be collected with the help of village elderly who have the indigenous knowledge of how losses and damages are happening in their region, standardize all of that data on a daily basis with the district authorities, and share it back at the subnational government level to better understand where the losses and damages are happening. So that is the potential of data standardization, keeping community at the center of it. Second, I would say creating the data models, the AI models in a more participatory manner, involving these communities who get impacted the most. Right in the beginning of conceptualizing the data models, rather than at the tier end of it, where they become the users of the data model. So ensuring that they are participating in the conceptualizing, in the co-creating, in the development, deployment, scaling, and replicating of the models, ensure that these models work for their needs, because they are the first one who have to respond to disaster. They know the local situations better. And ensuring that it works for the colloquial terms which they use when it comes to disaster reporting. In the panel in the morning, someone asked whether the data model which you are thinking can export the model report in a PDF format, in a format which policymakers can understand better. Those were the kind of questions we also felt are relevant, because most of the time this information is shared using messaging apps like WhatsApp. They would not share the whole dashboard with each other, but they would prefer these small exportable reports which can go in the low internet zone for easy communication of what is the high risk areas which we need to cater today. So that's the potential of co-creating data models with the community at the center. And lastly, the third point is to ensure thinking of a data collaborator around climate, so that not one stakeholder defines the rules of the game. How do we ensure there is a level playing field for all the stakeholders to collate, contribute, and share critical data sets for climate, and share the data sets with each other which goes behind these models, so that we don't invest a lot of time in reusing and rebuilding. Rather, we utilize that time, save the data infrastructure cost, and rebuild more models, rebuild more accessible solutions on top of it. So that's the approach I would be promoting for building models for climate.
Very good. Thank you, Gav. I think those are great lessons that you've learned, and a very compelling example, too, around extreme weather events and showing the good complementarity between, I think, where a lot of us have been working around open government data initiatives, but complementing that with citizen-sourced data as a way to supplement the data, but also bring in that kind of participatory engagement that I think is necessary in helping us advance on a lot of our broader societal challenges. So it's a really, really compelling example for us, and one we can all learn from. Let me turn now, if I can, to Sang Hyap for some commentary from the Global Green Growth Institute, which you direct. I know back in Baku last year, right?
Yes.
At the UN Climate Change Conference, there was a final conclusion, right, of Article 6 of the Paris Agreement. And I guess I'd like to ask you about how the opportunities, what are the opportunities brought by artificial intelligence to help support that implementation, and what's the role of organizations like yours in helping
Well,
support
thank
it?
you indeed for asking me that very concrete question. But before answering, I'd like to express my deep gratitude to France. France, 10 years ago, France formulated the Paris Climate Agreement with like-minded global leaders. And this year again, France initiated very important coalition for sustainable AI. So last year, the second AI summit was held in Seoul, which I came from, and it was about safety. How do we monitor the risks involved in the AI development? What are the assessment, and how to manage the risks? That was a good one, meaningful one. But this year, the core of the AI summit is about sustainability, which is really, really great. The other day, I had a chance to meet with the Kurzweil, who said the singularity is coming, and these days he's saying the singularity is nearer, faster than expected. And he's emphasizing we need to develop a new civilization that can make sure that AI and machine live together. And I need one more element. We need to make a new civilization which ensure our living with machine and the planet. And then that is the very important achievement the Paris and France is doing again. And having said that, GGI is gladly joining the forces for Coalition for Sustainable AI. And to those who are somewhat new to GGI, let me briefly explain who we are. GGI was established in 2012, at the time with just handful countries of like-minded attitude towards sustainability and green growth. And now it has 49 member countries and more than 20 partners. And we have more than 40 offices around the world with 700 people. And we have run several hundred projects, and we have mobilized more than 10 billion green finances to support all these activities. What I'm trying to say, this is not big enough at all, but this shows the rapid growth of our organization, shows the power of partnership and coalition. And we are really open to work with anyone in the world who is for our sustainability with the spirit of private, public, philanthropic, and even planetary partnership. Well, my introduction has been somewhat long. And as for the Article 6, this is basically about to encourage international cooperation on mitigation acts in the name of ITMO, Internationally Transport Mitigation Outcome. So Baku finalized the rule book for ITMO and Article 6, and to realize and to facilitate the international cooperation based on the Article 6, we need to more about so-called investing countries and hosting countries. And as I said, GGGI is a partnership-based organization. GGGI is embedded in the governments of partnering countries very deeply. So we are in a good position to have a quality, high quality information and data set from member countries. And by introducing AI or AI assistant, we can speed up the data collection and data analysis and even verification. So that's what we are going to do this year. And also, this is about the climate information integrity is so important to avoid so-called greenwashings. And we are also going to, at the stage of developing digital MRB to ensure trustworthy measurement, reporting, and verification. So by having this kind of AI-backed innovation and facilities, we are, I think, uniquely positioned to facilitate the so-called Article 6 related transactions. And in the end, trust building is the most important to embrace AI-related innovations. And in that regard, I'd like to remind you, Jerry, that about 10 years ago, GGGI has formulated Green Growth Knowledge Network or Knowledge Partnership with OECD, World Bank, and UNEP. And this is high time to renew it and upgrade it to reflect the AI dimensions. Thank you.
Very good, thank you, and thank you for highlighting the need for partnerships and trust, and the two of them go together as we try to navigate our climate challenges. Let me, before we open up to the room for Q&A, let me just ask you each, one question if you want to come back with a brief response on it, so we have some time for audience Q&A. And just to focus a bit on the issues around generative AI in particular, and if you have an idea about how generative AI can really be a game changer in our global efforts to fight climate change, improving sustainability of resources in an increasingly global environment. And maybe if we just go down the row here too, and we'll start with Christine.
Sure. Actually, this morning, I was at the closing of the AI Action Summit, and there was quite a lot of discussion about, U.S., China leading the AI revolution, and what is the positioning for Europe. For me, it's not about, I think, several big speakers, they were talking about the adoption of AI. Yes, of course, but I think it's what you said earlier, is the twin transition. I think Europe has always been the champion, seeing the big trends of both digital and green for the next several decades to come. So I would say that, again, it's really about the adoption of AI for climate, for preservation of natural resources. I don't think I need to tell the audience, what are the applications to do so. But I think, I was quite worried last year because when you use AI, inevitably, there are actually a lot of resources, the compute power that inadvertently actually increase the consumption of power. And I was talking to companies like Huawei and many other telecom operators. They were really focusing on monetization of the data. And when we were talking to, OpenAI on their regulatory practice, they were not really thinking too much about energy. So that really made me really worry last year. But a couple months ago, when the smaller models, such as DeepSeek, actually came about, that made me a bit more optimistic. Of course, they are leaner, smaller data models with more targeted and higher quality data sets. But I think the fundamental game changer there, the big difference, is that it's open source. It actually builds on the idea of an open platform for global public good, where innovations can build upon one and another. So I maybe just stop here, and I see that is a game changer. Is AI? It's really for good, for global public good, but it's also AI for all humanities.
Very good comment, and I think we are at that point. We're trying to see if we're at a point where we're bending the curve a bit, right, in terms of the power consumption needed to have generative AI. Gaurav, let me turn to you.
Building upon what Christine was saying, I think there's a lot of potential of open source models and open data again. So as a lot of researchers have been saying that we are witnessing a winter of open data, not enough open data commitments by governments. I see a huge opportunity with open source models that we can recommit and re-strengthen our open data commitments and see how we can use open data for creating systems like early warning for all, using large language models, specifically training these models for local languages. India has 22 official languages and 10,000 plus dialects and other unofficial languages. So if we have to truly make early warning system work for the communities who get impacted the most, we need to think LLM which can work at this scale and for these languages. And that can only be possible if open data is available for these languages through official and administrative accounts. At the same time, crowdsource indigenous knowledge, have the right licensing terms, have the right protections in place to ensure some of these LLM work for these use cases.
Very good, thank you. Let's hear from Sung Hyup before we open up to the floor. So start getting your questions ready in mind in the audience.
I think there are two fundamental things or challenges that are shaping our civilization drastically. One is climate change, and the other is AI. And I think we can find solutions that can contribute to those problems together. For example, GGI is developing a kind of new system with the help of AI and sensor technology and satellite. We are developing pilot projects to explore seagrass of Indonesia. Seagrass is a very powerful carbon sink, that can be the new ecosystem. And by having that kind of AI-based seagrass detection system, we can ensure the credibility of the information we get, and we can make sure that can be contributed to the kind of carbon reduction project that can be linked to the Article 6, which I mentioned, by inviting developed players around the world. That can be a kind of solution. So I think there are two sides of AI. AI demands a lot of water and energy, as Kristen said. We must address that dimension. But AI can give us very innovative, unthought of solution. And we must also maximize that new opportunities by having it all. And I had a session with Lisa Su, the head of the CEO of AMD. The more she said to me, the more she look at the world, the more importance she feels about the open work, open collaboration. And that's about partnership, as you mentioned. Yeah.
You summed it up just the way I was going to sum it up,
Really?
right? You're
Sorry.
creating resources around open data and open source that you can build these kind of partnerships around. So thank you for taking the words right out of my mouth. Let's, so I think we have a little bit of time left, I think, for Q&A. So if you have a question, please put your hand up. I've got 5 minutes for Q&A, so let's get the mics out in the audience and we'll take the first question, please.
Hi, thank you so much for the panelists. So the climate science is clear. We have to get out of fossil fuels as soon as possible if we want to avoid catastrophic climate change. And that means concretely, potentially a few things. Stopping new fossil fuel projects, stopping the influence of the fossil fuel companies within society, stopping the fossil fuel misinformation spread about climate science, and also stopping the reliance of the tech companies with fossil fuels. So, as you know, we mentioned this in the beginning via somebody who was on stage. The tech companies are actively working to develop AI for exploring further and more oil and gas. This is really about the sustainable future we have. We need to stop this. And I was wondering if any of you, in your respective companies or organizations, you are working towards stopping the expansion of the fossil fuel frontier. Thank you.
Okay, let me see, is there a second question too? We'll take a couple of them since we've only got a little time left. So think about that. Oh, okay, let's take a second question and then we can ask the panel to respond to both.
Hi, it's more of a comment actually. I am Alexander Strube from the Jülich Supercomputing Center in Germany, the biggest supercomputer in Europe. And I wanted to make a comment with Christine and with Gaurav. The thing is that you mentioned that DeepSeek is a small model. It's not. It's the opposite. It's the biggest model that you can put your hands on. The thing is that it's very cheap to train it. Yeah? But when you train it once. And when you deploy it for people to use it, you use it for a long time. Mm-hmm. And turns out that because DeepSeek is the biggest one that you can have your hands on right away today, because it's an open one, it's actually pretty expensive to run it. The machine that I have for running just this model cost me 1 million euros. Yeah. The other thing is you mentioned about the things about multilinguality. This is a very interesting thing in Europe because, you know, each country here has a very possessive stance on their languages, and Europeans are doing a lot of good job on multilingual large language models. Yeah, like the companies like Mistral here in France, and projects in Czech Republic, in Germany, in Poland, they are doing very nice things about that. If you want to talk about that, we can. Yeah. Okay. Thank you.
Okay, let me give an opportunity for each of you to respond to, I think we have the two questions, the one about trying to shift away from fossil fuels, and I know we've seen quite a bit of interest in alternative energy sources to supply data centers and others. I think we're in France, which has a very nuclear-powered base, which may have some other concerns for some, but is also a very CO2 light technology, and I know there have been some investments on those as well. And then maybe the second question, looking at or the comment, essentially looking at the large language models, smaller language models, and some of the tailoring to local languages. So let me start with you, Christine.
Maybe just a comment on the DeepSeek. I think it is a large language model. What I meant by a smaller model, it means that the compute power requirement is much smaller. Just to clarify that. Now on our organization, what we are doing actually to basically be more climate or environmentally friendly. One is that we no longer invest directly in fossil fuel projects. And two is we introduced actually several years ago the we call it climate co-benefit that really measures our direct inputs that contribute to climate action. And we set a corporate target. I think it was 45% of our inputs have to be climate related that have a positive impact. And when it comes to digital operations, our climate co-benefit used to be 10% only, but over the last 2 years we increased to 40%. And that really means that more and more larger percentage of our project inputs are climate related, and this is a large amount. That means at least $40 to $50 billion every year of our work contribute to climate change in a positive manner.
Very good. So let me give you each 1 minute, because I think we're at time now.
Quickly, how we are helping at Civic Data Lab is helping subnational governments come up with a comprehensive green budget and start allocating their non-salary, non-wages, non-pension expenditure towards green transition. We have seen Government of Assam commit close to 3.5% of their budget towards green transition, and every year this is increasing. They have done it for 2 years, and we are hoping we would be able to do it for subsequent years as well. And also come up with green public procurement policies, encouraging market to support green alternatives for what government is procuring at the moment, gradually making transition towards more greener products through the public procurement process. And yes, very happy to collaborate here with the growing infrastructure on multilingual models, large language models. In India, we have a project known as Bhashini, which is a digital public infrastructure, again, where open data, open source models related to large language models are available for everyone to openly collaborate and contribute upon. Happy to see how that could be also plugged in with the work happening here.
Thank you, Gar. I was saying, yep, you get the last word.
Yeah, well, I like to briefly mention 2 things. One thing is about transparency. A company like OpenAI should reveal its amount of chips they are using, the energy sources they are relying on. They need to be more transparent. Okay, they are playing a $1 trillion money game. Okay, it could be inevitable in some sense, but it should be transparent. Second, we need to develop more than anything else, because chip is at the very bottom of that new AI game. So we need to develop highly super energy efficient chips. In that case, Samsung, Zhenzhou, is now developing HEBM-based, HEBM-PIM. PIM is processing in memory. That's the thing we need to address that climate demand issues. We can dramatically increase energy efficiency. That also requires a broadened partnership also. Yeah, I'll stop here.
Very good, thank you. And you start back with, I think, what was is recommendation 1 to governments that we had in our OECD AI recommendation, which is the need for continued investments in R&D around AI, right? And it is, can we develop new low-cost, lower energy, lower power consumption types of approaches and technologies to continue to fuel our AI ambitions, while at the same time minimizing the sustainability concerns. So thank you. Let me say thanks to all of our panelists. I think I will also relay on my behalf and all of them, thanks to the French Ministry for organizing today's session and this panel in particular, which I think brought together a lot of very interesting themes about the twin transitions in a very global context.
Hello, France.
I think that is clear. So thank you to all. Let's give a final round of applause to our panelists.
Thank you very much for our panelists. We will now have a 20-minute recess where you can enjoy coffee in the rooms A and B that are behind you. You can also talk with people that are showcasing their projects, their AI projects, and we will reconvene here in 20 minutes for a keynote by Sasha Lucioni. Thank you. All right, we will start. I'm really so honored to present our next speaker, Sacha Luscioni, Dr. Sacha Luscioni, who is the AI and Sustainability Lead at Hugging Face, and many more things. So I'll let her present herself and do her keynote. Thank you very much, Sacha, for being here.
Thank you, everyone, and I'm very glad to be here. This is the highlight of my week. It's been a long week. So today I'm going to talk about something a little bit more metaphorical, a little bit more metaphysical than a lot of the discussions that have been happening. But so in my team, the team I work at Hugging Face, we think about ethics, we think about sustainability, we think about fairness and bias, and we think about all these topics together in the context of the fast-moving world of large language models and AI models. And so today I wanted to give you a little bit of a transversal view, let's say. So many of you know this, but just as an anchor, when we talk about sustainability, often we talk about environmental sustainability, but in 1987, Edouard Barbier proposed 3 pillars for sustainable development, and we often forget these 3 pillars when we talk about sustainability writ large, right? And so these 3 pillars are environmental sustainability, stewardship, social equity, and economic viability. And essentially, without all 3, it's not truly sustainable development. And I think that it's interesting to think about things this way because it means that, fortunately or unfortunately in the world we live in, capitalism and sustainability are intertwined, right? Like it's only normal that companies care about profit. That's why companies exist. That's why for-profit companies exist. And it's normal that a lot of people care about the environment and a lot of people care about the social aspects of things. And so bringing them together and thinking about them together can actually bring us maybe towards sustainable development. And so let's start with environmental sustainability, which is really my field of study. And so in recent years, AI and sustainability work has really focused on evaluating the environmental impacts of AI in terms of energy, water, and greenhouse gas emissions. And this typically focused on AI model training because it was, we imagined it as being such a big amount of energy and, millions of GPU hours, so it tended to be really the focus for the longest time. And so the table you see in the top right is for example, that kind of analysis. But in a paper that I worked on a couple of years ago that I led on Bloom, which was the first open source, community-driven large language model, we looked at the life cycle analysis. So we looked above and beyond just model training, but we also looked at manufacturing the equipment and model deployment. And so we did this study to kind of try to broaden the scope a little bit, to go beyond training. And then, of course, it begged the question, how about deployment? How can we quantify deployment? And I started asking around, my colleagues at Hugging Face, et cetera, and being like, how do we get a handle on the environmental impacts of AI inference? And everyone kept telling me it's too hard. It's just too complex. There's just too many different use cases and hardware and backends and whatnot. And I was like, okay, well, we have to start somewhere. We have to get some numbers, even if they're never going to be representative. And so last year, I led the power-hungry processing paper where we looked at model inference. Specifically, we did 10 different tasks, and we compared hundreds of models, and we established ranges for each task. And actually, the AI Energy Score project that I'm presenting today is kind of born from that in the idea of it's so hard to have a one-size-fits-all approach to this that it makes sense to have categories of AI models. But it's still only related to environmental impacts, right? And so we have figures like this, if we take a little bit more of a bird's eye view, that energy demands from data centers is estimated to be 2%. We don't have the exact numbers, estimated once again to more than double by 2026. There's also things like water, which is increasingly becoming, if you saw those little postcards floating around, increasingly becoming a thing for cooling data centers, and it puts stress on already stressed aquifers. And then something that maybe we don't talk about a lot, the rare earth minerals used to make our computing hardware that we roll over, we improve, we update, and we move on. And so, of course, this also contributes to the environmental impacts of AI. So, this is something that's been talked about today, and to some extent already. But, of course, there is the positive side of things. So, Dr. David Rolnick talked about climate change mitigation, adaptation, insights from data, and optimizing complex systems. I think this is an exact quote from him. And of course, we have things like renewable energy credits and power purchase agreements that are driving, to some extent, the development of renewable energy. So large technological companies have been some of the biggest purchasers of renewable energy credits and power purchase agreements ever across the world for the last several years. And of course, we have this algorithmic efficiency. GPUs are getting more efficient, computers are getting more efficient in general, and so we do have, it's not all bad, right? It's not all negative impacts. There is also hope for sustainability. And so I've grappled with this issue for the last couple of years. I think I've been working on this for 5 or 6 years now, and I kept on being like, but there's more to it than that, though. The conversation is a little bit more complex than that. And so finally, we wrote a paper with 2 colleagues, Emma Strobel from Carnegie Mellon University and Creek Crawford from Microsoft, about efficiency gains and rebound effects. And this paper, honestly, I think a year and a half of talking and debating and rescoping and lots of, I think I have like maybe 10 documents of drafts and notes and things like that. And we finally settled on this idea of Jevons paradox, this idea of the polarized environmental debate that I kind of talked about here, right? You've got negative impacts, you've got positive impacts, and so people tend to go back and forth a lot. Is it good? Is it bad? Is it hurting us? Is it helping us? And so we essentially wanted to go above and beyond this debate. And so we talked about AI's indirect effects, and we found 3 categories. I mean, we proposed 3 categories of these impacts as best we could. So material impacts, economic impacts, and societal impacts. And you probably can't read the table. I'll talk to you about like the main ones with some examples, because we feel that even if we can't quantify these impacts in grams of CO2 or kilowatt hours of energy or liters of water, but it's still important to start thinking about them even if we can't measure them quite yet. So for example, societal rebound effects. Saving in resource use are exceeded by more consumption. It's really interesting because when you think about it, AI is used a lot for targeted advertising. It's actually one of the core applications of AI and the main source of revenue for many technological companies who also do sustainability work, for example. And so we have this induction effect because we are saving resources. AI is getting largely more efficient. Models, go faster, quote unquote. But are they also used to sell us products, right? And we know that we're supposed to reduce, reuse, recycle. We're supposed to be mindful in our consumption. But on the other hand, AI is being used to sell us things that we didn't know we wanted, right? I mean, often we'll go on a website and we'll see an ad and we'll be like, oh yeah, this exists. Why didn't I think of that? And so this is also a very hard to measure impact, but a very tangible one at that, because, for example, 1/3 of Amazon's sales come from AI-powered product recommendations, right? Like people similarly buy or whatever. That is 1/3 more sales for Amazon. So thinking about these things and to what extent we can compare induced consumption with AI's efficiency gains. Also, time rebound effects. Those are really interesting because we think that AI saves us time, right? Because, for example, navigation, who uses maps, like paper maps anymore? My daughter says only pirates do. So we all use apps, and apps save us time. But what do we do with the time that the apps save us? And some studies, for example, have shown that they reduce emissions, by, for example, an average of 3% because we get places faster and we spend less time in traffic, et cetera, et cetera. But other studies have shown that automation, for example, in household tasks and the workplace actually leads to more resource consumption because people end up shopping or traveling, earning more money, having more free time, and traveling to places that they wouldn't have traveled to before. And so it's interesting because from an economic perspective or from a sociological perspective, it's not so cut and dry because you can't just focus on, okay, well, on average, people, took whatever, an hour to go from point A to point B. Now they take 57 minutes, and so now we can make that difference. No, because it also matters what people do with the time. And so time and environment are not necessarily things that we think about in the same thought process, in the same train of thought, but maybe we should be. There's this study that has been haunting my dreams and a lot of my social media interactions for the last year or so. I mean, actually more. It came out on an archive before it got published. And so it compares AI models and human beings, human artists and human writers, and it concludes that AI writing, for example, produces 130 to 1,500 times less CO2 per page than a human author. And this got shared by Yann LeQuin, and people were trying to interview me about it, and I'm like, well, first of all, they say that their emissions analyses do not account for social impacts such as professional displacement, legality, and rebound effects. So, I mean, they themselves say that this is not the whole picture, but also, as a society, is this the kind of comparisons that we want to be making and the kind of conclusions that we want to be making about the fact that, also they took, one particular thing that made me a little frustrated is that they took my study about the Bloom paper, that's the little tiny bar, then they took estimate of ChatGPT, and then they took two like global carbon footprint estimates, like really like the global ones that are done on like a nation scale for a human being in India and a human being in the US. So just like human beings writ large. And then essentially a human being from India is better for the planet, but Bloom is even better for the planet. And they reduced a whole like human life to like writing text or producing images or generating images. And I felt that that was so reductory, but then people picked it up and people were like, actually AI is good for the planet. Like, of course we should be replacing all writers with AI. And you're like, well, but how about rebound effects, and how about like the societal displacement in the labor markets and all of that, right? So it's not that easy. You can't just compare. And then there's AI and economic sustainability, which kind of is the third pillar. And this is the famous rebound effect and efficiency. So essentially, Stanley Jevons in 1860, I think, noticed that coal use was getting more and more efficient. We could go further and further, we could do more, we could generate more energy with the same amount of coal, and yet we were using more coal. And he called this, people called it Jevons paradox. And so I think it was like the day before we published our paper, Satya Nadella from Microsoft tweeted that actually, you know, we're seeing Jevons paradox in AI because we're having efficiency gains and people are still using more AI. I mean, it was like a very kind of meta interpretation of this, but I mean, metaphysical interpretation of this. And it was interesting because it's true that hardware efficiency is improving, but more and more GPUs are being shipped each year. So like, how do you equate that? Because typically, if we could do more with less, we would be buying, I mean, it would be stable or even going down, right? It's going up. And this is a figure from a report that just came out in late 2024. One of the authors is in this room, Professor Massenet, and essentially projecting where data center electricity consumption in the US particularly is going to go. And it's interesting because it really depends, right? And it really depends on all sorts of things. And so currently now the new estimate is 4.4%, but how about in 2028? It will vary. I mean, the projections vary from 6.7 to 12%, right? And it's hard to project that because we don't have very good ways of measuring things like efficiency gains and things like usage, right? And so we have this huge uncertainty, which makes a lot of people uneasy. And also, a lot of people talk about economy-wide rebound effects, and this is really interesting because there are some innovations, some things that we invented as a species that have been essentially have changed the whole world. Things like electricity, the steam engine, the wheel, things like that, they're considered general purpose technologies. And this is like an economic term that's a little bit debated, but essentially it means something that like fundamentally changed the way we do certain things. And there's this really confusing paper that's called GPTs or GPTs. Generative pre-trained transformers are general purpose technologies. They both have the same acronym, so when you read the paper, it's like highly confusing. But essentially, it uses GPT models to predict to what extent these kinds of foundation models will change the economy. And some projections go to something like 100% displacement of certain professions, like accountants, like writers, for example, like artists. They're saying, well, essentially, they won't exist anymore because of these GPT technologies, because general pre-trained transformers are general purpose technologies like the steam engine and like the wheel. And so we're making all these projections and saying this is going to happen. But, you know, at the same time as that paper came out, another paper came out. It's called Sparks of Artificial General Intelligence. I highly recommend you read it. It's a very interesting read. And they're saying that, you know, GPT-4 in this case shows signs of artificial general intelligence, which is like this thing that's going to allow AI to, I don't know, take over the world, become sentient, all these things, because it can draw a unicorn. And that is the unicorn that it can draw. And so, you know, we see sparks of AGI because this is the unicorn that is drawn by GPT-4. And then at the same time, GPTs or GPTs are looking at GPT-4 and saying, GPT-4 is going to displace climate change policy analysts by 100%. So, you know, I think to some extent, the way that we're doing these studies and the way that we're doing these experiments and thinking about this is kind of like, it's kind of like a chicken and egg situation. It's like we're saying these models are so great, and because we're saying they're so great, they're going to replace us. But, you know, if you cut the cycle in half and say, well, what if we question a little bit how these models are, how they do, how we measure their performance, how we compare them, how we measure their efficiency, and, you know, relative things. And so, you know, I think that if we continue evaluating large language models or foundation models by drawings of unicorns, Like, of course, we can make any kind of conclusion you want, but if we start having more fundamental ways of measuring AI performance, so for example, I don't know if you saw, just this Sunday, there was an initiative that was launched at the AI Summit called Roost, and it's like an open, systematic way of comparing the performance of AI models. And so, like, if we have more ways that people can agree upon, then we can also maybe predict economic impacts a little bit better, instead of just pulling numbers out of a hat and scaring, you know, accountants, news analysts, climate change policy analysts, et cetera, right, and administrative assistants. So as a conclusion, I think that we should be looking beyond AI's environmental sustainability. I know we're all here to talk about environmental sustainability, and it's definitely part of the conversation, and I'm part of that, you know, that direction, and I have really been focusing on this for the last couple of years, but I do think that there's a broader conversation to be had, because if we keep having these conversations in silos, if we keep doing, I don't know, life cycle analysis studies with, you know, environmental impacts in mind, and then we have these labor impact analyses with labor impacts in mind, and then we're having these comparisons of AIs and humans with, you know, if we having these siloed conversations without thinking about the convergence of these conversations, then we're only ever looking at one piece of the puzzle, which is why it's important to think about, you know, Barbier's definition of sustainability and how can we maybe equate, you know, economic sustainability with environmental with societal. And I think that as a community, especially the community that's gathered here and at the summit, it's really important that we kind of reflect and kind of reimagine the relationship between AI technologies, business objectives, and ecological imperatives. And yesterday, I was at a panel at the summit, and it was interesting because, you know, we had the CEO of Total Energy, we had I think the COO of AXA, so insurance company. We had Kate, who has a startup in Nigeria, and we had myself, and we were talking about it. And I think that even from the very, very different perspectives that we had, we could all agree upon the fact that, you know, capitalism is going to be part of the conversation, profit is going to be part of the conversation, and even Patrick from Total agreed that environmental aspects have to be considered, and we have to think about things like regulation, and we have to think about things like you know, taxation, which is, you know, refreshing. And then Kate was saying, okay, but, you know, how can we tax companies in Africa, for example, who haven't the chance to have this AI revolution that you've had in the global north? How can we be fair? And so, for example, if the United Nations or whatever intergovernmental body establishes these kinds of regulations to say that, you know, we have to limit energy consumption, we have to limit, you know, resource consumption, what happens to the countries who haven't had their chance yet? And that's an equity discussion, right? And so we kind of converged upon the fact that maybe, yeah, I care mostly about, you know, energy efficiency or carbon emissions. Someone from a company might care about the bottom line and the profit margins, and then someone from, you know, Global South might care about equity and access to compute. But at the end of the day, I think we converged upon solutions, we converged upon like ways of thinking about it that take these three things together. And I think that also something that gets overlooked a lot is how important interdisciplinarity is, because I mean, I think that as computer scientists, we're not very good at thinking about societal impacts because we're used to thinking about code. We're used to thinking about, you know, debugging code and looking at the input and the output and making sure everything's okay. But what happens when you take this code and put it into society, that's not something that they teach us in computer science usually. And so working with people like sociologists, economists, you know, all sorts of people who have the actual, you know, experience to think about these things. So for example, one of the people speaking at the summit yesterday was Duran Acemoglu, who got the Nobel Prize for Economics. And he was like, as an economist, all these labor impact studies are total BS because you don't take into account this and this and this. And as an economist, like, hearing you guys talk about these things is highly embarrassing because has any of you ever read an economics textbook kind of thing? And he like indirectly referred to the GPTs or GPT studies because they were querying large language models to predict labor impacts. And he's like, LLMs can't do that. Like, economists have trouble doing that. Why would we do this with LLMs? And so it's really interesting because, you know, an economist like him can think about things that we don't have. Like, of course we can query an LLM. LLMs are trained on the whole internet. Why wouldn't they have the answer? Well, they don't have the answer. This is not something you can quantify with an LLM. And I think that we all agree about the fact that the climate crisis is real. And I think that, you know, at this point, we can honestly be more proactive than reactive as a community. And so instead of thinking about like the problem and how to build more data centers and how to get more energy, we start thinking of AI as something that we can change, that it's not like an inherent thing that we have to find resources for, that we have to find, data for, but rethinking the way we make AI as such from different points of view. Like, for example, yesterday I was saying we don't need to keep building these huge 10 terawatt hours data centers that are, expensive, that are really hard to power, that put strain on the energy grid, that are literally like untractable. Why don't we think about distributed compute? We actually, people proved that you can train a large language model. They were training between New York and London or Paris, and then they were training it in parallel, like even like training the actual process of learning representations. And so we can do distributed data centers that are more integrated into urban areas that recuperate the heat and use it for heating and not, spend millions of liters cooling it, right? There are ways of doing this, and of course, you have to rethink the way you think about it, and I think that's the big challenge, essentially, rethinking our assumptions and kind of reimagining the contribution of AI. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much, Sasha. Don't go too far, because we will go to our next session. And our next session is about the Frugal AI Challenge. So in the last 2 months, with Sasha and Theo and myself, we've been organizing the Frugal AI Challenge. So the Frugal AI Challenge is a challenge that was open to all data scientists, to all companies, to both take into account performance and energy efficiency while solving 3 real-life tasks. So I'll let maybe Sasha and Theo present this challenge. Thank you to both of you.
I'm back. All right. I'm starting. Hi. Hi again. This is Theo, and him and I have been working very, very hard with Juliette as well. She doesn't give herself enough credit on this for the last few months. This kind of sounds redundant with what I just said. I think you're already convinced. But yeah, so essentially frugality, it's interesting because when we first proposed the challenge, people, I kind of like maybe from a North American perspective was like the green AI challenge. And then it's interesting because here in France, I think that frugality is a much more kind of salient concept. I think the term digital frugality only exists in French on the Wikipedia. Like seriously, the English article is not a thing. And so frugality is really this interesting concept because it's not only efficiency, it's not really only sustainability, it's truly thinking about the way you use resources. It's like a mindset. And so of course resources are constrained, we need to make sure that AI brings net benefit and changing the narrative. And I think this is where Theo and I really connected, and Juliette as well, about the fact that we didn't want another kind of hackathon, performance-based challenge at something as important, as an event as important as the AI Action Summit, and we wanted to make sure that people were thinking about things a little bit holistically. And so this is why we started talking about the Frugal AI Challenge and how to make that happen in a way that people will want to participate, and we're not just kind of imposing something upon them. And so essentially we reached out, we kind of networked, and we found 3 NGOs, organizations that were ready to share data sets with us that weren't on the internet already. That was really important for us. And so we have a text data set of detecting climate change misinformation from Quota Climat in multiple languages. We have an image data set from Pioneer of classifying regions with wildfire risks. And so really based on the plumes, so before like the smokes, before it actually becomes a fire, which is obviously important. And we had an audio data set from Rainforest Connection, which operates out of California, and they set up these devices in the jungle, and they listen to the ambient noise, and they use AI to detect illegal logging, because people can like just take a chainsaw and cut down a bunch of trees, and this is something you can't detect with usual methods, and rangers have thousands of hectares of territory. So essentially we had these 3 tasks, and we wanted to make sure that they matched the needs of these organizations, real needs, and they were like climate positive, and not just, solve this benchmark, categorize these images, and, win a prize. And so it was a 4-week challenge. We started kind of talking about it a little bit before, but we opened up submissions for 4 weeks, and we had, over 400 people interested. And what was interesting is that it was actually really diverse. Like honestly, it was academics, companies, individuals. We had a happy hour here in December, and it was interesting because people were truly like into it. They were truly like, yeah, like I want to do this. This sounds really, really cool. And in the end, we had 64 submissions, 25 for text, 33 for audio, which I found really surprising because I always thought that audio was such a niche thing that people was too complicated. But finally, a lot of people did audio, and 11 for wildfires, and we spent a lot of time reviewing the submissions. I think results next.
Yeah, we read all the codes for each participant to understand their approaches, so that took us a while. That's why we're a bit tired now, and we want to have a.
We didn't sleep.
Yeah. How did we do it? We actually evaluated each approaches so that we can actually be fair. And one of the goals was to be able to run it on similar hardware so that we can have comparison. Because more importantly than bringing some best practices for practitioners, one of the idea was also to have some new data. I think we have been striving for just more data in that area. So having the ability to compare it needed a robust evaluation approach. So we took the matter in our own hand. That means that we actually run by ourselves all of the code that everyone was providing, and we measure the carbon emissions with a tool called Cloud Carbon. Some people are probably there in the assembly, so that if you want to meet them,
get the stickers.
Yeah, you can get a sticker that is really good. And we ended up having both an estimation of the performance. We hid like the real answer on the data sets, but we actually measure the performance and the accuracy on each task. The results of it, so let me bear with me for the non-technical people, because one of the idea is also to get insights for the people that actually are AI practitioners. So I won't bore you into the details and the techniques of small convolutional neural networks trained on spectrogram, for example, but the goal for us was to build those kinds of graphs where we would have the energy consumed in the x-axis and the performance in the y-axis. And what we wanted to do is for people, generally when you do machine learning, when you build AI systems, you only care about the y-axis, and you want for it to be just working. Now we just stopped like at the usual threshold, because we knew that that threshold was just enough to be working, and we didn't want more than just working sufficiently well. And then we just took as a winner the one that was just the most energy efficient. As you can see, you have, for example, a model on the top left that works quite well, but is super energy consuming. And at the end, we had like a really nice, interesting submission from Thibault Lemargerès. I don't know if it's here. He's not here. He's probably on the live stream. So congratulations to him. I think we can applaud him. And what was really interesting for us is that his approach on the topic, and we had a lot of really interesting and different approaches, and we are going to document that for the practitioners. But his approach was exactly in the way that we want Frugality to be. Basically, he's just a sound expert in sound processing, so we're actually decomposing the sound and applying just really old classical methods of sound processing, and to create an algorithm that just worked really well with nothing in energy consumption.
And interpretable.
And interpretable as well. On the task, so classifying misinformation on climate change, Kota Klima is just at the back of the room if you want to ask them about it. The question about frugality was to be able to scale that algorithm for all audio of TV, radio, press, social networks. So there was a huge question in being able to scale it. And here we also saw a lot of very different approaches. And here the winner solution from Eurecom, who are academics in the south of France, was using a really interesting techniques, basically like typical stuff that we were doing before LLMs, and then they also optimized it a bit so that we can actually compress it in a way that it was being applicable to a really large setting. So I don't think Eurecom is there as well, but we can still, oh yeah, congratulations.
And we were really hoping that it would be not a huge large language model that won, so thank you very much for that.
And last but not least, on the image task, I don't think pioneers in the room. Here the goal of frugality was to be able to put it in forests, so you don't want it to run on the internet, so you cannot have LLMs as well. And basically we also saw a lot of very different approaches, and the one that won was a really light model that also was compressed so that it can actually work on a really small computer. So I don't know if SIA Partners ECA is here in the room, but congratulations to them as well. So the kind of stuff it allows us to know now on this is again, more data. As we were saying, we have been striving for data. And on this, we were able to have those kinds of graphs that are really interesting in where we see that the distribution of various approaches that we can see. And actually, sorry for the non-statistical people, but that means that for text, we have seen a lot of really different approaches in terms of energy consumption, mostly also using small LLMs compared to regular like methods that we actually see in natural language processing. And very interestingly, we also see that the top points that are on the graph, those are the most energy consuming approaches that we've seen. And all of them were at least 5 to 40 times less energy consuming than LLM's methods. So for us, it was also super interesting to see that even the most polluting people were still less polluting than the one using LLMs.
And that bigger isn't always better.
Yeah. So basically to finish, a conclusion we had with this, it was really interesting to foster this energy efficiency challenge in the machine learning community that just didn't exist before. We have a set of really interesting best practices that now we need to finish writing and share with everyone. The data sets are here online in open data so that people can actually continue working on it. We have been seeing a lot of schools, you were saying just before that we are not taught about using those kinds of tools and about social applicability in the real world. So all of this will be materials also for teachers to actually use that. It's also a good opportunity for us to advocate again and again for just data.
And connect people with the organizations who actually need this, right? So that it's not just, goes out into the ether, but actually, hopefully, Pioneer, Quota Climat will actually use these in production, which is a reward in itself.
Yeah. So Eureka, Quota Climat is the back of the room if you want to meet them. And last but not least, just as a reminder, 2 conclusion points on this. The first one is that this is for practitioners who have been doing that for a lot of time, but it doesn't mean that frugality is an excuse for over-responsibilizing the people that actually do this work. It cannot overcome also a systemic change on all of the system. It's just for us to work better. It's not a solution that will solve everything. Secondly, there is no frugality for just that runs on fossil fuels. There is no frugality that runs on renewable energy, but to drill, baby drill. There's no frugality for targeted advertising that recommends Climate Skeptics' book on Amazon. There's no frugal AI that just destabilizes democracies. So, thanks.
Thank you.
Thank you so much to both of you. It was great to work with you and to collaborate with you for this challenge, and I think it was a big success looking at the number of submissions and what we achieved in terms of reduction of energy consumption for real-life tasks. So for the last session before the conclusions, I would like to call to the stage Frédéric Werner, who is the head of strategic engagement and the chief of strategy and operations at the International Telecommunications Union, and then Alpesh Shah, the managing director of the IEEE Standards Association. We're going to have a short discussion with the two of them, and you can please sit down. So first and foremost, for everyone to know exactly what IEEE is and ITU, I will ask first to describe maybe in 2 or 3 sentences what IEEE is and what ITU is, please.
Testing 1, 2, 3. Here we go. Yes, good afternoon, everyone. My name is Fred Werner from the ITU, and for those of you who don't know the ITU, ITU is the United Nations Specialized Agency for Digital Technologies, and we basically do 3 things. One is we allocate and harmonize radio spectrum and satellite orbits. We also develop technical standards that underpin modern telecommunication networks, and we assist developing countries in bringing up their ICT infrastructure through development and capacity building work. And we do one more thing. We organize the AI for Good Global Summit.
Perfect, thank you. It was not 3 sentences, but it was rather short. Thank you. And then Alpesh on IEEE.
Testing, okay. So IEEE is the world's largest scientific and technology association. It's a public charity with a mission of advancing technology for humanity. And as a part of this, we have over 500,000 engineers in nearly 200 countries that cover a broad range of technologies and in incredible depth. Along with this, we have been working considerably with a number of government agencies and ministries and the ITU, as well as a number of partners to help elevate the understanding of more of these critical and emerging technology areas. So we're happy to be here and look forward to sharing a little bit more about who we are and what we do.
Thank you so much. So after these presentations, I want to talk about the topic of this discussion, the importance of standardization for the measurement and mitigation of the environmental impacts of artificial intelligence. Because for the last, I think it was 5 months, with the Ministry of Ecological Transition, we gathered some experts from ITU, from IEEE, from ISO, to talk about the standardization of the measurement and mitigation of environmental impact of AI. Why is it so important? Because today it's really hard to have a way to measure that is comparable across different AI systems and that can be used by companies, AI companies, but also companies using AI system, the companies are clients of these AI companies. And so since there are several work groups that have been starting by these standardization organizations, we decided to get together and see if there were some, common ground that we could find from all of these organizations. Because we need shared and standardized methodologies to better address the environmental impact of AI. But first, before talking more specifically about this, I would like to talk about standardization in general, because I think people in the room are not necessarily experts of standardization. So first, Alpesh, how can standardization help in stabilizing common measurement methods for various stakeholders? And would you have some examples of how standardization enables companies, industries to have common measurement methods?
And that's in 3 sentences.
More, if you want.
Thank you. So I'll actually start with answering a slightly different question, because I think it helps give context around the value of standardization. And I think Fred may add more to what I share here. But we're all here today. We're talking about sustainability. In reality, we're talking about innovation and the use of AI systems. And do we give ourselves permission to use these systems with the consequences that may come along with it? That's really what we're talking about. And I just came from a conversation about human rights from another country's dialogues there, and this point of disparity that was mentioned in the previous presentation, it's real. It's not just a sovereignty issue alone. And what this unfortunately points out, an inconvenient truth, is that one of the most important things right now that's required is proper governance. Proper governance comes with the ability to have different stakeholders at the table with clear decision making, realizing that there are compromises that will have to be made, but still your voice is at the table. Because if you choose to go on your own, or you choose to just simply go down the race, there will not be that many winners. I think we all know that. We've heard the rhetoric out there. We've heard the race around raw materials, the energy consumption, around efficiency plays, around the use of, sometimes in a distracting way, of open source versus, and that's not really the dialogue that's happening, right? It's more than this. And so first and foremost, when we talk about standardization, governance is critical. Having an open environment that follows the WTO principles, that allows all those voices at the table, is really important. And along with this, you know, I'm going to touch on a question that I'm going to predict you'll ask later. And it's not really a prediction because she shared the questions with us in advance. But this question of then not only what is standardization, but what does standardization innovation look like in this capacity? And I'll share a very concrete example. So here we are going to talk about the OECD work. This is of high interest within the IEEE P7100 work. But before we dive into this, I wanted to note actually three ways that with OECD, we are sort of creating a more innovative approach that will allow for not only better standardization, but perhaps an accelerated path towards more sustainable solutions. And this is through standardization. And so to elaborate, first, it's really about closing the gap. And I mentioned governance, it's a matter that has to be addressed on multiple fronts. But by bringing together the OECD experts from the policy side downstream and bringing the technical experts up from the IEEE side and bringing in the key stakeholders that are affected, this really helps to do one thing, and that is to help accelerate the ability for organizations to implement in an effective manner versus the policy that emerges. This is important because we keep talking about how much time is left. How many more 18 months do we have left to change the dial, right? When we talk about climate, when we talk about sustainability, let's stop kidding ourselves. That runway doesn't keep going forever. We need faster ways. Dynamic governance gives you that opportunity. The second is that from this point, I would note that, you know, just earlier this morning, with AI Commons, Foundation Abuena, ITU, and others, a global trust challenge was launched. And the aim of this challenge was focused on not so much a competitive space. It was meant to help drive greater collaboration amongst those actors that are closer to the last mile. The last mile being that solutions that have a real ability to affect those measures that we have out there. I'll get to measures, I mentioned it. And this is important because it points to the fact that technology implementations exist already today that can address many of the complicated matters we talk about. It's not all about recreating. There's also this point of finding the right ones that exist and getting them in front of us. And this third aspect then I point to is very much around agreeing on norms. Yeah, standards can be soft norms that complement the hard norms of regulation and law. And the launch of the P7100 Standards Project, really a derivative of the OECD expert group on climate change, that said, you know, it's not enough for us to be chasing one-off metrics. It's not giving us a clear enough picture of really what's happening. And because we don't understand what's happening, how can we expect proper policy to be developed? But how can we expect companies to create in a way that is also accurate? It's impossible if everything lives in the gray. The point this leads to is that the starting point we look at with measures and metrics is ultimately a point of governance. Because in the end, what you're talking about is holding folks accountable in a tractable fashion, where the results can have clean and clear influence, right? And each stakeholder understands it in the same way. What does this mean? To get there, though, there's one step before that needs to occur, and that is shared vernacular. If I use the word sustainability today, how many different definitions will we get in this room? And this is part of the problem. we're talking about LCA, not everyone understands LCA the same way. If we're talking about carbon efficiency, not everyone understands the same way. Even the carbon markets, there's different understandings and different accessibilities to those markets. And I'll point then that to this point of standards innovation and the point of who is IEEE, we're global, we're neutral, we're a technology body that adheres to WTO principles, but what I'm describing to you right now on the front of sustainability is exactly what we had to do 10 years ago in the space of AI and ethics. And so we know, we've lived it. And so this type of innovation is something that we understand how to help bring together quite well. We have a governance and standardization system that expands. We're one of the first to have the ability for open source and standards to be co-developed, addressing the patent issues, addressing the IPR issues related to that, and allowing for this work to exist with multiple different licenses. And I note this because in the end, this not only leads to better and richer environments. Those that came together around our AI ethics work, for example, were a mix of lawyers, were a mix of technologists, but also philosophers, civil society, and other actors. And this led towards a downstream level of standards that also helped play a major role in the development of the EU AI Act. And so what I would share is that we have a governance system that continues to scale. It can scale through all of these different approaches because of the integrity of the system, because folks are clear on the rules and they understand how it works and the means. And it has the ability to bring everyone together. And so when we think about this, whether it's the innovation with challenges, pulling the experts in together, pulling the various stakeholders in, these were not native things towards a standardization body even a decade ago. And so what I would just note here is that we have the 500,000 technical experts. I've touched on the 200 countries, but with this mission as a public charity, the strength and offering and why the OECD engagement also materializes is because when you work with an organization like ours, who's completely neutral and a public charity, you go from just having this transactional perspective to a very much a trusted partner and a neutral trusted partner for life. And so I'll add this one other component to standards innovation in finding the right things. This idea of being globally recognized, neutral, experts as a trusted partner, it creates an interesting opportunity also for the other side, for governments, for ministries and markets. And that's proactively adopting and applying these open standardized solutions, whether they be open source, open standards, what have you, in critical and emerging technology areas in a more consistent manner. Because in one way, probably in many ways, this also helps to reduce a lot of the carbon offset. It also helps to reduce a lot of the wasted time and energy that we're undertaking. And it helps us accelerate the ecosystem towards more pragmatic solutions. Thank you.
Well, thank you for this. Know that you stole all of Fred's questions. No, but Fred, maybe you want to react to what Alpesh just said, and also maybe you want to touch upon the fact that today there are more and more work groups around AI and AI standardization, and why is that, and how standardization can help, I would say, the diffusion and building AI at scale.
Yeah, thanks for that. So I'd actually like to highlight the example of AI for Good as basically building a pathway for innovation in standardization, especially as it relates to AI and emerging technologies. So AI for Good was created in 2017. And if you think about that, that's basically a lifetime in terms of AI years. That was a long time ago. And now we only have 5 years to achieve the Sustainable Development Goals. And AI holds great promise to, advance many of those goals and targets, from climate change to clean energy, sustainability, but affordable healthcare, education for for all, gender equity, and also the more physical manifestations of AI, like robotics, autonomous driving, solutions you might find in smart cities, brain-computer interfaces. So I think it's safe to say that the use cases are definitely there. But how do we know that high potential applications of AI work equally well on men or women, on children or the elderly, persons with different skin colors, persons with disabilities, or in low resource settings where basic things that we take for granted like electricity, 5G, Wi-Fi, access to data are basically real concerns, right? And how can we ensure that these solutions are built sustainably, that they're aligned with the Sustainable Development Goals, that they're basically safe, they're secure, they respect privacy. Ideally, they'd be interoperable, and you'd have interfaces between these different technologies, which is one of the reasons that you have standards. So I think all of these things are not natural reflexes to the fast-moving tech and startup industry. I think the track record so far has been, let's build it and we'll fix it later. But these are things that we think deeply about in the AI for Good community. So basically, the goal of AI for Good is to identify trustworthy applications of AI and figure out how to build skills and capacity around these these solutions, and to build supporting and enabling standards for these solutions. And how do we do this? Well, first of all, we can't do this alone. So we have 47 UN sister agencies as partners of AI for Good. So that's virtually the entire UN system that's been with AI for Good, contributing to our work, to our collaboration efforts, to our pre-standardization efforts, to our standards. And really, I think that's probably the most inclusive platform, in the sense that even AI experts would say AI is too important to leave to the experts alone. So great efforts have also been made to bring as many different voices to the table. So from academia, from top industry experts, to NGOs, to civil society, to, of course, our 194 member states, the diplomatic community, but also young people, athletes, artists, the creatives. So I think it's safe to say that everyone is at the table. And one of our claims to fame is that we're action-oriented, and we're more than just a talk shop. So, of course, the ITU being a standard-setting organization, we have 220 AI standards published or in development in areas like network orchestration, cybersecurity, multimedia, quality assessment, developing standards on AI and watermarking to detect deepfakes. And, of course, we have a whole suite of standards supporting the environmental impacts of AI and emerging technologies. And also another way we build collaboration around the whole standardization ecosystem is we have a number of challenges that we run each year, machine learning challenges. And just to give you one example, we had one machine learning challenge, which was basically how to reduce the energy consumption of base stations in a city. And these challenges are running all year long. I think we've done about 100 challenges now, involving about 10,000 or so students, most of them from Africa and India, actually. And actually, one of the winners of this challenge from West Africa, basically using data that was donated by a telecom operator and an equipment vendor, was able to reduce the energy consumption of 5G base stations in an entire city by 20%. So I think that's a really good example of AI for Good in action, but also by building these kind of collaboration efforts, which actually reminds me of the frugal AI challenges. So there's a lot of alignment there. I think you're also building the next generation of developers, of policymakers, and people who are going to engage in the standardization process. So I like to think of AI for Good as a kind of funnel where we can get all the problem owners and all the innovators and all of the people who need to be involved in these solutions. And then ultimately, because of our membership composition, where we're the only UN agency that has a public-private membership model. So we have 1,000 private companies as members. So these are telecom operators, software companies, equipment vendors, what have you, from all around the world, 150 academic institutions, and of course our member states, and they're all basically contributing to standards development on a global level.
Thank you. And Alpesh mentioned LCA, life cycle assessments. Do you see that there is some common ground in standardizing the environmental impact of AI? And I think Alpesh also already talked a bit about this, so I'm going to ask for you again the question, Fred.
Yeah, so in 2019, we launched a focus group, and sorry, that's ITU jargon, but basically it's a pre-standardization effort that doesn't require membership, where we bring together as many different stakeholders as possible to basically check out the lay of the land, if you will, on a new and emerging area of standardization. So in this case, it will be the environmental impact of AI and emerging technologies. And in doing so, they basically, you want to look at use cases, you want to identify best practices, you want to define KPIs, do benchmarking, and basically work on definitions and taxonomy and frameworks, so that when it's ready to enter the formal standardization process, you're well prepared, and then you can also make sure that all the voices have had a way to contribute to this. And if you look at the standards, especially relating to AI and environmental efficiency that have emerged, you kind of have two categories of standards. You'd have what I call the backbone standards, and that's really about measuring the environmental impact of things like data centers, of power, water cooling, of course, telecommunication, base stations and networks. So there's, again, a whole suite of standards on how to measure the impact of these technologies, especially in the context of AI and future networks, supported by best practices, benchmarking of different frameworks. And then I'd say the next suite of standards is more standards to support climate action, if you will. So these would be standards that basically aim to measure greenhouse gas emissions. You're talking about the life cycle assessment, and then basically trying to explore both sides of the coin, where of course AI is very energy intensive. I mean, you have big tech companies buying up 20 years of nuclear energy. They're not doing that for fun. I think they might be onto something. But at the same time, using AI to try and reduce the energy consumption as much as possible in a smart way. And hopefully, these standards help to support that. And the first step, I think what Alpesh alluded to, is really coming up with a common framework of understanding, of definition, of assessments, of measurements that we're all working on.
Thank you. I'll ask a last question for both of you, and then I'll let people in the room ask questions if they have any. So you talked about the standards that both of your organizations are publishing. And those standards are really useful for the Sustainable Development Goals. But how do you ensure, because they are mostly voluntary standards, that they are widely adopted? Don't fight over this.
Okay. I would say the key to adoption, the starting point is inclusivity. If you want them to be adopted, you want to have the right people at the table at the beginning. So that's what I was explaining about our mixed membership composition, where you do have member states, you have private companies, you have academia, but also great efforts have been made to bring developing countries to the table as well. And so I think by doing that, and also aligning everything with the Sustainable Development Goals is very important, because when it comes to creating that common framework of understanding, I think the SDGs really acts as a kind of lighthouse to make sure that at least we have a good understanding of what is good. I mean, if I were to put it the other way around and I would ask the room to define what is good, we'd probably spend all day or all week trying to come up with an understanding and not come up with a good definition. What's good for me might not be good for you. Different countries, different communities, different societies have a different understanding of good. But luckily we don't have to start from scratch, because we do have the Sustainable Development Goals to act as that kind of framework. So I think by building in the inclusivity at the beginning, the Sustainable Development Goals at the beginning, fundamental rights, safety, security, privacy, at the start, well, for me, that's the best way, or your best insurance, if you will, of having adoption down the line, and also not waiting for a kind of Band-Aid approach where something might develop in one part of the world, and it might be very good, but it's maybe not fit for purpose for 50-plus African countries where you speak, 1,000 different languages. So that kind of fix-it-afterwards approach, I think it's probably the worst thing that could happen in this environment right now.
Thank you. Alpesh, do you want to say anything more on this? If you want to complement this, or everything was said.
Sure, I would. I think I would say Fred is accurate, that it's important this point of inclusivity isn't a point we make for the sake of making it. I mean, frankly, if you're looking for speed and delivery, you go with a small group, right? A consortium of sorts. And you know, I'll speak from experience here. One of the things that IEEE from a governance side offered, and I spoke to this from a scaling perspective, it allows for different levels of collaboration to occur. So from consortium to certification programs to open source, on and on. And you know, the ones that I would say seem to recognize the best adoption in the market. So let's take the 802 standards. Everyone in this room is using it right now. Everyone over the world is using it right now. It's otherwise known in market terms as Wi-Fi. Yeah. I think that shows pretty good global adoption. But what goes behind that is, for example, ITU-R spoke about the spectrum allocation, right? So countries actually are looking at how do we ensure that we're not having conflicts or there's availability. And so when the 802 work comes out, they're also submitting to the ITU-R to make sure that the spectrum allocation elements don't disrupt it. The point is that it really is about good governance connecting with good governance, right? We're a network of networks. We have over 600 different partners that scale. And so when we work with organizations like ITU, whether it's T, D, or R, the point is that the expectation is there's good quality work coming on both sides, right? Otherwise, Fred and I are in a back room trying to figure out how do we solve this mess. But when all the systems understand how they're supposed to work together, scale can occur. The other point I would say is it's incredibly important to know what problem you're solving. When we say about sustainability standards, that's the entire world. But there are very specific problems each of you are looking at when you're using this term. Identifying that problem as clearly and precisely as possible with the key acting group, that gives you the best ability for this to work. And when you have marketplace actors, they're driven to make it work, right? So we have 500 corporate members. We have, I mentioned, over 500,000 engineers. And we have a number of countries engaged with us, but that doesn't make the standard a success. It's when all of those folks come together and say, this has to happen. We will allow this within our marketplace, within our borders, within our trade policy, within our procurement rules. Then it happens. And so that's why that quality and integrity of the system is so critical, because nobody wants to take a chance on something that may cause so much more problems downstream. That's the value of good, strong standardization environments.
Thank you. Is there one quick question from the room? If there's not, there's one. Two, but we'll only take one, sorry. Can someone pass along the mic, please? We're getting the mic there.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much for all that you've said. I'm Gilot from Bavana, a very small French company. What we do on a daily basis is basically to help organizations, public or private, evaluate the impact of their digital technologies, impact being both environmental, social, so I have sociologists in the team, and obviously financial, because everybody's interested by that. So I'm very intimate with ITU 1410 and ITU 1480 specs to help evaluate the direct and indirect impact of digital technologies, those that have been mentioned earlier about rebound effect, induction effects, and things like this. My question is, I believe, twofold. First of all, we have been talking about standardization. Do you ambition to have both direct and indirect impacts of AI technologies in these working groups? That's the first question. Second question, I've heard about spectrum, which is what ITU is doing on the telecom side. do you ambition to have a spectrum of different AI technologies being assessed, or do you ambition to have a wide global way to measure and mitigate AI, knowing that there are different type of algorithms?
Very short answer, please.
Yeah, thanks. No, it's a good question. I would say yes, yes, yes to everything you said, in the sense that we have what's ongoing, and you seem quite familiar with that. But also looking to the future, we have the Green Digital Action, which was launched at COP last year, and that really aims to address the gaps that are there. So I don't claim that we have the full spectrum covered right now, but I do believe that would go a long way towards identifying the gaps and maybe laying out a roadmap for the next areas of standards work that would have to emerge. And likewise, it was announced today by our Secretary General that ITU is a partner with UNEP and France on the Sustainable AI Coalition, and I do believe that coming out of that coalition, there would be a lot of action that would that basically you're suggesting. Likewise, we were also contributing to the report on sustainable AI and standardization that was just published. So I would like to think there's been some good work done, but there's still a lot of work to do, and I would also invite you and anyone who's knowledgeable about it to contribute to that process.
Well, thank you very much to both of you for coming here today and for sharing about your perspective on the standardization and environmental sustainability of AI. And yeah, thank you very much. We will now enter the conclusions parts of this event, and first to have a scientific perspective on everything that we talked about today, I will call to the stage Dr. Lynn Kack. Thank you very much for being here today to share, yes, the key takeaways of today's. And here we are.
Thank you. Okay. Yeah, thank you for giving me the opportunity to also say a few words. This is a probably somewhat subjective takeaway of what was discussed today, and maybe one or two new thoughts as well. So I wanted to start off by framing the greenhouse gas emissions impact, but the framework that I'm going to present is also going to help maybe with assessing other kinds of impacts. We now, especially in the past few sessions, have heard a lot about different aspects of how machine learning and AI can have an impact on greenhouse gas emissions. And maybe it helps all of you to walk away with having an overview and a framework, also a visual framework of what there is. This is from a paper that a few colleagues, one of them is also in the room, David Rolnick and I have put together. And what we show here are the different aspects from a high-level view of how machine learning can have an impact on greenhouse gas emissions. And in the center, you see this part A, computing-related impacts. And that is everything that happens in data centers and also the hardware impacts. So all the embodied emissions associated with hardware, production and end of life. And this part is, as we heard in the question just now, also called the direct impacts. So this is important vocabulary maybe also to take away. And then there are the things that machine learning or AI does in the real world, and it can be applied in many different sectors that you can see here, transportation, buildings, power systems, and there it can help to reduce emissions, something that we discussed a lot today. But it can also, of course, be applied in ways that increase emissions. And these application-related impacts is what we call immediate application impacts to distinguish them from system-level impacts. And these are these things that we discussed as well in the past sessions, rebound effects. They can include effects on consumer behavior, so how AI and targeted advertising is changing how we consume, or even things like lock-in effects. As technologies compete, they may be affected by AI, and we lock ourselves into a technology that may be suboptimal or may actually be optimal. So these are system-level impacts. And something that was also discussed at length is how AI affects communication and education and climate denialism on the internet, for example. So all of these effects are called the indirect effects. And this distinction between system level and immediate application impacts is something that is often done for information and communication technologies, but it's of course somewhat artificial. But it's really to emphasize that there is this system level. Can we measure these impacts at a global level? So do we actually know what part A, part B, and part C is in terms of negative and positive impacts? No, the answer is no, very simple answer, but there are of course some estimates floating around. I'm going to show you the estimates for part A, which are only negative, so there's only direct emissions essentially, but I'm not going to show you estimates for part B and C because I think they are too uncertain. So we currently don't have good models of what are the application effects of machine learning. So these are some very recent studies that put numbers on the overall computing-related energy consumption from AI in terawatt hours per year. You can see that even for the past year, 2024, we have still a huge uncertainty. So we actually don't really know what is the exact number. There are different approaches to estimate this, and they also arrive at different results. So here, this ranges from 30 to 74 terawatt hours, so quite a big uncertainty. That increase here is driven by, of course, generative AI and large language models. That's really what is making this projected difference, and also has led to quite some increase in the past years. And then, of course, if we go far into the future, that uncertainty becomes even larger. This is actually, those larger projections are from the same study. So those two is a high and a low estimate from the same study. So even the same people admit to this uncertainty. And so is this large or not? If you compare it to the overall global electricity generation in 2023, that's about 30,000 terawatt hours. It doesn't seem so much, but it's actually quite substantial if you go into the future. And if you compare this to what low-income countries consumed overall in 2023, it's quite large, actually. We could power many countries with what we are probably going to put into AI. And in the future, as we heard also this morning, of course, AI will compete with even more sectors. We want to electrify transportation, we want to electrify buildings, industry. So we need desperately electricity and clean electricity. So any waste of electricity is problematic, and AI will need to show a value such that we spend electricity on AI and not on other productive uses. So I wanted to share 3 points that I noted down for myself to take home. And the first one is maybe more subtle today, but there was definitely some very interesting discussions from Sasha Lucioni. It's about inference energy. So there's a lot, and for the longest time, there's been only talk about the training energy use of AI, so when you train a model. But really, we must also talk about the usage phase. So when you query a chatbot, for example, that's considered inference. So you're using a model that has already been trained. In itself, one request is not that much energy. But they sum up very quickly to outweigh those training phases. So we have so many users on many of these systems, especially on chatbots, that in short amount of time essentially outweighs the energy that went into training. We also need to think about this from a product or consumer perspective, that if I have the choice between different chatbots, maybe I want to pick the one that has the least energy use, but I currently don't have any information about most of these, about what is the electricity use for a single inference, or even what electricity is this being run on, so what are the carbon emissions. There's been a lot of talk about DeepSeek because it has more efficient training, supposedly. We actually aren't sure how this compares for inference, so this hasn't been measured. But the train of thought or reasoning approach actually creates much longer outputs, and much longer outputs, as Sasha also has estimated, correlate with more energy use. So there is reason to assume that there may actually be not so much savings from a perspective of inference. And that would actually be really interesting, or that's the part that, from my perspective, matters. So the second point is on applications. So we discussed today that few applications of generative AI actually help with sustainability applications, the point that David Rolnick made, and that was addressed again and again. So my point to take home is that we need to develop applications that help the climate. And in turn, what we see is helpful, what has been proven to be helpful in the past is predictive and task-specific applications that are really tailored to the real-world problem. This is from the same paper, another framework where we showed what are the different roles that machine learning can take on and how can that affect greenhouse gas emissions. So on the left are the different roles, and you can see those are usually very predictive, things like forecasting or system optimization, predictive maintenance, and so on. In the data mining and remote sensing, you of course can have also some generative aspects to create maybe more user-friendly information. But really the majority here is predictive. And then, of course, this can help with policy design, with R&D, and so on, so with different things. What is also shown here in red is that we, of course, don't have only good uses of AI. There are many different applications that can actually directly increase emissions, such as applications in the oil and gas sector. But we also broadly have many applications that are just not, their purpose is not to reduce emissions, and probably it correlates maybe also with increasing emissions. So maybe that's something that I want to add, is that most AI is not applied in climate-relevant sectors. So it's applied in the tech sector, in marketing, financial services, but it may still affect emissions, and we should treat it like that. So we shouldn't just look at the direct emissions and then what does it do in the climate world, but we should look at what is most AI applied to. Do we need to regulate that? Do we have emissions sort of resulting from that? And then the last point is that maybe I'm adding more than we discussed at length, but I think it came probably through in many of the discussions and also in the use cases that we saw, is that we need to bring those use cases to the market, essentially, to scale. So we need to have deployment of solutions that we think are meaningful and helpful at scale in the energy sector, in the transportation sector, in agriculture, and so on. Because only if we actually really apply them, there's going to be emissions or significant reductions in emissions. Currently, we're facing still a lot of barriers to deployment. This is also because often the machine learning is highly technical. It's really an integrated piece in a process that often is already existing with existing technologies, existing also personnel. So it needs to integrate with what is there. It's highly technical, it's complicated, it's expensive. Many of these things are very new, so they're not market ready yet. We don't understand the benefits and cost for many of the applications, so we need to try them out and collect more data. And then we also need to understand what kind of collaboration and implementation models are suitable for what kind of application and what kind of sector, and share those best practices among stakeholders. So there's a lot of work to be done. I think there are a lot of promising applications, but currently there can be also a lot more done to sort of help them be implemented in practice and deployed at scale. Okay, and a few words on what policymakers can do for each of these takeaways. On reporting inference energy, so in the AI Act, unfortunately, explicitly is only mentioned training. There's no reporting requirements for the inference energy, but there's a bit of an opening to actually also require it, so it's not really explicitly excluded. So it really depends on how the law is now going to be turned into standards and requirements on reporting to see if we have more information on what an inference run of one of these large models, for example, means in terms of energy. So that would be something that's very concrete and very near term. On developing AI that helps the climate, of course, so is funding, more funding. But we see a lot of funding or interest going towards generative AI at the moment, but this is also called make sure that there is applied machine learning in energy or climate relevant or sustainability relevant sectors being developed, being funded. That also means to fund interdisciplinary work and cross-sectoral work. So often you need academia to work together with private sectors, with NGOs, with civil society. So you need to find funding mechanisms to have all of these stakeholders work together. There was wording in the AI, in one of the drafts of the Parliament in the AI Act, on also having environmental protection as a criterion for high risks. So, so far it's also mostly on personal safety and health. That unfortunately didn't make it in the final legislation, but it's also not excluded. So via the fundamental rights approach, you can consider, or it's even explicitly stated in one point, environmental protection. So if you know that there's a case that would qualify high risk, AI as high risk AI because of risks to the environment, there may be a route in. So that's also something to remember. And the last point on bringing these applications to practice is that we of course need stronger climate policies to provide the right incentive structures, because also climate policies that are designed more broadly will incentivize AI applications for the climate. We need to lower barriers for deployment. It's very broadly speaking. There are lots of different things that can be done. One of them is, for example, capacity building or ensuring that small and medium-sized enterprises, NGOs have access to AI where they need it, or have help in navigating the space if they think there's a potential for applying AI. So that's it from me. I hope this was helpful, and I really enjoyed today. It was very interesting for me.
Thank you. Well, thank you so much for this scientific perspective, and I realized that I didn't present you in the beginning in your affiliation, so you're a researcher at the Hertie School of Berlin and co-founder of Climate Change AI. I hope I got that right. And then now for a policy perspective, I'll invite Thibaut Kleiner, who is the Director for Policy Strategy and Outreach at the DG Connect of the European Commission. Thank you.
Thank you. Good evening, and it's nice to see so many people for the closing. It's not always that we have this privilege, and I think it shows the importance of what we are discussing today. So thanks a lot also to the Minister, Mrs. PANNIER-RUNACHER, for the invitation today to have the European Union present. And overall, I would say congratulations to Paris and to France for the last 2 days. I think it has been a fantastic event. I was myself moving between various events and opportunities, and I think that the mood was very positive, very enthusiastic. The whole world came. Actually, if you tried to be in a Station F this morning, the queue was just very much telling about the interest for the tech space globally for what is being discussed here today. And I would say that overall we see a shift globally in terms of where we are. And I think today is quite interesting because when we started this kind of conference in Bletchley Park in the UK, it was all about catastrophic risk from AI. I think the conversations have been more positive, more upbeat in terms of using AI for a lot of opportunities. But at the same time, I think that today's forum for sustainable AI is also very important because it shows, and I could see that also in the conversations I had in the last days, that there is a lot at stake. This event is also about global competition. It's about whether our approach in the EU has a chance to survive. And just to remind you, if you don't know about it, I would really invite you to have a look at our declaration on the digital rights and principles. That's something we adopted a few years ago, and it's basically the snapshot of what we want to achieve from the digital transformation in the EU. There are 6 chapters, and it puts people at the center. But it has also in the 6th chapter precisely sustainability. So we want in Europe to make sure that digital technologies are actually supporting sustainability. And this is really at stake today because we see that around the world, not everyone has the same interest and priorities for the environment. So we have a path in Europe that we need to defend, and we need to build partnerships internationally so that people agree that the environment is paramount also when we speak about technology. And in a way, I mean, if you look at what is happening in terms of the path towards AI, there is an approach where bigger is better, where data is all you can eat, where it is about billions of investments and trying to have even more power to run large models. But that's not necessarily the model we should apply and implement in the EU. And I think the conversations today were very interesting because it shows that there is another path. And if we want to make it, it's about data that is catered, data that fulfills privacy, but also that is well maintained. It's about algorithms that are well designed and that are conceived to use less energy. It's about chips that are smarter and made on purpose for AI and do not consume too much energy and are recyclable. It's about also using renewable energy to power our data centers. And it's about open source software to improve on the coding and on really the quality of the algorithm. So, I mean, all this is an alternative path. It's in a way a European path for leadership in AI. And I think that we have an opportunity collectively to draw this path by showing that not only it works, but actually it can be good for business. And that's what I wanted essentially to say as my concluding message today. I mean, we've heard a lot of very important messages throughout the day. I think measurement is a takeaway that I make very much. You know, we need to know what we are talking about to measure really the footprint of these technologies. We see that, and if you look at EU policies, we want to use AI actually to improve sustainability. We have a lot of policies that are trying to use it, for instance, to improve the use of natural resources. We have a project that, again, I invite you to know more about, which is called Destination Earth. It's about modeling the Earth to know better about, you know, environmental impact, to anticipate natural disasters, and to minimize our environmental footprint. That's where AI is really a tool for, you know, benefiting the result on the environment. But at the same time, I think it was said at length also today, but also throughout the summit, AI increasingly is worrying in terms of how much energy it uses, and especially these large language models and this generative AI. I think that the minister this morning was reminding us that if you use a single AI image, is as much as charging your smartphone for a full day. And the same is true that, if you make a search just with the old scroller mechanism, and if you use ChatGPT, it's 10 times more energy that is required. So it is certainly something that has taken some attention also at the EU level. And I'm telling you that we are putting now a lot of efforts to improve the environmental footprint also of these technologies. So we have research projects that try to make AI greener. For instance, we are funding some research on improving the use of data to minimize the energy consumption. Efforts on better chips, and in particular quantum chips, are actually using much less energy for the power they can develop on these technologies. And we are also working to make data centers greener altogether. So there is a lot of efforts here from our research activities. And altogether in our Green Deal, this is also one of the areas we try to achieve, with also there using renewables to a larger extent than today, and making sure that through our product passport, we can also use these materials to make sure that ICT products can be reused and renewed. So as I said, it's essentially about competing with a different approach where environment is also paramount. But at the end of the day, we'll only work if business joins towards this vision. And I think that also that's one of the takeaway I have from these discussions. We need to make sure that all these policies, in a way, are good for business. And that's, I think, not an easy take, because it means basically that you need to design regulations and policies in a way that is maybe more effective than what we may have had in the past. So in the EU, we are busy now looking at our own regulation to make it more business-friendly, to minimize some elements so that it is more powerful. And at the same time, we are trying to cover the ground for elements that are still missing. For instance, now we will create a so-called CERN for AI to make sure that also science can be put together collectively across the EU, and to have really a leadership here. So in essence, it's about competition, it's about defending our EU approach, but it's also about a public-private partnership to succeed in this adventure. Thanks again for inviting me today, and I think that a lot has been said, a lot of lessons we can draw, but in the end we need now to go from discussion to action, because this is at the end what will make a difference. Thank you.
Thank you very much. It was really important to have the European Commission perspective on this. And last but not least, we'll have our last speaker of the day. So Amélie Quantic is the head of the General Commission for Sustainable Development at the French Ministry of Environment. And the General Commission for Sustainable Development organized the event of today, and so she will conclude today's event. Thank you.
Hi. So I would like to excuse Brigitte, who cannot be present today. So I have the privilege for me to conclude this forum for sustainable AI. What a great day we had. Filled with inspiring presentation, engaging panels and keynotes, and stimulating discussion. First, I would like to warmly thank the organizing teams and the summit organizer and everyone who came from all over the world to participate at this event. Two key took away from the day. First, the environmental impact of AI is a question we cannot ignore. Second, and just as important, we have the tools to limit the negative impact of AI, which harnessing its environmental benefits. At the French Ministry of Ecological Transition, We say daily how AI supports the ecological transition. The AI Action Summit significantly advanced sustainable AI, providing a solid foundation for the future global efforts. We are very proud of the new Coalition for Sustainable AI, co-initiated by the French, the UN Environmental Programs, and International Telecommunication Union.
Yes. Let me tell you some words on this amazing coalition. So the Coalition for Sustainable AI is a community of stakeholders who share a common concern for making AI beneficial to our green goals. It is co-initiated by France, UNEP, ITU. We want it to be a flexible coalition platform to increase visibility, to foster collaboration, avoid duplication, and amplify all the initiatives, your initiatives, our initiatives. The Coalition for Sustainable AI brings together stakeholders across all the AI value chain for an efficient dialogue. More than 100 partners joined this coalition, and some are here, present here. So who are you? You are leading companies, SMEs, startups, you are research labs, you are NGO, you are investors, you are international organizations, and you are also governments. So we are very happy to have our co-chair, India, who is one of the founding support member, and which will host the next AI Summit. And within the framework of the program of this next summit, there will be a huge part for sustainable AI. So which government? Germany, UK, Denmark, Finland, France, of course, Italy, Norway, Chile, Cyprus, Kenya, Korea, Morocco. And all of this will be implemented with a focus on 3 pillars: infrastructure, models, uses. AI infrastructure, sharing best practices on data center and hardware to improve their green performance. AI models, making sure we have standards to report that green impact, and making sure that this green impact becomes a real criterion of choice. And then AI uses, we want to deploy AI solutions at scale when they show their impact as an experimentation. So this is all the goals of this new Coalition for Sustainable AI.
Okay, thank you. So now we're going to have a cocktail, but before I want to say that we rarely get the chance to shape the trajectory of a transformative technology. AI gets this chance. Let's ensure we make the right choice to your planet and future generation. Thank you very much, and have a good night.
C'est chouette de faire des discours devant les vidéos, c'est cool.
Thank you so much. This marks the end of today's events. So you'll have a small cocktail behind if you want to stay a little bit and discuss with each other and discuss with us, the organizers of the event. Thank you.